Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another Savior. Holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyomadika yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Get it moving right and get it moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, get it moving right, moving faster. Get the freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
And there it is right there. Holy, 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 holy. Pardon me. Nnamdi Kanu is another savior or their savior, certainly not mine. But good day to you. Good to be in your company of that. Holy, 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 holy. Nnamdi Kanu is another savior. That is how the Biafrans would have it. But how would you have it? But we're not especially speaking about Nnamdi Kanu today. We're very much on the Wike topic. But before we get to the subject matter, click on the like button. If you haven't already clicked on the like button, please do that. Subscribe if you are not already subscribed. If you want to come and join me on the screen, come in via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links just as widely as you can. Super chats towards the stream. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. Super chat towards the stream. So those are the calls to actions that we usually calling it in this instance as well. I wasn't intended to do that actually. That wasn't at all my intention. So you can see I'm in a relaxed state streaming to you. All right. Let's just get started. What's going on here? What's going on here according to Daddy? What's going on here? All right. Let's just get started. So we'll be reacting to this press conference by Yemson Wike. So that's what we're reacting to. So why don't we just get started as I fumble my way through it?
Nobody does the right thing without stepping on toes.
So this press conference, by the way, as most of you will already know, this press conference is in reaction to the incident that happened between Yemsen Wike and a naval officer, like yes, between Yemsen Wike and a naval officer over a dispute over a property. So here is Wike holding this press conference now in reaction in response to that.
And nobody knows the day he will die or how he will die. If we know that this is the way we're going to die, we'll probably go and stop it. But because we don't know, so death comes anytime. It can be through one sickness. It can be through one ailment. It can be anyhow. It can be through assassination. It can be through you running into armed robbers. Armed robbers. But what's important is that you one day die. I cry for this country because it's unfortunate. Either we tribalize everything that happens, either we bring religion to what we're doing, or the class you belong to. No country can ever succeed if we continue to allow impurity, lawlessness. No country, no matter how hard you work, you allow impunity, you allow lawlessness to continue to prevail, that country will never go anywhere. Even amongst government officials, not to talk about private individuals. I have read comments. Yes, I've wounded people politically, I have no regret about it. And I could not to wound them where necessary. Yes, people are not happy about it. So when things happen like this, you see all manner of things people will say. I was watching Channel late last night. I saw a lady and a man. You see, sometimes you just shake your head and God. Laziness can cause a lot of things. People don't read. People don't investigate. I saw the lady saying that Wike has met his match. And you don't want to find out what really happened. What was the problem? How can I sit as a minister? Government officials are being attacked.
The fact is, whatever the backdrop is, Wike did meet his match in that particular exchange with that naval officer. Wike did meet his match because Wike has become accustomed to approaching situations and standing people down. But that officer stood his ground and he stood Wike down. So in that particular instance, Wike met his match. Let's just remind us of what the backdrop is, what Wike is referencing.
The man took this Arab, will not allow because he was cheap on the bus, and then you to carry land.
Sir, everything was acquired legally.
Will you stop that?
Get
Will you stop that?
Sir, I'm an officer, I have integrity.
Shut up, your man, put
I will not shut up.
Will you get out?
Sir, I won't shut up. Sir,
I was in school, you're not in school.
Sir, you can't shut
Will
me
you keep quiet?
You can't
Get
shut
a
me
big
up, sir.
fool.
I'm not
You are a big fool.
I'm not a
You
fool,
think you
sir.
can shoot anybody like that?
Sir, I'm not
You are
a
a big
fool.
fool. Are you?
I am not a fool, sir.
As at the time I
Don't call me a
graduated,
fool.
you were in primary school.
I'm acting on orders.
Take for
You
which
can't
order?
call me a fool.
And this, you will see whether you know this here.
Sir, you can't call me a fool.
Go and put up your
I'm an
mouth,
officer.
put up
I'm not a fool, sir.
Okay,
I'm
I'm
an
with you.
officer.
I'm so corrupt. You will have killed everybody here.
No, we won't kill anybody. We won't kill anybody. We are acting on orders.
So you can see there that Wike did meet his match, and that officer stood him down. So whatever the backdrop is, whatever the mitigations are in that particular scenario, Wike met his match, and that officer stood him down.
And you don't want to find out what really happened. What was the problem? How can I sit as a minister? Government officials are being attacked. Government officials are being beaten up. Government officials to the level of directorship. Then I'm sitting in my office doing what? How will such officials carry out their functions again when they know their principal or their boss cannot protect them? Not as private individuals, as government officials. So many people have had problems. Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, former a general, former head of state, former president, he will call me on phone. Minister, I look good. There is problem of land here. Please, can you? I will solve the problem.
All right. So that comment right there, that's what inspired that headline. So is the shady deals that have been done in the shadows of the dark of the night in Abuja. So now Obasanjo has of course, there's dispute about legality for Obasanjo to have to call Wike that he has issues with the land. So rather than Obasanjo going through the legal route, through the courts or whatever due process is, he simply picks up his phone and then he calls Wike. And because Obasanjo is such a larger than life personality within the Nigerian landscape, Wike immediately acquiesces to Obasanjo's request, and then he makes whatever adjustments for Obasanjo to have his way all over a land that Obasanjo is disputing or is being disputed with Obasanjo. So those are the shadowy undergoings on that goes on in the dark shadows of the night with regards to Abuja and the wider Nigerian space.
That is former head of state, former elected president. We have the courtesy of calling the minister. Look, I have this problem. I have this problem. See how you can look into it. General Tiwadan Juma will call you. Look, now they did that. These are people who they're all retired generals. These are people who cause discipline. They didn't bother because they were former chief of army staff. They were former president. They never sent soldiers. They never sent anybody to go and attack anybody. They just call you. And respect the gas, respect.
You see what played out between Wike and that officer right there. It really underlines the rotten underbelly of the Nigerian state. What played out between Wike and that officer highlights the rotten underbelly of the Nigerian state. So all of the abuses of abuse of powers that has held that country back for so long is all enraptured, is all encaptured within that particular space. So you have an ex-naval chief who buys an illegal plot of land, and rather than him trying to regulate the legality of that land or going after legally whoever sold him that land illegally, is trying to use the force of might, the force of the military space that he previously occupies and still has influence over. So he's trying to use brute force in order to take ownership that of something, a piece of land that the law does not confer ownership on him. So the land is not his, and the land is not for the purpose that he's trying to use it for. The law is against it, but he, through the crudeness of AK-47, he wants to assert his will. So and it's that big man thing. That's one of the things that's held us back for so long. So there's that first element, but then for Wike rather to mobilize a team of heavily armed policemen to go and confront heavily armed military men over a land that is being disputed, that is also an abuse of power. So this whole scenario, this little cameo between Wike and that naval officer right there, it highlights the very rot within the Nigerian system.
I have to respect. And I'll tell them, sir, don't worry. I will sort out the and I would do. I won't even talk about other people who are highly placed. They will come to you, Mr. Minister. Maybe we didn't know of this. If you knew, we would have done it like this. When a serving Major General attacked the development control, I wrote a letter. The present chief of defense staff was chief of army staff then. I wrote a letter because that is a serving military officer. But if anything goes wrong, he's still under the authority, under the control of the military. When I came on board, before them, President Jonathan had awarded a contract to develop another city, which was close to the military, but awarded a contract, not to me. A federal council presided over by the CNC. Awarded. The contractor went there, he was just away. I wrote a letter. We met. The late chief of army staff, Alabangi, was there. The former chief of defense staff was there. These same ministers of defense, they were all there. We all met. I said, look, it is not good, this government and government. I mean, it's not, let's see how we can resolve this. I never one day, I respect institutions. And I know what it takes. Even as a governor, no governor will say that they supported the military that more than me. So I know. But how do you see a private individual knowing fully well that you are against the law? It is not military versus government. No. If it was military, I would have written to them that, look, military, why are you doing this? This is a private individual. Land was not allocated to him. Land was allocated to a company called Santos in 2007 for parks and recreation. They applied to the former minister for change of use. The minister refused. The man went, started selling land. Maybe the former chief level staff fell into their scam, sold. This government property. It's not like property. If government officials came to say, look, what are you doing here? This is not, government has sat under the ministerial committee and taken back every land under parks, even under secretariat, because
you know, because of the docility of the Buhari administration, a lot of atrocities were committed then. You know, of course, Buhari spent 8 years in hospital, and the people that were running the country were just running wild based on self-interest. So a lot of the lands in Abuja were just shared illegally. And Wike is embarked on some sort of recovery mission now. But the recovery, of course, is going up against the great and the good of the Buhari administration because they shared all the choice lands within Abuja amongst them. So this battle that Wike is the person actually at the other end is a guy called Gambo. So he was the one that sent that Yerima to go and confront Wike. So and he was the former chief of naval staff under the Buhari administration. So the fight that Wike is embarking on now, that is taking on now, is actually a fight against the corrupt system of the Buhari administration, the sharing of the national space amongst them. So that's really what's going on.
we felt that there are a lot of delays, suits, litigations. We said, no, we will continue with that. You send this to them, start beating government officials. Not private, government officials, beating them. Senior government officials, you are beating. You couldn't even say, okay, let me get to the minister. See how they can help us, No, nothing like that. Simply because you had a relationship with the military. And government cannot enforce laws because you are attached or you had a relationship with a particular institution. Or you come from a particular place. Who does that? Who does such thing? How would this country progress? Okay, assuming the land is their own, assuming, don't not consider land their own. You will build without building approval. You will build without.
And by the way, if you want to come in, come in. The link is in the comment section. If you want to share your opinions about this particular subject matter, come in. The link in the comment section.
Building approval. And these are people who travel overseas. Some of you who have the opportunity to stay overseas, who don't have the opportunity. Even when you have a deal that they are backyard, you can't even go and extend. You must seek approval from the cities. These are people who are complaining Abuja master plan has been distorted. Now the government has come to put a stop. So look, we have to comply with the rules. We have to comply with the rules. Nobody wants to do that. You Ghana people, they write all sort of junks in newspapers. Wike did this, Wike did that. Wike shouldn't have done that. Wonder why did they talk to him? I represent president as a minister. So if, for example, if you are doing something, a minister arrives, you cannot have that decorum, that respect to say, sir, I will get back to you, sir. Can I call my order? Let me see how this matter will be resolved. Nobody talks about that.
Yes. For all that Wike did wrong, is actually exactly right there. That officer, he may be an officer, but he's certainly not a gentleman. He is ill-bred and ill-trained. The aggressive, condescending tone that he was using to talk to Wike, and Wike is exactly right. Oh, Wike is standing instead of the president whenever Wike stands, because it's a federal minister of state appointed by the presidency to speak on his behalf, on its behalf. So wherever Wike stands formally in the course of his duty, is standing as a representation of the government. And the arrogance of that is the entitlement of the North. By the way, we have to speak to that. Is the entitlement of the North. An officer Yerima from Borno State is the entitlement of the North. Wike is telling you to stand down, a representation of the presidency, and rather than you pick up the phone and call your boss and say, Oga, I've got a minister of state here trying to stand me down. What do I do? Please, sir, speak with him. Rather than do that, you are battering words with a Wike, using your size to try and intimidate him, and carrying weapons to try and force him back. So that officer needs to be disciplined. It needs to be disciplined.
Security men, he said, bloody police, who are this bloody police that will talk to you? You say you're a commissioned officer. To God be the glory. Oh, thank God. But it is the same government officials that you are beating. They are the ones who made you to be commissioned. It is the same government officials that you are beating. You are not beating private people. These are government officials carrying out legitimate assignment. legitimate. They are not private people. You are not dragging land with any private person. But assuming though not considering that they are private people, is that why you should?
You know, it is this system. There's an elephant in the Nigerian room that has been there for so long, we failed to address it. The elephant in the Nigerian room is an elite entitlement. There's an elite entitlement within the Nigerian space that considers that the rules and regulations do not bind them. And this is what we're seeing in this particular instance. Is that sense of entitlement. You have bought something illegally, you are trying to purpose it in a way that contravenes our city statutes. The city steps in to stop you from doing it, and you hold them at gunpoint. So that's the elite entitlement right there that considers that the rules are not applicable to them.
Should deploy the military. Assuming though they are, what is that? You see a whole director, deputy director, senior government officials. It does not occur to you that look, let me run back, see how I can resolve this matter. Okay, what about those people who are not connected? So how do we implement? How do we carry out enforcement? So it will suit anybody. The government officials will go to civilians or ordinary Nigerians to enforce rules. But when you are related to a particular institution or you have a relationship with a particular institution, government officials cannot implement rules. Is that the kind of country we want? Nobody wants anything. Everything is, I've told everybody who cares. Even when you are working with me, you will not be here forever. Perfect your document. You don't know who's coming tomorrow. The mere fact that nobody did that yesterday does not mean that somebody will not do it tomorrow. Does not mean. Even if I want to help you, I should be able to say, listen, I will not be here forever. Therefore, I have to perfect the document. So when I leave, you will not have yourself to be blamed. That's what reasonable people do. I read what one former Yoruba staff wrote. He cannot tell me of decency and this. He cannot teach me. This was the same man who came to direct the GOC to rig me election 2019. He couldn't rig me. He lost. He told the GOC that he should kill me. I couldn't be killed. He became agent in the APC primary for one of the presidential aspirants. He became agent. Look at the rank. Becoming a polling agent. He lost. He's the one correct that the minister did this and that. I mean, I've never seen people like this.
He's talking about Burutai, by the way, who wrote a very long essay criticizing Wike's conduct and inviting him to apologize to Nigerians and especially that officer. But then, of course, the history between Wike and Burutai, they go long and they go deep. And part of the history is what Wike is referencing there.
I have no regret of my political opponents. I want not to make them have sleepless night. Whether you're in PDP, whether you're in APC, whether you're in ADC, my business. I have no regret supporting President Tinubu. And I never hit my intention. Shall I continue to do it? So if you like, write anything you want to write. In as much as I know, I'm standing by the side of the law. If you like, bring every ethnicity, coloration in your business. According to that, I mean, anybody should know. I mean, you see a young man, yes, a commission, so yes, me, I'm a minister, but representing Mr. President. That alone should have given you that decorum. Ah, no. But you choose to challenge the minister and the president. And then you think that I'm not a human being, I have no emotions. You're carrying out an illegal job. When people say order, do you need to carry out an illegal order?
I think it was in a previous submission that Baba referenced the Nuremberg trial when the people from the Second World War, the people responsible for the atrocities of the Second World War, they were all saying they were acting on instructions, and it was established then at the Nuremberg trial that at claiming that you are acting on instructions or on the command of a superior officer, that is no longer enough an excuse. You cannot act on an illegal instruction was what was established as the precedence in law then. So even saying that that officer was acting on instructions is not sufficient enough to save him, because if the instructions are illegal and they flout the law, then the officer is duty bound to reject the instructions.
When you are, if you are an officer, you are doing something that's illegal, even if it's a legal order given to you, but that function you are doing is illegal. Police was built here under high tension. Police, even as an institution, not private. They arrested our officers. I said, wow, I went there by myself. Look at high tension. Even if they are worse enemy, you will not encourage that. And I said, no, you can't continue to do it. It's not good. And I educate. And I said, look at the documents. He said, you didn't know. They should obey it. An institution, not as private individual. Nobody will respect law. Nobody will do anything. Even when you take action, I'm aware my coming as a minister, people were opposed to it. Yeah, but I'm here. And I never one day knew that I was the minister of the FCT. I was a minister before, but I never knew I was the minister of the FCT. I would do my job without looking at anybody's face. I will not go. You were here when ASU went to Senate. ASU said part of their conditions of going on strike that they should tell the minister to leave the University of Abuja land. I have I not seen the Navy on national television that they should tell the minister to leave their land. I have not seen the Navy. Carrying like, what have I done? See, this is the country you are in. And what was the problem? How can a university say they have 11,000 hectares of land? The whole of Lagos is how many thousand? When the Minister of Education called me, I said, my brother, you tell me. We are checking. The whole of Lagos is how many hectares? He found that Lagos is only about 300 something hectares. I said, 11,000. He said, yes, my brother. The former minister, he said, no, you can't do this. The former, not to me. This is what I met, former minister. And I carried out what was that. Oh, we can do it. We can want to take our land. The land will take it away.
All right, so it goes on for another half an hour thereabout, but because of the pressure of time, let's start having conversations. We've got Larry with us at the moment. If anybody else wants to join, please join. The link in the comment section. So Larry, Wike comes out to defend his position, and for all that I disagree with Wike calling that officer an idiot or whatever, Everything else, you cannot fault him. So what are you making of Wike's press conference, which I suspect you would have already seen anyway? Larry.
Yeah, good morning, Woman. How are you, sir? Yeah, I saw a snippet of it, and everything Wiki actually said, we all know that he's saying the truth. I think a lot of people that do not really know about land system in Abuja might not really understand the rot that Wiki is trying to clean. At least for me personally, I'm very, very used to that, right? I know exactly what has actually happened in Abuja. And it didn't just start today. It started right during the days of El-Rufai. El-Rufai tried to do a little bit of cleanup, but it became worse, you know, during the days of Bala Mohammed. And that was when everything that the minister was doing at that point, was sharing lands. It got bad during the date of this other Abdullah Mohammed, this Buhari guy. So we can now come in now to regularize things. The Abuja master plan, very sweet master plan, but because a lot of things has actually happened. If there was a time in Abuja that the only business that people do is to sell lands. And at that point, all you see everybody doing at that point, if they are not in AGs, they are in FCDA, all you see with everybody is just paper allocation, R04, everybody just have it. And at that point, you could actually see a single land, like 4 people claiming R04, or probably they go behind you, remove your name. They've done it to me several times, right? I've lost a lot of lands in Abuja, but I'm beginning to recover them with, now. So we need to also ask ourselves one thing. You see, the problem I have with Nigeria is just that we have a lot of people. So, and it's just not the individuals. In most cases, it even goes down to the media houses. And, tell you ask yourself, do they even do any research? Do they even do any investigation to really understand the exact thing that is actually happening? Because the easiest thing to do and to get the views is to just go on there, turn yourself to a rumor TV station, push a lot of rumor, things that are not really right, and thereafter come back and, try and clean some of the rubbish that you've done. Yeah, people said, oh, probably Wike shouldn't have, insulted the guy. Yes, I understand. He shouldn't have done that. But he's human, right? He has his own emotion too. Right. And the guy there, right? So people just see things at that point. But do people really know things that have happened prior to that day? Prior to that time, even the guy, when he was talking to, I think probably was talking to the chief of defense staff, part of why he said they had to mobilize, they said police are harassing people. How will police be harassing people? Obviously, you people are doing what is wrong. And it is the duty of the police to come there and stop you. But what did you do? You felt, oh, because police are harassing. It's not even because Wike is coming. So the guy basically said, oh, because police are harassing people and they had to mobilize to that place. And that's the shame. And I've said it severally. You can't be talking about, oh, Nigeria has a problem, and you keep applauding things like this. Impunity here and there. And probably because, oh, Wike, I've seen a lot of people come out, and each of those people that have come out, majority of them have 1 or 2 political, things with Wike, which is obvious. Right? Or probably, people that are coming from the fact that, oh, from ethnicity and stuff like that. And you've also seen some people that are bold to even say the truth, that even though, yeah, they do not really agree with some of the words that Wike use, but they still need to say the truth. And the truth is just the truth. We can't run away from it. If you look at most of the lands, particularly if you leave Gadua alone, it's not even only Gadua, from Lugbe down to the airport, to the airport, what did they do to those places? A lot of Tozu, this one will hijack, this one will come back, and it's a lot. And that's exactly what has actually happened in that space. Even after that, if you get to if you get to what's this place called? This place where we have this immigration headquarter. After that side, down to all these Zuba and all those places, you see all this military zone. Oh, this is military, this is military. And in most cases, go and look at some of those things. It's just being shared by people. They just share it to themselves. And I also saw some people came out and said, "Oh, Wike collected land from 30 generals and all those things." Wike didn't and people do not understand. Most of the things Wike is doing, it's not like Wike just wake up one day, right, and just start doing all those things. The president himself wants him to do it because there has to be a lot of regularization that has to come into FCT. Places that are meant for green areas were allocated to people. And in most cases, when you look at what most of the things that Wike is doing it based on some of the denials. What happened? In anywhere in the world, every area, every zones have what that place is being designated for. And if you want to change that, you still need to get approval. And if you do not get approval, you don't go ahead and keep doing what you want to do. And that's exactly what happened here. A place is meant for a green area. They gave it to you, or make this place a green area, probably plant some grasses, make it look nice, probably you can do it like probably people come for recreation and everything. Probably that's what that thing is meant for. That's where the company makes their money. And the company now went back and said, no, we don't want to use it for green area. I want to turn it to residential. And they rejected it. And rejecting that, the company went ahead and started selling. Is that not even criminal offense? Because basically, we applaud a lot of rubbish in Nigeria. Basically, because if it happens to people who do not like, and I understand why there's a lot of hatred for Wike. It's obvious, right? Some people, there are some part of people that believe that Wike was the one that stopped their presidential candidate from winning election. There are some people that feel like Wike is just getting powerful. There are some people that believe that FCT is not supposed to be for a southerner. Even with everything they did, right, bringing the religion thing, pushing a lot of propaganda, the president still retain him there. And there are some people that believe that they own Abuja, right? They own the lands in Abuja. It's been given to them, even without paper or anything. They've got it, and Wike is coming now to tell them that everybody has to do the right thing, follow the thing, and they feel that, Wike is too small for that, right? And Wike is going ahead with it because that's what the president wants. We cannot afford to turn Abuja to another Lagos. That's just obvious. Till today, if you talk about any place that you want to go to, that you see a lot of green areas, you at least you feel relaxed. It's still Abuja. So if we're not believing that Abuja will turn everything to real estate springing up here and there without any planning and everything, that's not really what an Abuja that I want to live in, right? And in terms of what Wike has actually been doing, I can tell you the land system in Abuja, and now it's been easy to even get C of O here. Nobody. I've been buying land since the days of El-Rufai. I have never got it so easy. Because this guy, if you apply for C of O today, maximum in 1 month, if you do the right thing, you get your C of O. If your land is legitimate, they do the search, they do everything, you do not have any problem with it, which has never been the case. Doing the other ones, right? All you do in that time is you still need to bring director of land needs to collect money from you. You go from here, you go from here. So people can say whatsoever they want to say. I see a lot of people, even in Rise TV, people that previously had issues, they feel that this is an opportunity for them to lash out at him, like, Wike this, Wike that, and at every point, and all those people, and it amazed me, right? They're not even talking about the problem that we are seeing here. Because we have a bigger problem, and that bigger problem is abuse of power, abuse of officers, and our military even doing things that are not right. Even if you look at, the army guy, he said some things there. Why will I be talking? Police will be talking. And I ask myself, that place you are is the legitimate duty and the legitimate place for the police to do their job. We are in America here. No matter how much you're a military guy, right? That doesn't stop you from, if you do any little thing, right? You get arrested. People say, oh, in America, people respect the military. People respect the military because the military in America, we do not condone the military if they do anything that is wrong. We don't condone them and applaud them. That is why we respect them. We respect the military because the military are doing what they are supposed to be doing legitimately. We do not respect the military because I was watching a video yesterday, right? MC Oluomo was going, you see a lot of all those military guys. And I asked myself, how do I respect this kind of military?
Let me help you, Larry. Have you forgotten during George Floyd time when one captain, black captain in Georgia, was pepper sprayed by a policeman because he disobeyed traffic order?
Yeah.
He was in uniform.
Yeah. And that is a country where things work. And that is why we respect them. So if you think by respecting military is probably some military guy, bring guns and everything, because the respect, people do not understand what they mean by respect. The respect in Nigeria for the military is more of a forced respect. Because people believe that, oh, the military, it's all about guns. You don't go, and I don't blame people. It's psychological. Because it's the kind of trauma they've seen in the hands of the military that make the military force that respect. Not because people really want to respect them for what they do.
Larry, let's talk about repercussions, and then we move the mic around a bit. So now this presents as a teachable moment within the Nigerian space. So lessons have to be learned from this and repercussions. So what lessons are you suggesting should be learned from this, and what repercussions should happen, and on whom?
Okay, in terms of lessons that needs to be learned. So I think let me start with the minister. And I've said it here, right? The only thing I blame the minister for is not allowing the commissioner of police to do his job. Because it's to be him being behind the commissioner of police, right? The commissioner of police is supposed to be in front. If the minister is now behind the commissioner of police, ensuring that the commissioner of police is able to enforce that law, it makes more sense to me. And there's nothing anybody can tell me that the military can take the duty of the police. That's for the minister. And in terms of on the minister side too, what is going to happen, to that land? That man cannot build that land. No. Except the president approve redesign of that place. People can cry, they can shout, they can do all sorts of things they want to do. Except there is an approval for redesign of that plan, the plan of that place. That man cannot build that place. And in terms of another thing coming to the military, I think in terms of repercussion of this, it opens the military more. Not at a time when we need the military to be more responsive. And it's also a shame, again, to us as a country, where the only time we applaud our military is when they've done something illegal, something wrong, particularly at the point where a foreign country wants our military to take charge of the security of that country. And even after all those things happen, there were still kidnappings yesterday. There are still a lot of other things. And at every point, we kept applauding, lawlessness. So for me, the minister is doing his job. I've seen a lot of people come out and say, oh, Tinubu should remove him. Tinubu will not remove him. Whatever you want to say, do whatever you want to say. Tinubu will not remove Wike. Because I've seen some people using this particular thing to look for a way to get at Tinubu. And each of those people, their space, I know where they belong to. If you are ADC and you've tried everything, you feel this is, Wike should get out. No, Wike is not going to anywhere. He's doing a good job. The president respects him. The president applauds him for what he's doing. And he's been able to even say it publicly that he loves it, that he wants everything Wike is doing is basically what the president wants him to do. There has to be clean up of Abuja. FCT has to be clean. A lot of illegality that's been a norm in Abuja has to be taken away. The minister, fine. Probably the president can talk to him. Yeah, take it easy, minister, and probably use the security agencies to fight some of your battle. So that's what I think in this case. Thank you, Woman.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put. And I'm glad that Larry went first because Larry has lived a long time in Abuja. Like he's just said, he's heavily invested financially in terms of property in that space there. So he has some sort of deep understanding of the particular subject matter. So we start to do 5-7 minutes monologue just to move it around quickly. We go to Africa next, who usually comes under Al. So Al, good to see you. Al. All right. Whilst we are waiting for Al, we go on to Kenny. Kenny, Bowney.
I'm back. I'm sorry. I apologize. My bad.
All right, brilliant. Let's hear from you. 5-7 minutes.
Okay, no problem, Woman. Well, first of all, yeah, I respect everyone's opinion. Looking at it again from the outside, without any bias, between Northerners, Southerners, this tribe, that tribe, or basically from a forensic point of view. If you look at the tape, because it's there for everyone to see, it's not just speculation. The honorable minister, well, I shouldn't really call in anyone that behave like that, regardless of what position they have in government. You must be deluded to think they're honorable because they're not being honorable. I mean, it's simple. Fact is, when you work as a top minister like that, you should have procedures in place. You shouldn't be putting yourself in harm's way. Because remember, Nigeria is at war. When you have a government, civilian government, look at throughout African history. When you have a civilian government in a war's times of war, when these military guys are engaging in battle, it's a very fragile civilian government. That government could fall anytime. To me, I'm coming in as a different angle, and I think the guy, from the day when I came on this platform, I said, I don't like him. I don't think he's any good for the president. He behaved badly. He insulted the guy. He's a man. He's more of a man than Wike. I think Wike is a boy. He have humiliated himself. To be honest, if it's a guy that have any bone left in his back, I would just resign. Because how can he show his face after that for the whole world to see? I mean, I saw the Nigerian head of police came and criticized him, and also, send an order to the police not to ever be allowed to be used in that such way. So that actually disqualified anyone that think Wike is right here, because the police themselves have came out.
The IG never said that. Those are fake news. No, it's
no,
fake news. We know those that are carrying that news. No, I'm just trying to tone you down so you don't believe in that rubbish.
Okay,
that's a lie. The IG never said that.
No, he said police should not be used.
No. The IG never makes statement. Until tomorrow. So skip that, please. Thank you.
By any high authority officer, minister that will use the police against the military is definitely, first of all, should be disqualified. Whatever position they held in government, because basically now you are having two authorities fighting one another. So you are actually instigated by his action. Not only he have, it's going to cause a rift between the military and the government, 100%. Because now the military is gaining more support by a minor little issue that could be solved by him sending enforcers. You cannot be a minister and be an enforcer, going out there bullying people. This is what we get. This is what led Africa behind. You have to have procedures. You should have companies and people in place to do this sort of job, not driving there yourself and actually trying to use the police against the military. That's actually irresponsible. Number one, I don't know why Tinubu is still holding on to the guy. I want him to have a second term, and because of the Trump and this Islamic issue, Tinubu would have nothing to lose by getting rid of him, because he already got to regain his block again. He have regained the north. He have regained. He's gonna keep his own base in the southwest. He do not need Wike. He should get rid of him now, because he's gonna create more problem. And mark my word, if this guy continue, you will have another military coup, and he will be successful. You should be careful. Police and military, they cannot be used against one another. I've been in countries where so many coups happen. You probably guys young enough or older than me to know, or to live under military regime. That's the last we want, in a civilized world. But the way the guy is carrying himself, he's gonna get some of these officers, agitated and feel, the populist and actually take action. and that's not the thing we want in Nigeria. You should get rid of him. He's a very bad politician. He haven't done the president any favor. He's actually created more harm than good for the presidency. Yeah, sorry, you was going to interject.
Yeah, can I ask you a question? Number one, let me ask you something. Are you a Nigerian?
Yeah. No, I say I'm looking at it from the outside.
Okay, you're looking. So you're looking at it from the outside. So let me say something as a Nigerian to you.
Yeah.
Right. You said if the president does not remove Wike, there might actually be a military coup and it will be successful. As a Nigerian, and I'm telling you this now, right? I do not know the country you come from, right? There will not be any military coup in Nigeria.
I hope so. Thank you. I hope your prayer answer.
That's exactly why I need to push back, right?
I hope so. I hope not.
Probably military coup is successful in your country, but as a Nigerian, and I'm telling you this as a Nigerian, we don't go to that area.
Good. That's a good thing. That's what I like about. That's one good thing I like about the political.
Don't push military coup for us, right? And if
I'm not.
You said there will be. I'm picking from what you said.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. If the president does not remove Wike, there will likely be a military coup. And
likely.
And you said it will be successful. So please take that back.
Likely.
And that
I'm ready.
Wait. No. We don't go past that area.
Okay.
That to be successful that you said. You are not in Nigeria. You do not know what the best thing for us.
No, it's a political.
Yes.
People have studied politics. When you study, people have studied politics.
Take that statement back.
Okay.
People can work in your country. You can believe that it will be successful. That's your country.
Yeah, I've worked in a lot of countries in this. Yeah. Okay. Let me. I had your interjection.
We do not have anything to do with military coup.
That's the reason why I raised it, because I don't want nothing to do with it. I want nothing. Yeah, I want nothing to. I always been advocating for democracy. I think I rather be under a bad democratic system than being under the military coup. That's my opinion, and that's always been my my take on it. And I don't want it for you guys. But all I'm saying is, when you study within a lot of the politicians in the sub-region in West Africa, what amount to a coup, there are little problems like that between the authorities. When politicians are set in one force against another force, and then basically it's caused agitation. You don't need a minister like that. You need someone who will be on top of the game, who actually have integrity. That can actually. The man haven't got integrity. That's the reason why the guy actually haven't barged. If he was another minister, I reckon he probably would have
He does not have integrity, right? And it's kind of like surprised. It's kind of like surprising to me.
It's because of how you spoke.
How much? No, wait. How much do you know Wike?
I see.
And
okay.
How much do you? Because
no, can I? But I'm just saying. Okay. You asked me. I don't. Okay. Wait. What I'm saying, but based on what I've seen from outside, because I just listened. Sorry, man. I just listened to his press conference. Right. He said.
Listen to him. You said you listened to his press conference. You said a lot of things here.
Yes. Okay. Now let me just finish. As a minister, someone that actually deals with government services, you don't boast of people contacting you directly to solve their problem. That's corruption. That's illegal. Legally, that's. I don't know what school you went to, but I went to school enough to know what the law is. It's law of governance. A law of governance. You don't do favors. You don't do. I listen to it. That's what I'm trying to say to you. I'm actually.
Wait. No.
You're trying to be. No, you're trying to derail the conversation. You're trying to derail the conversation.
No.
Larry, why don't you ask him which country does he come from? Let's know his country first.
Yes, okay. You may want to respond to that, and then let him carry on, just so that we can move it around.
He's a Sierra Leonean. He's a brother, West African brother. He's a Sierra Leonean and a Fulani. Yeah, he's our brother.
Do they have democracy in Sierra Leone or the military?
It's democracy, of course.
Okay.
All right. Sorry. Whilst I have this window, let me play you this clip. I think this is what Al was referencing about the Inspector General of Police. So I'll play this clip and then you wrap it up in about 2-3 minutes, Al, and then go to Kenny.
Okay.
Let me reiterate without ambiguity. The Nigerian police force is not and will never become an enforcer for private interests. Officers have no business escorting parties for land recovery, disrupting legally existing occupations, or meddling in civil claims without a demonstrable criminal element. Every such incident erodes the neutrality of the force and opens us up to disrepute. The line must
Stop
be
it there,
clear.
man. That's
And any
enough.
officer who
That already
crosses
answered my
it
question.
will face disciplinary consequences.
Now let me tell you this particular video.
No, listen. I don't have time to twist the truth. Yeah,
This
I
particular
don't have
video,
time for it.
That's why
Yeah.
he always looks for facts, right? This particular video has been done before the PPK incident. So when people quickly, the problem I have with the social media is this, right? It is easy to go and bring something, do some cut and join without any facts. The IG did this before, not even now. This is over a month.
Okay. But anyway, my second point is, yeah, what the reason why I said about integrity is because my man live on his press conference, I'm going to say this and I'm going to jump off. He said the other former military officers who had issues with land contacted me directly and I solved their problem. They didn't do what this other former naval staff did with sending military to defend the land. That is illegal. They shouldn't be contacting him to solve problem. This is why Africa is behind. They should be going through the due process, just like everybody else. So basically, you are actually, by accepting what Wike is doing, is actually building elitism in a state of democracy. See, this is why I got a problem. All right. So that's my point. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say, because these are the steps that military officers will see, and also like all the cocktail that adds up, and obviously the populism and stuff like that make them want to think twice. Okay, and that's my opinion. You know, people can say what they like. I don't come here to beg friends. You know,
Can I?
No. We just have to move it around. No, it's taking too long. Let me just move it around. But Al's last point, I'm not sure that I entirely disagree with you, Al. They cannot be doing land deals through the back channels.
Thank you, sir.
Because I don't have the phone number of Wike now. So who do I call when I'm in disputing land? So they,
Thank you very much,
Jordan, Juma, everybody, they should go in conformance with due process and law.
Brilliantly said.
So if I'm in dispute, am I able to call Wike? I'm not able to call Wike now.
No.
So nobody should be advantaged in
No, let's not.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And one man, this is the reason why I come in the show now and again, even though we disagree, but sometimes we got it.
They call Wike because he holds an office. Right?
Wike will. I want Tinubu to succeed because I always like the guy. Yeah, but I don't think he's a good guy for him. Right?
Don't sugarcoat it. You want military coup. We do not support military.
You think I want military coup?
Yes, because
you don't know me. You don't know me. You don't know me.
Give military coup to me alone.
All right, leave the military coup.
One man know me long enough. How much I argued against it. Thank you.
Let Larry make that point, and then we go on to Kenny. Just to move it around. Larry.
Yeah. So one man, let's not mix things up. Calling Wike, it's not because they are calling Wike because he's Wike. Wike holds an office, and that office is in charge of administration of lands. If you have a problem, the office you address it to, you don't address it to Wike as a personal person. You address your problem to Wike's office. So him saying they called him, not because it's Wike, but because Wike holds an office. And because they respect the office he holds. So rather than doing all sorts of things because they have the power to do it, they would rather go to that office. So
but you're missing the point Al is making.
No, Al is making
forget Al. But the point. The point is, if they have any contention on land matters, there's a process that addresses it.
So what is the process?
Whatever law binds whatever it is that they need Wike to intervene in, then they should go through whatever process that law requires. not to go through the back channel to go and speak to Wike,
Thank you,
because
sir.
the average person doesn't have that leverage, you know.
Okay, so that
So they are weighing Wike to their advantage on something that is contentious, and they have legal routes, you know, that they can follow to. No, it's an abuse of power now. There's
okay. Now
no
let
other
me
way
tell you
around.
something.
But one
Let me
man, that's the one of the benefits of elitism, and
let
that
me
happens everywhere in the world. But
let me
why are we
tell you
deceiving
something. Let me
ourselves?
tell you
One
something.
man, may I just take about 15 seconds to ask you a question?
Let me just tell you something. You can try it today, right? In FCT, do a normal formal letter, address it to the office of the minister, FCT minister. Look for a land, pay the normal money that you're supposed to pay, 10,000, and within 5 days, if you do not hear from the minister's office, then that shows that you as a normal person does not have direct access to the minister.
Yeah, but that's the process now. You don't hear from the minister. You hear from a standardized response. But
One
what?
man, do you expect OBJ to go to this reception in FCT office for
No, not
land
personally.
matters?
Not personally now. But his agents can.
You can
His
send
agents can
agent.
now. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
When he can reach the top person and solve his problem, whether
But
favorably or
yeah,
unfavorably,
but that's an abuse.
it's not an abuse. No, it's a process. It's a process, in my
I give up.
considered
I give up.
opinion.
I give up. I give up. This is
Why?
begging for corruption.
Why? Because whether we like it or not, we have elite, political, military, or otherwise, or royalty in every country of the world that are privileged, serving or retired, and they have to be accorded that respect.
One man, what happened to Angela Rayner? What happened to the other one in the UK? Remember what happened? Did she trying to rent a flat and not register
Indeed,
it?
she lost her
But
job
she
over
was
that.
that was flagrantly that was hypocrisy. Now that Reina was just being an
Yeah,
hypocrite, you know.
yeah, exactly.
No, but that's different. That's what
No,
ultimately
no,
because she was trying to
no.
pass a law. She was trying to
How is
pass a
it
law.
not?
She was trying to pass a law, okay, and she had authority trying to pass the law, but she was trying to circumvent the law herself. That's flagrant hypocrisy.
That's part of it. That's part of it. Also, you actually also break some of the rules and the laws. So obviously, that's what got rid of her. Yeah, but
all right. All right,
yeah,
let's
so I'll
move
let
it.
you off.
Let's move it round. Kenny comes up next. So Kenny, quite a contentious matter. Wike coming out to explain, but he actually creates more confusion, exposing Danjuma and Obasanjo as backdoor channel, you know, merchants and all that. So let's hear from you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Baba, Larry, and the rest of the panelists. Mr. Larry, let me
Alakia, Kenny.
Baba, àgbáyé àdàlẹ́ sà. Ẹ ṣe
Ami,
gan ni sà.
Ami.
Ẹ ṣe gbogbo gbà gbogbo. Ẹ ṣe gan ẹ dúpẹ́ máa ń gbádùn yín gan bàbá.
Thank you so
Larry,
much.
let me say this to you. Let me first of all appreciate your courage, your sagacity, and your spoken word as well. I appreciate you because you are true Yoruba and you are true Nigeria. I will not respond to that guy because when we are discussing Nigeria, I don't think you have business in putting out in what we discuss. You know what I mean? If you want to discuss, nobody says you should not come to the platform. Bring your country. Let's discuss about your country as well. And if you wish Nigerians should military should take over Nigeria, I think you should wish same thing for your own country. Your country, you have issues there. Go and face that. That's what I'm going to say in regard to that. So no one should come and tell us that military junta should come and take over Nigeria, or you wish, even if you think in your mind, you know what I mean, you should take it back. See, if you point four fingers to someone, the rest of it is for you. I love my nation. I live through military Nigeria. I don't wish them to come back. That's my response to you, Mr. Carl. And for those that are supporting the useless military people in Nigeria, go buy them one on one. I'm not apologetic. I mean, in saying that. Woman, why am I saying this? Yeah, Wike might have his own issue. He might have his own anger issue. You understand? Don't look at the bottle, look at the content. See, what that guy did to Wike that day is actually assault on Mr. President. because Wike is representing Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu because it's an appointee of Bola Ahmed Tinubu in that space. Even Asiwaju himself he normally joke. He call Wike my landlord. You understand? And Wike has every right to be in that particular place. So for the Arise TV, for Abati and the rest of them that are coming out and talking rubbish, see, there is a say in Yoruba land. Wọ́n máa ń sọ̀rọ̀ kan pé oyè tó kanra wò ó ń bọ̀ wọ kanra ẹ̀dẹ̀. Kùkù òjò tó mì orí èmi kankan ló máa fọ́ sí tójò bá rọ̀ when rain fall it's going to fall on every one of us. The rest of them that they are happy now, which is disgrace, they are doing all sorts of things. You understand? One day it's going to be your turn, and your own will be worse than what this guy did to Wike. That guy is actually what. See, if you go by rank, one man, that guy is below. He's not in any level with Wike. I don't want to talk about the mistake. Wike has got no problem. That guy is not disciplined. Number one, he's not well trained.
Sorry, Kenny. Let me leave you in charge. Go run a quick errand. Baba after you. Mr. Triumph next. Peter will be after that. It's not all the time that Mr. Triumph likes to speak, but if he wants to speak after Baba, then Peter will be. But floor is yours. You take charge. Yeah.
Okay. No worry. Okay, because one man has stopped me now. I'll not continue what I'm saying. So
no. Continue your own submission, no, because the room is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So where I was, I lost my thoughts. Okay. So Wike is actually a mouthpiece of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and that guy, if you look at his ranking in military, he's just number one. Is 1 star or something. And if you look at the position of Wike and just suppose that with the ranking of military, is below Wike. The guy is not disciplined. His father and his mother is not well trained from home. He has no home training. Because if it's well cultured, a minister of FCT is talking, and you are pointing finger. You are pointing finger at him that you have right, and he's even please go and watch the video. He's making claim to be like he's the owner of the land. We just say where's the property? He say I have the property. We bought the land legitimately. You know, the guy actually is a fool, the way you can call him. He's actually a fool. You know, you left your own duty. They post you to go and protect a man, not you not turn yourself to be an agbero fighting for land. You turn yourself to be a vigilante fighting for land. That's not what we pay him to do. We pay him to protect the life of the ex-military man. And you are not saying you are taking order from the military man. How can you say you are taking order from someone that already become a civilian? It's not my military.
Yeah, it's not my military, it's civilian.
Yes, it's not my military. You are a civilian. You are not saying you are taking order from him. It's a shame on the military. It's a shame on those that defend him, because it's actually a slap on the Nigerian military for your military man uniform to become a guard, a megad. It's actually a megad. That's what I call him. It's a megad. Guarding and fighting for land. Even Oluomo, you cannot find Oluomo in that kind of place anymore. Oluomo, he has changed his way of life. But you military man, you are daggering yourself to become an agbero, fighting for land. Is that their duty? His duty is to protect and fight for the territory of Nigeria. Let's go deeper. What has he done in his life? How many terrorists has he fight in his own life? See, again, it's a shame on the policeman that just spoke just now. That he said this guy actually insulting the policeman, saying, you are not mates. He's telling the commissioner of police in Abuja, telling the man that it's not his mate.
Mr. Kenny, let's
yes,
get
sir.
All right. The IG did this interview before. And why the IG, before Wike's incident, forget about
okay. I thought it's after. Okay.
Why the IG did that self is not because of Abuja, it's because of Lagos. They are moneyless in Lagos.
Okay.
They were using police to intimidate people. All this Said in Epe, what all those guys were doing at that point. But social media, Once there is anything, everybody wants clicks, social media money. They will bring this video, even video that I hold, join it to the new one. Oh, this person has responded, even when those people have not even responded.
Okay, I didn't know. I thought it's a new video. Okay, I take that back. If it's a propaganda, I thought it was released after the man insult policeman. And for that guy to have effrontery to tell a policeman that is his boss, that we are here, I mean, see, I don't know why in Nigeria we are giving these people too much chance. Baba, let me before I come to you, sir. Something happened in the UK few years ago. Some group of Nigeria, two Nigerian guys, they pie a military officer in front of a barrack in this UK here. You know what the police what they did? They didn't even leave the barrack. They called the police to come and attend to that issue. But let's put that
Yeah,
in Nigeria.
those two Michael boys.
Yes,
I remember.
remember
Yeah, I remember that case a couple of years back. That was
exactly
horrible.
that.
Very
Yeah,
horrible.
Baba. This is why we respect them in this country. The other day, I saw one came to Tesco to come and do shopping. I pay. I said, I will pay. I pay for what he bought. He bought something of £32, and I pay for it because they respect themselves. If it's Nigeria, they will come and reinforce themselves, and they will demolish your building, and they will fight the family of that person. Is that what we supposed? Is that what we come? They need to go back to the bush. We see how people in Sambisa Forest, 5 people. We have people now. We have people in the lorry, 5 people. Why can't you go there and start fighting before pointing finger to his father?
No, he will not go because his father is a brigadier retired, so they will protect
Anyway,
him.
you see, we need to be careful of what we wish for. If you think it's actually position now because you don't like his pay, because you don't like Wike, then now you have to go against and start supporting. I hear say Atiku to buy the guy car. He bought a car for the guy.
Well, he has
Placing him
refuted
in
that.
that.
He said he did
Another
not.
propaganda, Mr. You see this
Atiku came
social
out
media
and said no,
propaganda. Atiku
nothing
did
like
not
that
buy anything.
happened.
It's another propaganda on social media.
But it's flying around. Anyway, Baba, let me stop. Let me take too much time. Baba, it's your turn now. You can speak, please, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Kenny. Salute you, co-panelists, all of you. I hope you are having a nice day. And my people in the comment section, I salute you also. And for our viewers, I hope you're enjoying this. But don't forget to click the like button whilst at it. Yes, look, the Nigerian military or West African military, they are a different breed entirely. And I think they are suffering from hangover of incessant coup plots along West African countries, because I don't think there is a West African country that has not experienced one coup d'etat or the other. So that service has been glamorized, particularly by our women and some of our elites. Nobody has not used the military negatively in a way. They are always available. Even some people in the gun eras send their children to military school to become officers just for the glamour of it. So I can understand. And that is why in Nigeria today, you cannot wear a camouflage t-shirt. You can't rock it to say you are going for a picnic or anything. They will strip you naked. While here, I can go to Walmart right now and buy myself full military kits, camo, up and down, and nothing will happen. Fela said uniform na cloth, na tailor dey swam. We over glamorize this. In a constitutional democracy, the military subjects themselves under authority of the civilian government anywhere in the world. I just mentioned when I interjected Larry a short while ago, during at the heat of the George Floyd problem in America, in Georgia, an officer just coming out of duty, going home in uniform. If I remember correctly, I think it was a traffic problem. And he was in uniform, and the policeman wants him to come down from the vehicle. He refused. He used pepper spray on him, and nothing happened. He was a Marine. He didn't pick his phone call and call a platoon of Marine to come and storm that place and become destructive. These are the problem we have. When they stormed Fela house and threw the mother out of the window, it was unknown soldier. That's where we are coming from. And people, the young ones who doesn't even know the antecedents of the military in our political life or governance will come out and talk anything, anyhow. Whether this is not about the hatred or likeness for Wike. Let us look at the problem, the malice in our society, where a retired general, 3-star general, will order an officer, a junior officer, is not just an ordinary rank person, to go and do mega job. That guy, Yerima, lieutenant, is a victim of the malice in our society. A naval lieutenant is an equivalent of a captain in the army. He's a captain in the army. If you were to be in the army and you sent him to go and do the job of a megad, that is wrong. Only in Nigeria, that kind of thing can happen. So the Yerima himself, as far as I'm concerned, is a victim. He's a victim here because I don't see the reason why people will question Wike's attitude. Yes, I don't like the vile language, the eventual vituperations between him and Yerima. Maybe he shouldn't have gone that far. But Wike has the right to be there. He issues the CFO of every land in Abuja. So the man that has the right to issue CFO doesn't have the right to be there. Come on. Let's be rational here. And I like he led the charge. His people went there, they were beaten up, driven away. And he said, okay, come on, boys, let's go. Let me go and see for myself. Let me witness this impunity that is going on. That's a boss. You expect him to carry phone and start chasing the chief of defense staff up and down to report. To report what?
He even said he called them before. He called them before, Baba.
Baba,
He called them before.
Baba, he can't be reporting a private citizen to the chief of defense staff now. The man's already a
He
private
even
citizen.
called. He even called them. They say it's got to do with them that the person is retired.
Yeah, they said it's nothing to do with them, Baba.
I mean, because it's not done anywhere. And the Yerima is saying, oh, I obey the last order. Okay, let that same man ask Yerima. Because I read just a little paragraph concerning this yesterday of the Armed Forces Act. The Armed Forces Act even stated that if a military man in uniform slaps a civilian, he will be court-martialed. Go get the Armed Forces Act. Just ordinarily assaulting. And they do that every day and get away with it. I live in an era where even if you buy a land, you have the papers, and you go there one evening, say, let me even drive past this place and see, that kind of air you
Baba,
have.
Minister.
Yeah.
Minister.
Okay.
Minister.
And you see, what you see next is there is that military zone, keep out. That's it. That's it. Military zone, keep out, and you can't do anything. If not, they will beat the hell out of you. So we use these people in my own time. And that's a hangover a lot of people who witness military era are still glamorizing. What Gambo did is wrong, morally or otherwise. Because if you have an issue with your land, the next place you go, even in issue of Omonile in Lagos, the first place you go is to go and see the Bale or the Kabiyesi to report the matter. If I have to juxtapose that to this present Wike issue, or if Wike is the Omonile or the Bale, you go to the Bale and report that this is the papers I have. In fact, that is even the problem, because I've never had any problem, whether in Nigeria or elsewhere, of land or house issue. Because as soon as I have the paper, the first thing I tell, can I check this? If we were to be in Abuja, I will go to the FCT office. I beg, make una help me look this thing. Say it's genuine. Because the person say, make I buy them. And they will tell you, okay, it is genuine, it is not genuine. That's what a rational thinking, pride thinking person should do. You quickly purchase it and you find out that it's all fake. Rather than pursue the person that sold the land to you, you now want to enforce and take it by force. It's the military psyche of the Nigerian military psyche. I don't pay, I don't pay. I don't care. It's my land already. Rather than go after the person that duped you. So we should not look at this from the hate lens of we have for Wike. He's doing his job. You can't fault him. He used vile language. Yes, I don't like that. But he has a right and authority to be there because he is a landlord of Abuja today. I don't know tomorrow morning. No.
All right, Baba. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenny.
I really appreciate you, sir. Baba, please permit me to go to the next speaker. Please, before I go to the next
please
speaker,
go ahead.
Mr. Trump, you're going to be the next, but let me ask all of you to share, like, and please let's super chat as well to support the platform. It's very, very important. One man always like to see the color in color blue or color red. But if you want to do your super chat, please don't do some kind of useless super chat, please. I beg you. And God bless you. And God will continue to bless you as well. Mr. Trump, you are the next. Please, let's hear from you.
Everybody, good day, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Baba,
Go 5 minutes, please.
Yes,
5 minutes,
sir.
sir. 5 minutes.
Okay, I don't talk too much. I only came in because of even my relatives contacted me because of what happened to our dear Minister Wike. It is a big shame to the military. They don't even know the laws. I'm a former military guy too now, here in Europe. I won't use a negative word on myself as an example. I can't even try it now. I'm a retired person already now. I cannot use my influence. I have to follow due process. There's many work. I started pitying Baba. I pity Baba. I will not lie. He has many work to do. That's the moral decay is too much. I don't know how he's going to do it. Even God will help Nigeria. God will help Nigeria. And one thing I noticed that my people are not ready for change. All the old military send them back to the barracks. No one on the street. No one anymore. For what reason? This is the job of a police. The police now. The police is hardly to see a military person on the street. It even for oh my God. But I'm not just to say too much, but I just want to make everybody know where I stand on. It is wrong for the military guy to speak to a government official. It is not done anywhere in a better civilized world. They have to know this. It is not done anywhere. Anyway, it's only in Nigeria that I know that they use military as a connection, as a power by force. By force, it's not done. Everything is under negotiation. You talk. I remember when I wanted something, the people I sent my agent in Nigeria to do something for me, the people below was using their head, trying to stalk them. I have to call Abuja. I will not lie. I called Abuja. Luckily for me, it was the boss office, one of the boss office. So the guy just called Lagos and they gave me everything that same day. You understand? Some people just abuse this. I did not even give a dime. Not even a dime. No. Not even a dime. They did everything legalized, official. At least I know that there are good people in Nigeria. Màá sọ yẹn náà ni wọ́n pọ̀, but only thing that is just the bad eggs, the little bad eggs, that's the one we are hearing. But this Lami, what's he called? I want him to be fired as an example for others. He has to be sacked. Somebody has to be a scapegoat, please. Baba FT, Wike, please, you make him to be sacked. Even his father is a retired brigadier of military. Sack the guy in his life when he goes to the in the civil war. He's going to understand how lives work. Eh? You know that in civil life is is more than the life of a military, because military life is just you follow orders. We understand, but in the civil life, you follow the rules and regulations. There is law that govern everything. Any country that anywhere there is no law and order, that's we call it jungle. Eh? Even in the zoo, they put law. Eh? You cannot put a what do you call an antelope in the place in a cage with a lion. Nah? Oh my genoni. So thank you very much. And again, have a nice day. Thank you. Bye bye.
Correct one, Mr. Triumph.
Motigbo, at least it's just painful. It is very painful when I see that people are celebrating 40. I don't know. I know that people don't like Wiki. I don't. One thing that Wiki follows the law. I know that he did it intentionally to go there with his people with the video, just to see what is going on in Abuja. It is an exposure of the military people, of the authority. The guy is intelligent. He's not a politician for nothing. He's
Problem.
intelligent. Okay, thank you very much. Take care, you
All right.
guys. I'll be at the back door. Okay, bye bye.
Thank you, my
Kenny, are you there?
Is that Simba?
Yes, sir. Good
Yeah,
evening,
go
sir.
ahead. Go ahead, Simba. I love you, friend.
Yeah, sorry guys.
Yes, sir. Good
Sorry,
afternoon,
I
sir.
was just listening to a call. Simba, Peter, be the next person to speak, please.
Okay, thank God that Baba is here. I think we are not looking at the root cause of this problem that we have with our military in Nigeria. And I think Baba made mention of it that since the military knows that they can actually overthrow a civilian government, and since the first one happened in Togo, I think we have actually given them some kind of authority that doesn't belong to them. And since then, we have overrated them. We believe that the military is actually above authority and the constitution of the country. And so it's already in our DNA. And that is why they behave in that manner that they usually behave.
Exactly.
We have seen examples. It's not limited to even, okay, we can see now it's happening to a minister. Baba, I hope you remember there was a time Abiola has an issue with Air Force in Lagos.
Are those boys that took DG to Air Force barracks in Ikeja, and they ended up saying, I think it was Nura Imam.
Nura Imam, yeah.
Yeah, Nura Imam, IBB sent to go and quench the matter, and he ended up saying why was Abiola and his son arguing with mad dogs. That's where that mad dog came into our lexicon. I remember very well.
And then since we also started involving military in civil civil
Matter.
matters, yes, so we don't actually know their boundary. No, you see people that actually supposed to know what is actually good for the country. It's like Nigerians. Sometimes that's why I don't pity an average Nigeria, because we don't even know what we wanted from that country. we use emotion. Once we don't like one person, we don't even look at critically what that person is doing. We just rub whatever emotion, whatever hatred that we have on that person, we condemn that person completely, irrespective whether he's doing what is right or not. And that is what we are doing. And every Nigerian these days don't even look at it from the merit point of it. I used to have a friend. In fact, it was part of the people that they just retired recently after the removal of this service chief. He belongs to the same class with the former Minister of Defense, and he was retired recently. We bought lands together. In fact, I was one that even is an Air Force officer. I introduced him to that land. It's a local government allocation in Ilorin, and we bought the plots that we were to buy. Could you believe that this guy extended his land beyond the one that they allocated to him? And he now went and then constructed military zone on lands that does not belong to him. And he was intimidating, but because of his rank, the local government officials. Even people that witness military rule, I don't know why they are taking side with the impunity that these military people are actually exercising. And that is why you see, even you remember Baba when El Rufai was the minister of FCT, he was doing the same thing that this was doing, because they've already distorted. They distorted the master plan of that.
Rufai even move around with bulldozer.
Bulldozer, yes. Now, just because we have a thread for Tinubu, then the APC, and then Wike is actually on the side. So whatever Wike is now doing is wrong in the eye of majority of Nigerians, just because of their hatred. And I don't know the kind of country they want to actually have for themselves. And that we have a lieutenant, for God's sake, in Nigerian Army. He's not a junior officer. Now turning that guy to a mega to go and be supervising artisans that are building a house in a country that is shadowed with insecurity.
No, let me make you this example, Simba. Do you know, as a junior officer, a captain, even the 3-star general, if they are both in a car, the 3-star general cannot sit behind and Yerima will drive him. They will both sit in the front. They will both sit in the front seat while Yerima is driving, because he's an officer also. That's how the rank works. There's someone trying to do a mega job.
Exactly. You now see Nigeria, they will say, hey, that Wike zone, his zone is even too much. Why is he doing not what he's doing? Is he doing it illegally? A plot of land that's supposed to be meant for a park. India, look at the population of India. Papa, when I was in New Delhi, I saw a lot of open spaces for recreation. You see basketball courts, they have it scattered all over the place. We don't have such, because every available space, you have to build something.
Festac is an example. Festac in 70s, different from what you see now. They build on everywhere and turn Festac into a slum.
Nigerians don't see that. The only thing they just want is that a thread in their mind. It's just, and that is what we display everywhere we go in the world.
Okay, Simba.
So whatever we are getting as people of Nigeria, I think we deserve it, because we don't even actually know what is good for us.
All right, Simba, thank you. Let's move the thing around, please. If you can hear me. Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
I think
Yes, we can hear you.
I've not spoken, no, Peter Obi, aka
Oh, okay,
okay, I'll go after you then.
Okay.
Peter Obi, yes, Peter Obi, please.
Afternoon to everybody, and good
You've got
morning
5 minutes,
to my.
please. 5
Okay.
minutes.
Good morning, afternoon, everyone, and good morning to our friends in North America. Baba, kwaso sir, kagba yin dale.
Láfíà fún ẹ o.
Yes, sir.
Are you?
Yes, sir.
Is your name Peter B again?
Mr. Ola don't dash me new name. So,
Yeah.
so, what should I do? So, Baba, you've spoken well, Mr. Triumph, Mr. Simba. The one problem I have is that Nigerians have been very vocal about the rule of law and all this kind of sentiment lately. But they then, because of the bitterness they have for Tinubu and Wike especially, they are being very selective in the way they apply the ideas of civility. And I think this is the opportunity for us as civilians, as a democracy, to break ourselves from the impunity of the military. I'm very disappointed with the statements from Buratai and some of his fellow retired generals, because what you can hear in their statement is them threatening the president and telling him, if you don't get in line, we will remove you. Essentially, that's what the statement means. Because how can you say there's one rule for military officers, both retired and serving, and there's another rule for the rest of us? Essentially, that is what they are proposing. Here is a man that is now retired, giving an order. And I was told that this man, although he's a lieutenant in the Navy, that it's an equal rank to a captain in the Army. Apparently, they are the ranking in the Navy. It's kind of funny, but it's kind of like comparable to a lieutenant, to a captain in the Army. So he's actually not a very, because a second lieutenant and lieutenant are the most junior in the Army. But he's even a bit further ahead in that. This is an individual. And apparently at some stage, you could see him when these guys were getting very hot. He was on the phone call, holding the phone call to someone. The individual that was actually on the other end of that call was the chief of defense staff. Can you believe it? These guys were getting hot in the background. He was getting distracted, talking to the individuals in front of him. At the same time, on the phone call, the individual on the other end of that phone call was the chief of defense staff. That's the level to which we have gotten in the country.
Sorry, it was the Wicked that put that call across to the chief of defense staff.
Yes, and then he handed the phone call to this Sherima.
Thank
But
you.
what I'm
Thank
trying to
you.
tell you is, at the time, when the chief of defense staff is talking to you, is in front of you, is not in front of you. If the chief of defense staff is on the moon, and you are somewhere in the middle of the earth, when he's talking to you, you will address him with maximum respect. Maximum. It's like your demigod. It's like a small god before you. After God, there's Mr. President. After the Mr. President, if you're army man, there's a chief of defense staff. I mean, I don't understand where we have gotten to in this country. And this reflects why there's indiscipline and why our military is failing to succeed.
If what you just said, Aru, is true, that the person, the chief of defense
It is now.
talk to this thing. What I know in military this thing is, as soon as he hears the CDS, what a chief of defense talk, he will stand at attention.
Full attention.
Immediately. That's why we call them zombie. Sorry to use that word. He will stand at attention as if he was in the presence of the chief of defense staff. That is the procedure. And everything will be yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's it. Carry on. Sorry for that interjection.
When they slap you, maybe the people in front of you, the should be slapping him at that point in time. He would not even flinch. He would just maintain composure, because the person he's speaking to is more important to the person in front of him in terms of authority and rank. But you are telling me that a civilian individual has given you last order. And you can see in the statement of the army, like, I do understand, like Mr. Pato said the other day, and a few other individuals. Yes, the army are there. They want to boost the morale of their officers and their rank and file. I can understand that. But that's the problem of the army, and that's the problem of the nation. We have, in fact, like someone said, Jeremiah is a victim as well. They have failed to compensate the military officers and the rank and file appropriately. They fail to motivate them the way they are meant to motivate them. If you fail to motivate them the way you are meant to motivate them, you cannot you can't then unleash them on the Nigerian populace and let them abuse and take their anger and take their rage on the Nigerian populace as without repercussion. Because that's what they are doing. They are allowing the military rank and file to take their anger out on the Nigerian populace in exchange for their lack of compensation, appropriate compensation from the federal government and the military administration. That is not our business. This is civilian rule. A military officer that breaks the law can be arrested by a police officer. So what does it mean by this bloody police officer can't speak to him? That was the commissioner of police of Abuja of the FCT standing in front of you. There are courses, development courses that are senior police officers and senior army and army generals take together. So what does it mean by the bloody police officer? What kind of nonsense is that? I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. Didn't we have police officers, senior police officers that were deployed as governors back in the days during under military rule? There were police officers that were deployed as governors. So if you're a military officer deployed in that state, would you now tell me you're not under his authority? I don't know where we're going to as a country. And Wike really revealed a lot of things in that press conference. Because it looks like that's something that's been happening in Abuja. You are allocated a land, hundreds of acres, knowing full well that in the end, your intention is to actually split the land and sell it for profit. You are allocated the land for agricultural land. The people on the land, the locals, they are chased away. They are compensated for pennies. You sit on the land for decades, knowing that your final intention is to sell the land for residential. And it looks like that has been happening in Abuja. And here is a man that is intending to actually put a stop to that nonsense. But we don't want to get behind it because we don't like his face, because we don't like his politics. Wike went there because his officers, including the director, had been assaulted there. Yerima had previously assaulted a director sent by Wike that morning. That is what angered Wike, and that's what got him to go with cameras and the commissioner of police to that place. A director in his ministry had been assaulted that morning by Yerima.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, my brother. God bless you for your passionate submission. Please, you guys are still power tapping. You are still sharing and like, please. Midwest, you are the next. Let's hear from you. Midwest, it's not there. If Mr. is not there, go to Comrade. Mr. Comrade.
I did hear. Did they hear me?
I did hear you now. Take it away, please. 5 minutes.
Yeah, the thing is that we are all Nigerians. You see, sometimes when we talk about our country, people will be thinking, oh, it's going to get better, it's going to get better. It's not a matter of law you put in place that change people. You must create that orientation about those laws. The truth of the matter is that we were coming from military era to democracy. And the society entered democracy. And since the era of democracy, we are failed to define what is called rule-based system. You understand me? It's power-based. Even Wike doing a nice job, but all around him, all I see is power. He doesn't have right to go there under normal circumstance. If you want to destroy people's house, you go to court. You don't even supposed to inspect those land. You understand me? So he will work with other various ministries, go to court, and the court will say, destroy it.
No, it doesn't need to. Wike does it, and the ministry don't need to go to court to destroy land. It's the individuals whose land is about to destroy that needs to go to court.
Nobody, you just let him land his point. You made your point.
Let me just make my point. Under normal circumstance, where I have lived, let me give you an example. I don't want to go to Europe. We have enjoyed right here. Go to Senegal. when a police officer want to arrest somebody, a military officer will keep quiet. Because when I was there, I happened to live in a military officer's house. And we became a friend. A Senegalese officer, he owned the house. My character make him my friend. And when I had a problem, I ran to him. He never hesitated to escort me there. I was believing when I was going there, I have a backup now. When he got there, he was a pure civilian. They just push him aside as a civilian like me. He was pleading with them and all those kind of things that he knows me, I'm a good person. That's all he wants to say. He has no power to demonstrate anything because these people have rule-based system in their brain. You go to Quebec, the same thing. This is Africa country. But if they want to destroy people's house, they go to court. And in those places we call primitive people, really, they are poor. The way they do things, they are not like, you can't sell one land for two people. It's not possible because of the system. By the time you want to build this house, with the bureaucratic system of grant to build house, it will pronounce that this land is a problem. If you want to pay, the same thing. So we need to really work on society, not just look at our House of Assembly. To the extent they just pass law. Even another senator is now complaining that, this thing be like rubber stamp. Imagine. So for me, Wike is exercising its own authority with power, not a rule base. If the only court now they destroy person house once you don't already build that. Under normal circumstances, wherever I've been to in the world, so I've never seen a place where a minister will say destroy house. No way. So the army himself, they were raised with mentality that they are superior than anybody. And since we enter democracy, the so-called politicians, they need the army to misbehave. They don't respect law. So you want army to be respecting law before them. They want police to break the law. They use police to break law. And you want police to respect the law? The answer is no. Everything is under command. Who has the influence? From president to the common man that has the influence. What happened in Delta State the other day, they were humiliating one king, I think last year, destroyed the whole village. Is it not an army officer that went there to go and be trying to fight people because of land? And the people retaliated. They went there, they excused the land. The president gave them power. They did not protect any people. Today, the people they arrested, they did not release them. They humiliated the king of that land.
1 more minute.
So now it gets to the minister, we are all saying they should not do. Army have power to do whatever they like. We can have power. It's just the system. If we want to change it, we must work on how to transform our country to rule based. People will know that there is law. And and the government is willing to enforce it. This is just my submission. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very
Mr.
much.
Kenny, can I have a quick rebuttal?
Well said. Midwest, well said. Everything I said earlier, but a part of, well said, Midwest. Boom.
Can I have a quick rebuttal? I'll be less than 30 seconds. It's very important.
Go on.
Mr. Midwest made an erroneous statement that anywhere in the world that an authority, a council, for instance, what we have in the UK and parts of Ireland, they have to first go to court to ask you to remove a property that does not have appropriate planning permission. That is not true. My cousin was speaking to me a few days ago. Okay, he had extended an extension in the back of his house. The council simply wrote him a letter asking him to remove the extension at his own cost, telling him if he does not remove the extension within a period, very short period, they gave him less than 90 days. If he does not remove the extension in 90 days at his own cost, he would remove it with his own money. If he does not remove it, they will come and remove it and they will charge him.
But it is similar. It is similar though.
African man, please, let me say this.
Okay.
If somebody listen to the way Midwest talk now, you think that what he's saying is actually right. You understand? If you build on an illegal land,
if you build even on your land and you don't have proper planning, forget legal.
Government does not need court order before they can demolish your house.
Yes, they already have the law backing them, telling them to remove it.
Wait, excuse me. Look, Aro, we are not talking to the same thing now. Somebody already have a house. The house is well planned. All the document is in existence. And now he decide to extend. That is a different case.
Even if you extend, it's a matter of extension. There's also a similar story in County Meath where an individual built a new house without planning. They did not have planning.
That
They went ahead to build the house,
where
and
I
the
live.
county council told them to destroy the house. They went to court.
Don't-
The court told them, "Do you have planning?" They don't have planning.
But
The main issue
Nigerian
is
law,
the
there's no Nigerian law that says that government, if you build an illegal land, if
even if it's
not
on legal land, if you build it without appropriate planning,
Even by the way, we even say different here. You said the council. Did Nigeria government recognize the council? They don't give them power.
no, FCTA is the council.
This is what
I'm saying.
The FCTA
you
is the
said
council.
earlier.
It doesn't matter. The main thing is you
What
have
you
the
said
authority to
earlier,
administer land.
what you said earlier, government does not need court order before they can demolish an illegal structure.
No, they under normal circumstances. I told you where I've been to. They need, for example,
that is your own in Nigeria. According to Nigerian law,
Not
according
even
to
anywhere
Nigerian
that
law,
has been put. Is
you
that
don't
true?
need court order. You can't be taking millions of people to. You don't need court order if you
You don't
build
need court
on
order
an
to enforce a law that's already in place.
and demolish your house.
Okay,
You don't need that. So don't say it confidently as if what you are saying.
Wait. Look at my point. Look at my point. You can still learn something from me. He is saying council. First of all, Nigeria federal
I'm not
government.
talking about. He's talking about UK. I'm talking about Nigeria.
Hold on, my brother. This is where the problem comes from. This is a minister representing federal level. You have state governors, you have commissioner of this, you have everything, all duplication. And at the end, we don't really have a clear system on how to acquire land. You go to local people, you pay. Sometimes verification is also difficult.
You are fond of saying as if. Let me say this, Aro. Every time you come on this platform, you always come with this your notion that we don't have anything in Nigeria.
You made your point, nobody objected you. Why would you think your opinion is superior to his? You made your point, nobody objected you guys.
You see,
somebody has made his own opinion, you guys are attacking him.
It's not right.
You see, the problem with our people is that
we are here to educate
Nigeria.
We are here to educate
There's nothing wrong with what he said.
Simba, hold on. Simba, hold on a moment. Please. Look, you can't educate me on this.
Hold on.
Okay. Yeah.
Midwest, please. Hold on, please. See, Wama is not here. I don't want this to be rowdy, please. Let's just give us a space.
Okay.
But if one person is speaking,
see,
you know what I mean?
Yes, see my little contribution. You see, when the society is structured
one minute after you are going to come with please.
Okay, when a society is structured on a power base, this is what you get. The federal government want to construct federal road. You don't see any document from local council that's a poor road there. It's an abuse. Let us be honest. So we must go to drawing table. The army has power to defend themselves because sometimes they go to court, they don't even have that justice. The minister himself is doing it according to what the law gave to them. You understand? Everybody's power. If the law is there, who are you going to arrest now? The army are lining up. Those who hate Wike and love Wike are supporting Wike. Those who hate him are criticizing. Those who hate army are criticizing army. Society don't supposed to be like that. Just my submission. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. Please, regardless of whatever anybody is saying, everybody have right to their opinion. I'm not a lawyer. I don't think you have a lawyer on this panel, but the law is law, and the Bible says you know the truth, and the truth sets you free. If you don't know the law, let's go and do digging and find out, and so you can know the truth about what we're talking about. Comrade, please, what says you, please?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that. Your last caution. You know, we are entitled to our opinion. Nobody is perfect here. If we were perfect, there will not be need for discussion. Everybody will be living as an island. Greetings to everybody on the panel and our audience across the globe. I just want to, like I said the other day, two wrongs cannot make a right. What happened in Abuja will have been avoided. There was no need for it. And we can also know by now, if he doesn't know that he has stepped on a lot of toes, and a lot of people are looking for every little opportunity to get back at him, I think that is not smart enough on his part. If he said people there earlier, they reported to him that certain persons could not allow them to do their job, he should know that something was, not right there. No, mobilizing, you see the people, you see the number of persons that follow Wike to a site. Is that how we spend our money? Is that how big, is that how large ministers are living? You see the number of officers, civilians, and the military that are accompanying Wike to a site. So, Before he got there, he knew there was going to be war. He was prepared for that. We should be happy that it did not escalate more than that. The officer too has his own problem, but as they say in the military, now let go there, come back another. I know they've been like zombies, as somebody said here. He said he was acting on order. To them, they wherever they find themselves, they feel they're in the barracks, because that is how they are trained. So no matter how wrong he was, but he was still able to maintain his cool. That was what saved the day. There will have been casualties on both sides. When the weekend was getting closer to the military officer, there was a DSS man that wanted to, stay in between so that to maintain a physical combat. To avoid the physical combat. We can push that man aside. Man, the problem we have in Nigeria, we all know the problem. Sometimes, sorry to use this word, we're all hypocrites. We try to pick and choose. When it suits our purpose, we applaud it, no matter how bad it is. We don't care. When it is not in our favor, either on a tribal, religious, or political affiliation ground, we try to be more Catholic than the Pope. This is the problem. And it will continue unabated. We are pretenders. We are liars. We are not good people. It's easy for us to blame our leaders. Blame this, blame that. Blame the leaders emanate from us, the kind of people we are. From the mindset we have. We are pretending in that country. And what will befall us? Nobody might be able to control it. It's going to happen. What happened to Boniface will happen to Bonileg. Because the name Boni is come out of boat. We pretend a lot in Nigeria. Even in the so-called press conference, he indicted himself. He did not just say something. He mentioned name. He called names. This one came to me. This one came to me. To do what? Probably he didn't want this one to come to him because he had the one or two beef around the corner. He has a score to settle with this one, or probably he want to make this noise so that one can come to him. What kind of country are we? The only difference between people come here to want to pretend as if we don't know where we're coming from. The only difference between military era and the civilian era is supposed to be the National Assembly and the court. As soon as the military comes to power, what they do, first thing they do is to suspend the constitution. They rule with decrees. So they are autocratic. That's what makes them autocratic. Nobody is a baby here. And nobody needs to be told all these things. When National Assembly, Brother Midres, I got my heart for you. You just made a valid point. Agbero like Oshomale also had the courage to say what we are doing is not good. We are going wrong. This Nigeria, we have lived this administration. Somebody, we don't know who is coming next. Nobody is more powerful. Nobody is superior to Nigeria as a nation. We are going wrong. The way we are going, we are becoming a rubber stamp. If National Assembly has become a rubber stamp, it's nothing different from the military. If the court is being controlled by somebody, we were here when somebody came to National Assembly to say, look at what my wife did for my party, PDP, when we were in power. We resolved this, and this. Out of impunity because my wife had the opportunity to be there. We're here to pretend every day. With the amount of fight we put into fighting those that make our life miserable. If we put that kind of effort to defend ourselves, we'll be a better nation. I rest my case. I'm working out. I'm pretty so, I don't want to go more beyond this. God bless you all. Let's continue to pretend, and it will boomerang. There's a limit to which you can push a goat. If it gets to the wall, it will reverse back and hit you. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you, comrade. Who has a question for comrade before you go? Everybody wants to back?
I do. What does comrades is we want him to address the legality and the appropriateness of the actions of Wike and the officer.
Can you give me time to do that?
Yeah.
No, that's not Kenny.
All right. I'm not a lawyer. I won't come here to pretend as if I'm a lawyer. But the one I just addressed is the way we try to cherry pick. We pick this. See, somebody was talking about Nigeria's military being lawless. So, if you say Nigerian military is being lawless, what do you say about your politician? What do you say about the impunity and lawlessness every day of your police? So, if your military is lawless, I don't know what you call your police. Your police and your politician must be certain edges from heaven. Why do we pretend this much? I'm not a lawyer. I'm not here to give it legal whatever. Even the one son brought, it was still biased. It was tailored towards his own political and tribal affiliation. So who is free in that country? The court has been hijacked. The National Assembly has been hijacked. I'm telling you from the legal perspective, what we have today is not different from the military. If the National Assembly is hijacked, has become a rubber stamp, and the senator is telling you what they are doing against the Nigerian nation, you are here trying to pretend that you have the civilian rule. You are defending yourself. I'm not that delusional. Arrest my case. I'm not a lawyer. Don't expect any legal defense from me.
All right. Thank you very much for your submission. Simba, you're next, please. On mute. Mr. Simba, Dr. Simba, my brother, how are you doing? You are there. Prince Daddy, aside to there, welcome. Simba.
Actually, I'm supposed to speak, but if you want, I could come after Simba.
Okay, no, you can speak now. You can speak anyway. Simba is not ready. You can speak, my brother.
Okay. This is exactly what I said in the beginning of the conversation, and
you got 5 minutes, okay? 5 minutes.
Okay, no problem. Okay, I said this is exactly what I was saying in the beginning of the conversation. You know, I don't come here to pander, to tell you guys what you want to hear. I'm just, giving my own wisdom, what I see, and based on my own observations from the outside. And I think, if you have a government in place that doesn't respect institutions and also setting one institution against another, which is the police and the military at the same time, it is a recipe for disaster. And at the same time, sorry?
You see, my brother, what I don't want you to do, I don't want you to gaslight us, yeah? Okay? So because you're trying to gaslight us here, I don't want that to happen. Speak to the issue, but don't gaslight us. Thank you.
No, well, I'm just speaking in any governmental term, like any institution that is that. If you're trying to be in any normal democracy, this is what I'm talking about. You don't set institution against one another. A minister or a government hierarchy, governor or a minister shouldn't be doing that. And also, according to all the lawyers and all the experts that look at the issue, they all said that the minister doesn't have right. So I don't know why people are trying to make twist the truth.
Al, where did you hear a lawyer say that minister doesn't have right? And right, what exact right are you speaking about? Expatiate on that.
Some lawyers said it's like a public order offense by insulting and standing in front of somebody. And in the UK here,
wait. What right exactly does he not have authority to enforce?
No,
what law does it have authority to enforce?
And what right does it not have? Definitely, you are not quoting Agbakoba and you are not quoting Femi Falana because we know what they said.
No, okay. So let me just one thing you guys was arguing about, like about the process.
Can you please answer the question I just asked?
Yes. Well, basically what I'm trying to say is if you look at the law, and basically how I forgot the name of the person, but he was actually he went into the military laws and the civil law, and he weighed them both together. And
no. We're not talking about what law and what authority does Wike not have the power to enforce, and what law was he contravening?
Physically enforcing a law as a minister is against anybody, regardless whether it's a military or a police officer or a civilian.
Okay,
it's not right.
What's the remit of Wike's authority? No, what's the remit of Wike's?
I just answered your question.
No, you have not. I need to answer. What's the remit of because that's I think that what you're saying is both false and disingenuous.
Okay.
What is the remit of Wike's authority?
If you are a minister, for example, in any developed world, in any under any democracy, number one, your duty is to the people that you're serving, right, and their safety. That's one of the factors, right? So he actually physically went there, he went back there, in any court of law, if you look at it, if you went into a situation where you think the situation is tense, right, you don't withdraw yourself from that situation and come back with machinery to reinforce that situation again, when you could actually cost life. You understand what I'm trying to say? So you as a government official, in any circumstances, you have lost the rights you had, regardless
Yeah,
of
AI,
whatever you
just
were
let
trying
me
to
drop
enforce.
this for you.
just talk to
AI, you said
All
in
right, okay.
civilized world. Apparently, you've not been full. Hold on, let
Any
me finish this
democracy.
point. Let me
All
finish
right,
this
go
point
on.
because this platform is very factual. If you said in
That's
civilized
exactly what
world,
I'm all for. And yeah,
wait
go
now.
on.
You say no civilized world. Have you heard of a minister called Noem? I can mention several other ministers
Well,
in the
in what?
so-called civilized world, in
Which
constitutional
country?
democracy,
Where
a
was that?
bastion. So don't always.
No, but it doesn't make it right though, is it? Legally, I'm talking
Okay,
legally.
yeah, if you put it in that frame, yes, but don't say,
Yeah,
oh,
that's the
in the
frame.
civilized
No,
world,
it is
it
even
doesn't
legal,
happen.
Baba. Wike is the minister of the Federal Capital Territory.
It does not
And Wike, of all the ministers in Wike, of all the ministers, there's a few ministers whose actual authority is documented in the Constitution. The Minister of Justice is one. Wike is one. The nature of his job and everything, and it is documented explicitly in the Constitution. Is one of those very few peculiar cases.
Which
Mr.
law?
President can make up different ministries as he wants. He
No,
can make up Ministry of Blue Marine out of the
I think
thin air.
you guys,
However, Mr. President cannot make up the Ministry of the FCT out of the blue air. It is actually a ministry that is well defined in the Constitution.
Okay.
If you buy land in Abuja today, the
I
individual
think
whose signature whose signature would actually it's like the governor. When you have governor's consent and the governor signs, when you buy land in FCT, Wike is the individual whose final signature would grant you your C of O of that land.
Yes,
So
okay.
if an individual is in contravention of a land and it is already been and there's already a dispute on the land, and that individual delegates a director to go and oversee the enforcement of the authority which they already have according to the laws of the land. Okay, if that director is assaulted, that individual who actually ultimately is the buck stops at his table according to the law. He has the absolute authority, and according to the law, he has every right to go there and enforce the law which already has been stipulated, for which he is explicitly mentioned.
Not
Like
denying,
I
not
said,
denying any of that.
Wike his ministry is one of the ministries that has an explicit law, and his ministry also his ministry is explicitly mentioned in the Constitution.
I understand that just because you are a minister or you hold those laws and those powers doesn't give you the right to break it, because that's even worse. I understand. Hang on. I understand and agree to everything that you said, right? But where the point that you're missing is, if you as a person, civilian, governor, someone that you worship, whatever you think of them, whatever you want to make of them, right? They actually gone somewhere in a situation where they realize the situation is tense, right? And they went and came back with machinery against another, against the same people. That's criminal. I don't know what's wrong with you guys, man. What's wrong
There's
with you
nothing
guys?
criminal about what Wike did.
And he went and confronted the
And they are
guy.
conflating. They are conflating morality. You are conflating morality and legality. They are two different things.
I'm talking legality.
Yes, I know. You are conflating. No. You are speaking now of morality, and you are confusing it with legality.
How is putting life in danger? How is threatening people and putting life in danger morality in any law?
Your time is up.
Oh my God. Okay, yeah.
Question: do civilians enforce law?
I want to go to
No, they don't.
Well,
that's the point.
After Peace Daddy, hold on. Can you hear me? After Peace Daddy, you can now leave it open for general conversation, please. Baba, you can come in at any time if you want. Peace Daddy, let's hear from yourself.
So, good morning. Can you hear me, guys, clearly?
I hear you clearly.
Yeah, clearly.
Okay, great. To the gentleman talking with Aurora, I think I see his point. So my question is, regardless of who has authority or power, do civilians enforce laws? I don't think so. I think if they are disregarding Wike's authority, in this matter, then he has to defer to, I would believe, the police, or if you have a land police, to come over and enforce the law. So I don't think in a democracy, at least in our society, I don't think civilians go
Wiki
to
was in
enforce laws.
tow with the commissioner of police of CT.
Which is what?
He had accompanied him to that place. The commissioner of police was with him.
Okay, okay, but
Oh, good
okay,
point.
fine.
I'm glad you mentioned that. That's good that he actually mentioned that
Yeah,
because,
okay.
yeah, thank you.
But yeah, I know a lot of things are behind well, the video we saw like a couple of days ago. I myself, and I knew there's a lot of things behind it. But to me, just
Right,
on the
right.
surface, on the surface, looking at what happened, um, um, to me, was an interplay between uh, civilian rule, democracy, and the military or military rule in Nigeria. We know, the military, they've always had power, and they have a place in the Nigerian space. They definitely do, regardless if they're in power officially or not. And somebody said something earlier. How the rule works, in democracy. I don't know the rules in Abuja, how we allocate land. I'm not sure why the military needs to have the power to allocate land. I don't know.
The
But the
military,
shouting,
Wike allocates land. The military doesn't allocate land. Wike is the one that allocates land. That is his job.
right? Okay, so was the military, the young military man that was standing his ground, so to speak? uh, what authority or power did he have to be exchanging words with the governor, essentially, that is Wike in Abuja, if he didn't have some kind of military backing or support
He
to
was
do that?
actually doing what you call illegal duties, if you want to, if you want to know, because he
Illegal
claimed that he's under order, but the individual that he claims has given him the order is actually a civilian.
Mr. Ahmad, you need to
Oh,
interject everybody. Let them flow. You're not getting another interrogation. Let them flow so it can go round. You end up interrogating everybody. Are we under cross-examination?
no, no, no.
All right, sir.
I'm getting some understanding, but okay.
Please allow him
Thank
to
you.
do that. So,
Yeah, okay. So obviously that civilian that gave the military guy the order is not above Wike. So what we saw there is really an interplay. The power meet power in our Nigerian space. That's just the way it works. And but I like it. I'm not. I don't
That makes a lot of
support.
sense. That makes a lot of sense. Definitely, I can
Yeah,
see that. Mm.
I don't. Yeah, I don't support Wike insulting anyone, be it military or civilian. I'm not for that. But I like the way you call it the visual, right? Handing down a military person regardless of their rank, because we live in a democracy, and I think at the end of the day, the civilian rule law, supersedes any damn military law or rule. It doesn't. Civilian is paramount. Um, but just I'm not sure about UK. I guess it's the same thing here in the US. No,
No,
no
you
matter
are
your
right. You are right. I think it's a global thing,
yeah,
to be honest. Yeah.
no matter your rank in the army in the US, you are subject to the common policeman. If you want to use the word common to describe a policeman in America, you don't walk around your damn uniform in military uniform, gallivanting, thinking you have any power. You have zero power. Your power is equal to any other regular civilian. Military don't have that kind of a power usually in the West. They don't. But in Nigeria space, you gotta understand, it's not the same. It's not the same. Military has power. They control a lot. I mean, they have sway in a lot of things that goes on in that country. It's just right now they don't have the power in rulership. But
In
military,
contrary, in contrary, in the rest of the whole West Africa is a total opposite, apart of Ghana and Ivory Coast. But the rest of them, they're all been on Senegal. But in fact, Nigeria and Senegal are probably one of the most stable democracies in West Africa, and Cape Verde.
I'm
But
sorry. Are
those
you,
Ghana is
saying they have power? Military has power in
the
other.
military have
Ghana
the
is the
military owns
longest democracy in West Africa right now.
Ghana, of course, you see. So so but the other countries in West Africa, the majority is the military that actually have the power. You know, even though they
Well,
have
yeah,
civilian
yeah. But that's what Nigeria is trying to reverse that psychology,
which is a
in
good
that
thing. Yeah.
it is exactly. It's a good thing. That's why I said I enjoy seeing that visual. I'm not saying Wike was
Okay.
right, but I love that visual of telling. I mean, in Nigeria, we've been somehow trained. Maybe not this young generation, but we've been trained to fear the military. Okay, our military is coming. We have to be shaken and obey their law. But in our democracy, right, since 1999, right, I would like that to be reversed. You know, to know that not like because our politicians did not they don't do criminal stuff or they themselves disregard the laws. But I want people to know. I want the Nigerian people to know that look, it's civilian that has power in Nigeria. The authority is final. It's a civilian rule, not a military rule. It doesn't matter your rank or the officer that comes to give command or whatever. What the civilian leadership does is paramount. And I think it's good for our young ones. It's good for the people to know, okay, that hey, this is democracy, and this is how things work. No more military. We're not scared of military anymore.
Yeah, sorry. I really apologize for interrupting you, but but in the military in their nature, how they are and how they train. So someone said the
Hello,
line
my
zombie.
brother. Can you allow
The
Sister to have
robotic.
submission?
Sorry, no. But you can see also why the military do not respect a corrupt government.
Sorry, what's this? I think there is nobody now who can. It is a discussion. Let people interject themselves and let us throw it open.
Yeah, that's
so,
what
Thank you.
We can leave you open. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, thank you, sir. If you can respond to that,
Larry, is Larry there?
No, but sorry, I was asking a question.
But I'm here anyway.
Yes, I am.
And I have something to say actually, because what I see here actually is because people tend to side with the military, either ignorantly or knowingly. Because if it happens to you, I think you will have a different opinion. I think it was early last year, a brigadier was traveling on a highway. Most people here will remember. And a civilian in, I think, Honda Accord or Camry speedily overtook him. And he asked his driver to pursue that Camry. They overtook him, bundled the driver, beat him up, put him in his boots, and drove away to their barracks.
Wow.
This was last year. That's the military. We have suffering from hangover of when they used to reign supreme. They are forgetting that ended 26 good years ago.
No, they have not forgotten. These same civilians that are supporting the military, they have been beaten before. They have suffered from this military.
It's just, the 8th weekend. It's just because the 8th weekend. That's why there's all this duplicity of positions.
Most of us have been beaten and brutalized by the military. But then also, look at the man talking about impunity. The same person that threatened an NLEC officer, if he doesn't leave within 24 hours or return the money, listen to me. You made your point. Let me make my point too. Let me make my point. A killer, a bloodsucker, a demonic bloodsucker, a demonic bloodsucker. If somebody that must single-handedly remove a city governor is talking about impunity and lawlessness. Wike himself is lawlessness and impunity personified. This lawlessness was a name. It should be Wike.
Because he has done something illegal before, so illegality should continue.
He does it every day. He does it. He tries in the illegality. Who is Wike to? Message is important. The message is also important. One morality, one moral justification.
Hey, comrade, don't blow a fuse. Watch your hell. Don't blow a fuse. Watch your hell, comrade.
See again. See, just like I submitted earlier. See, civilian government or leadership, they're not perfect. They make a lot of mistakes, but I'm trying to make a point here that no matter what happens, I think it should be perceived in our country that civilian rule or democracy trumps military rule or military power in every respect. That's the point I'm trying to make here. So yeah,
Yeah.
Wiki is of course not perfect. It's not perfect. But so yeah, just like this guy alluded, what he did in River State with Fubara and whatnot, fine, fine. But at the end of the day, um, a military officer stopping a Camry, beating on the civilian driver and putting him in the trunk is an atrocity. That should
Yeah.
never be allowed. So it just shows that the military, just like Baba said, they still have a hangover, and that hangover needs to be. It needs to be, the eye needs to, their crow eyes need to clear to let them know. I mean that no, not anymore. It doesn't happen anymore in Nigeria. That's why this damn military coup they did last time, it shows that hey, they're still thinking about it. They think they're still in play. But it should be known that no more. We strictly civilian rule. We go to court, we call the police, not the military for anything. We don't need the army or the navy or the air force on the street of Nigeria for nothing, regardless of the rank, for nothing.
Right. Yeah. So basically, no, I mean, I agree to all that point. At the end of the day, any civilized nation, like most countries in the UK, like the strongest army in the world, these countries, you don't see militaries around anywhere in the street. But the point I was making, like the beginning, where people misunderstood me, that they think I'd want military coup. I'm just saying, like, if you have a minister who was setting two authorities, like that actually both of them are armed, and also both of them are power sick and power trust anyway, because we all know these African authorities, whether they police, military, they're all corrupt, they're all just as bad. In fact, they're the one that actually, to blame for a lot of the mess that we're going through with the politicians, because they do not arrest politicians. If they do, it's all based on biases. And or sometimes when they know they're gonna have a big sum of money, they probably release the criminals back, to be a governor, to be something else. This has happened everywhere in Africa. But I blame the authorities that do not enforce the law. So therefore, it's a very tricky one, because you could say, okay, the military and the police, they the problem, they're more brutal towards the people, but also the civilian government that's not doing the right thing are even more brutal towards the people. So, you can see why people are stuck in limbo. And I can see why we are all frustrated, in the whole continent, regardless of the country we find ourselves in. The only thing I find slightly different about Nigerian issue is there's more ethnic divide than other countries. But other than that, the issues are actually all similar. Bad governance, bad police officers, brutal military officers that have they're supposed to defend the land and the people, but they'll actually do the opposite, and they'll take bribery, and the police will take money from little children in the market, and it's just an African problem. But where do we start?
You see, AI, I'm subscribing to what Comrade said a short while ago. We all pretend.
Yes.
We all pretend a lot, because I suffer from that hangover. Because if I receive a phone call right now that my house in Lagos is threatened, maybe a rental or my abode, my first instinct is to call a military officer I know.
God bless you, sir. God bless you. Can we continue like this in this
military officer I know that go to my house right now. I will even put sugar to the story that they are killing my family. He will load his Land Rover and proceed there. We all are guilty of this. We dodge our military.
Only way, part of the way we can rectify, sorry, African man. The only way we can rectify that issue is not about all of us. Yes, I know I started by saying it's right from when they started overthrowing government. That was when they believed that they are above everybody. You see a military man, a small, in fact, ordinary sergeant military, we see a civilian and say, you bloody civilian, as if you are not a human being. They are built with that arrogance, and they believe that they can do anything and nobody can actually call them up for anything that they are doing. They've been living with impunity. But what baffles me is that we civilians that are actually suffering from them, from their impunity, we are not the ones supporting them.
Just the same way we suffer from politicians. What is the difference? If a military man oppresses you and a politician is supposed to save you through democracy, saves you.
That is the way you normally reason every time you come here.
The only impunity, lawlessness is lawlessness. Whether by military, by police, or by civilian, lawlessness is lawlessness. Don't give it a coloration. Don't try to deodorize it.
Absolutely, 100%.
But no, comrade, how is he trying to deodorize it? How is he now?
I don't know.
Okay, military.
Comrade, 1 second.
They are trained that way. They are taught that way. They are arrogant. The bloody civilian.
Okay.
That is their term. That's their terminology.
I can hear.
Civilian
I can
has their own
understand, comrade.
terminology against us.
I can understand, comrade. See, I can understand, comrade, frustration, because the frustration is getting from you is you're more sided.
I'm not in any way pushing military action because I was brutalized by them. The worst civilian is better than the worst military, the best military. I'm not calling for them to come back because we saw her through them.
You are tacitly supporting them.
Wait now.
Yeah, you get it unless you get me wrong. Unless you want me to blame the military for your oppressive civilians and the politicians, then you think I'm right. I will not say that.
So two wrong can make it right now. When we are saying, okay, if you cannot condemn, so we should leave all of them, both the civilian.
I'm condemning all of them, but you have the same courage. Have the same courage to condemn them all, so that we can continue to build a new nation. Not you supporting one at the detriment of the other one.
Now, it's not about the civilian. We are talking about the military now. So you cannot tell me that
lawlessness is lawlessness. Lawlessness is lawlessness. Wike is a lawless human being. If lawlessness was a name, it should be wicked. If impunity was a name, it should be wicked.
It's not your fault. The people that said they understand you, that they are the ones giving you energy to be talking.
Okay, people that surround themselves with criminals like Abuja in the Senate, in a Senate crime. People like Wike should be in the prison for the crime committed against humanity.
I don't know what you want. Do you want us to have a revolution like the French did and drag Abuja to the front of the National Assembly, put a guillotine in front of the National Assembly, and line them up one by one and chop their heads off? Because I don't know what you're arguing about here, comrade.
Okay. The very moment,
what's the morality of your argument? What does this conversation have to do with the lawlessness?
You want to cherry pick? You want to cherry pick? It's not going to work for a nation. Okay, give it. But where they are. Say it the way it is. Don't blame the young man.
Guillotining them one by one. Is that what you want?
You blame the young man for starting up to a bully. You leave the bully alone to continue to bully people unabated. I don't subscribe to that.
The young man was involved in illegality. He's illegal duties.
If illegality was a name, he should be wicked. Wicked don't thrives in illegality. You take land for one person, you give it to your sons, your children, and your cronies. What is legal? What is legal in that? What is legal in that?
Just leave him alone.
Wait, Mr. Comrade, can you please answer me this question? What Wike was doing there? Okay, I think we are confusing two things. We are confusing the personality of Wike as a politician. We are confusing it with the personality of the minister of the FCT. And we're also confusing it with the personality of what Wike did, the manner in which Wike spoke to that officer on the day. Those are three different matters.
What's your question?
Now, what Wike was doing there as the FCT minister, does he have was he supported by law, and does he have the authority to do so? That's the first question.
All right. Let me answer that one first. I'm an old man, so that I will not forget. See, there's a bad way. You could be fighting a very logical cause, a very noble cause, by using the wrong methodology. You see, what he did was arrogant. He wanted to put himself above the institution. This is why in Nigeria, we build strong men instead of building institutions. In a Senate crime, when institutions work, what he was doing on that day is what institutions are supposed to be doing. So the moment he got the information that some boys were challenging his boys in the field, he mobilized himself. He took everything upon himself to go confront the military. That was a wrong approach. I'm not questioning his office, but the badge the man was wearing too, the young officer was wearing, it's not about his age, it's not about his name, it's not about his ethnic group, it's about the badge of honor given to him by the state, by the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Okay, wait. Comrade, you are still confusing it. I made it very clear. Mr. Wike is the minister of the FCT.
Yes, sir.
We already understand that land allocation, planning, approvals, are under his office, and he absolutely has the final authority on the matter. Yes or no?
Can you say that again?
We already know that he's the minister of the FCT, and we know that land allocation, planning approval, he is the final authority on those matters. Yes or no? Yes.
I'm not going to give you. No, you can't answer. You can't ask the question and answer yourself.
No. According
No,
to
let
law,
me come
according
in
to
there.
law,
This
planning
allocation,
approval and
this
land
particular
allocation
allocation.
is his final remit. Yes, that's
You ask
the
a
fact.
question. Let me answer you. You cannot probate and reprobate. This particular allocation was not done on that weekend. It was done before his inception, before he came on
Doesn't
board.
matter.
Let me learn.
The
Whether
fact of the
legally or
matter is,
otherwise.
government is a continuum. He is the current authority there.
If he has any challenge,
And there's no point in time at which this land was allocated appropriately for the use for which it was being used.
You could hear him asking for documents, right? If he has any discrepancies, any challenge with the documents, let it challenge it in the court. Let it challenge it in the court of law. Not making yourself the police, the court, and the judge. That is wrong.
Comrade, wait.
Can't run a country like that.
Mr. Comrade.
Okay. Who is he? Who does he think he is?
Mr. Comrade, I want us to enlighten people.
Comrade is right. I'm afraid. But some of
Comrade
it
is not right. Comrade is fantastically wrong, and I'll tell you why. Okay.
Yeah, you are right. You are right. You are the one that is right. Wike is always right. Every other person is wrong.
It's not about
Wike is right every day, every morning, afternoon. Wike is always right.
On the
Even the removal of another elected governor, he was right. Wike has always been right. Even when he kills people, he's right. Even when he touches an officer, he's always right. Man, we're not ready as a nation.
Wait, comrade, I want to enlighten individuals that are listening to us so that they understand the merit of the matter. The land was allocated.
What makes you feel your argument is superior? What makes you feel your argument is superior?
I'm not saying my Mr. Comrade. You
what
said something earlier that
what makes you Mr. Know-it-all? Just like
Mr. Comrade, I'm neither myself nor yourself are entitled to our opinions.
He's just trying to
neither myself or yourself are entitled to our opinions, but we are only entitled to our informed opinions. So let me disseminate my informed opinion right now. The land was allocated around 2007. The land was allocated to a company for which the purpose was meant to be commercial. The land was meant to be used for parks, okay? So essentially a recreational park. So the land was allocated for a recreational park. Sometimes in the between 2020 and 2022, the company applied to change the use of the land. That was in 2022, and that application was rejected. However, between 2022 and now, the company, however, knowing full well that they did not have the plan, the approval to have the land converted for residential use, went along to actually divvy up the land into plots and sell those plots. One of the individuals to whom they sold the plot is the former chief of naval staff. The chief of naval staff then went ahead to start construction on the land without actually even having approval for the construction. So number one, there's already two matters here. Number one, the company that sold the land to him has converted the land illegally for residential use. So that's already inappropriate already. Okay? And then the chief of naval staff
my
brother, can I land? So number one, the land has already been converted illegally by the company that sold the land to the chief of naval staff and to other individuals. The chief of naval staff has then gone along again to actually start building on the land without planning approval for construction. So even if the land had been successfully converted for residential use, the chief of naval staff still needs to go and apply for planning permission for the building for which it was putting up. So number one, there's no planning permission for the residential building, and there's actually no approval to use that land for residential use. And the authority, the FCTA, has already contacted the chief of naval staff. So this is not a matter of the chief of naval staff is only hearing about is only coming into contact with this is a matter that's already been in contention already. The FCTA had already contacted the chief of naval staff to notify him that he does not have the correct planning permission, number one, and the land is not allocated for residential use. And the only reason the chief of naval staff deployed army there was to forestall and to stop and illegally stop the FCTA from actually enacting and to stop the FCTA from actually coming to that land and actually enforcing the law.
Okay.
So I
Okay.
want us to, and that is where we find ourselves now.
Okay.
What we can talk about how Wike behaved on the day,
Okay.
but we
Bro,
cannot
let me
actually dismiss
say
the
this
fact that
for
the
once of time.
FCTA
For once of time.
authority
1 second.
has the
1 second.
I'm not in any
right
way
to enforce
supporting.
the
I'm
law.
not in any way supporting what they are doing.
Guys.
Okay. Okay. Let me. Can I before I forget? Yeah.
No, hold on, please. Hold on.
All right.
You
Okay.
be speaking. We have new speaker. You have new
No
panelist.
problem. Okay. Cool.
The prestige, please. Let's please. The prestige.
Progressive, not prestige.
Oh, sorry, progressive. There is
Oh,
okay.
thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, I actually just came in for briefly because I'm going to be out soon. I look. I think the problem we have here is that it's okay for us to just acknowledge that both parties, not like both parties, the way Wike handled the situation was not. He could have handled it differently in a better way, right? And we cannot say because it is Wike. Then try to support Brazilian breach of rules or breach of the law of the land. People like, especially those of us that are Nigerians who know how some of our people with power, especially somebody who is an ex-military man who is higher up the rank, we are trying to act as if we don't know how these people can abuse power. Just because it is Wike that is involved. But for me, this is you can always say, yo, this man did was wrong, but Wike should have handled it in a different way. Why is that so difficult? Like, must we all be right at the same time? Our
Progressive.
position
That was exactly what I
be
said.
right?
I said two wrongs cannot make it right. What the
But
guy
our
did, I'm not supporting the military. But the approach of the Wike was too arrogant and too despotic too. Was too autocratic.
There's no question about that. That as a minister, whether you have the right or not, but there are ways you handle things. You have to show class. You have to show, like, you cannot just stand in front of a soldier man and be engaging with him, even though I know that the soldier man was there illegally anyway. Because this is one of the problems we have. There are people who are saying, "Oh, he's a hero." No, he's not a hero. The guy is not a hero. He should be arrested. The soldier man should be arrested and prosecuted for that nonsense. You know, how are we even supporting this kind of thing? Sometimes I don't understand it. You're not supposed to be there. That is not your job. Just because you get
Progress,
ordered.
assuming they open fire on that day, assuming there were casualty on both sides, what would have happened?
Yeah,
Wike would do himself celebrating.
I agree with you, Progressive, that Wike did not conduct himself correctly.
That was why I say Wike should have handled things differently, because you don't want to be seen to be the one who is leading chaos.
Let's not sugarcoat it. That's very dangerous what he did. It was very
Exactly.
dangerous.
You don't want to be seen
Very
to be
dangerous.
the one. You don't want to be.
himself very poorly.
It should have been released in any normal government in most
Okay,
West African country.
So
In most
we
West
all see
African
the
countries, you'll be
scenario.
sacked.
We all saw the
Speaking of
scenario.
Papa,
1 second.
Please, Daddy, please. Let's African man finish. Then you can talk. Well, you
Yeah.
are talking on each other.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, so basically, in any country, he should be fired. You know, I am all. You know, I think, you know, obviously something needs to happen in West Africa in general. You know, about this rise in military, influence. You know,
Yeah, because that's
yeah.
not their
Yeah.
job.
Yeah.
If the soldier, the ex-soldier man, the retired soldier man, he was just abusing
Yes.
power. He was just
Can I,
abusing power.
let me just get to the
That
point.
is what they do every day, bro. That's what they do every day. We are the losers. We the people are the losers. We fight for them. We fight for them when they take off for a ride. What kind of human being are we? Can we come together and fight against them?
We
They are the problem, not we the
don't
people.
need to fight for them. We can speak the truth.
Hey, Hakim, please, let's have
let me
some
finish.
decorum.
Yeah, please. Yeah, thank you, guys. Yeah, so I mean, that's one thing, you know, in terms of the influence that they get in, you know, all this online propaganda. Because one man, me and him being in different channel, he knows, you know, we actually been against like 10 guys who were all for this AES, you know, like Traore and all these guys in the Sahel. You know, they think Africa, we should go back to military rule and stuff like that, which I think is actually diabolical. It's actually one of the worst things a human being can do to themselves. You don't want to be ruled by the gun. However, the civilian government, some of the civilian government that we have in the region in the last few years have been so poor. People have been so desperate, they don't know whether to go back to that or actually stay. It's like a delusional kind of mindset. But we shouldn't support any wrongdoing. The legally, as he explained earlier, the governor have the right to make the law or enforce the law, and also have the right to dish out permits, building license. But it's the way he went to enforce the law is illegal, and that's where he sorry to say that, but he effed up. That's why he messed up the whole
No. So let's get it. It was not.
Let me finish.
Hold on.
It was immoral. You can say it's immoral the way he enforced the law. It wasn't illegal.
It was not illegal, but it should have done it it should have approached it in a
I think you don't have any knowledge about this matter. So you have
it is not illegal.
It's not. I have.
African man is speaking truth to power.
Can I
He's saying it the way it is.
I am
It's the same thing all over Africa. It's the same thing all over Africa. African man knows exactly what he's saying. That is why you ask for the 92 years old man coming back after 42 years in democracy. You call that democracy?
Guys, I didn't finish my submission. Everybody just jump in.
To be honest, I haven't finished. I was speaking.
You interjected my own submission, so it's not like it was not your turn. So, like I was saying, and I understand what you're saying, but it was not illegal because the minister has the right. But the problem is this: there are ways you could have just what's going on? Who is the owner of the land? It's just so person. Okay, get in touch with him and say, look, this is the situation. We need that property back, and we don't want our people coming there.
That was why he put the soldiers there.
Yeah, but
they already assaulted these people that morning. They already assaulted Wike's director that morning.
So you know by putting law into your hand.
Guys, just hold on now. Hold on. 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I understand what you guys are saying. I'm saying Wike is a minister. He must have access, or he could get access to that man. That day is finished. Let that day go. Call the man on the phone. Speak to the man yourself and say, look, I don't want these guys to be attacked again. Get your people off that side because we have to reclaim the property. If you want to do this, do it the right way. If you want to
get a court injunction, serve the man, put the court injunction to the building.
No, the man should be the one that goes to court, not the minister. The minister has the right to the land. The man is the one who should approach the court to stop them from doing whatever they want to do. Because the minister don't have to go to court. That man can then say, okay, you know what, that land I bought so that land. The minister will say, no, this land was so purpose, and there was no permit that it has been converted for something else. So we are going to reclaim the land from you because you are using it for something that is not supposed to be. And then the man can then approach the court and say, look, I want my land back for so. And the man can still have that land, but it's just that he cannot use it for residential. That's all.
Akim, what you saw was the show of might is right. That is what they do. They do it every day.
So there was no need for it.
It's okay, Akim. Thank you. Akim, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, Ola is on the show. Ola, do you want to say something? Hello, we can hear you.
Anyway, guys, I'm going to be listening to you guys from the other side. I need to start my game session.
Okay. Thank you, Akim, and those people that I agree with their opinion. See, comrade, sometimes this thing is not by emotion. You understand? Because what I can see from your own opinion, which you are entitled to, is you've just shown emotion or about what happened. That's why it's always good that when you want to balance things, you look at the neutrality of that legality. Because this thing happened to Wike now, that's a minister that many of you dislike so much. Wait till it happens to you or anyone that's
bro, that thing happens to the poor man every day. The only reason why we're debating it because it's happening to
you will let me talk.
They do this to common.
You will let me talk
every day. The only reason why you see us debating
you are being disruptive
is because it's between two big men.
No, I'm actually somewhere around there. Saw then I'll be home like 30 minutes, but
Okay,
because
okay.
I saw the way
I'll
things
still
were
be here,
going, I
sir.
said
I'll
let
still be
me
here.
just visit.
Yeah,
Now,
I'll still be here.
see, comrade, yes, because it happened to big man, then that means it's an opportunity for you to right the wrong. You should know it from that place. It's an opportunity. Just because it's a big man, oh, that's why we are shouting. Yes, that's why we are shouting.
Why can't we
Because
talk? Why can't we talk when it happens to a common man like us who has no voice to speak, military to speak for us? So
sure
you
you will
want it
let
to happen
us up.
overnight. You want it to happen
Sure you will
overnight because it's happening between
will you
one
just
bully
allow
between two bullies. From one
will
bully
you
to
just
another bully. We are here wasting our time, wasting our
are
energy.
others supposed to speak, or is it only your voice we are here to listen to? If
Okay,
others
if
are
we leave
supposed
the
to
law,
speak,
if we leave the
please,
law,
afford my time. If others are supposed to speak, please afford
Let
my
the man
time.
speak. Let's hear what he got to say because if I have a different twist into his conversation, okay? All right.
Yeah. So the thing is this: even when people were not speaking, when it happened to a common man, yes, we agree that it was wrong. If it happened to a common man and nobody spoke about it, good. But it has now happened to a big man, then it's an opportunity for us to right the wrong. Because normally it is the elite that trigger most of those things that create a civilization because they have the power to influence decisions. So the situation of Wike now carries weight to influence decision that will benefit the common man in the long run than when it happened to just common man, as you were going to say. So we won't say because people did not react when it was common man that all of a sudden we should allow it to go under. That's not the way to build a society. So what we are
that's
saying
the
is
way we
this.
fight for our winners, both politically,
Yeah,
religious, and
that's why you don't get it.
tribal traditional rulers. That's how we fight for
Comrade
them. They don't
Amoruyi,
even care. We fight for those that
Comrade
don't even care about
Amoruyi,
us.
There's no activism that we have done right from student level that people like us have not done. Approach is always different. So when it's not, everything is not all about greatest Bubu. It's not always like that. It is not always like how you can raise your voice and how you can shout about it. You can shout to the highest decibel and nobody will listen to you. And someone will just say hello, just speak smoothly, and everybody will align and start working to correct things.
Bro, look at the point I'm trying to make. We cannot endorse
if
impunity
you
every day.
continue this,
We expect it to change overnight when it comes to big man. It doesn't work that way.
let me
If we
let
want
me tell you
a
one thing.
lawless nation, we do it
Time
like
and
that. If we
chance,
want a law and
time
order,
and chance,
let's begin to plant that seed.
time and chance happen to everything. You understand? It has been happening for decades. Things has never changed. But anytime things happen to big men, we have that opportunity to review so that everyone benefits. You understand? So
So we have to wait
it's a
till it happens to
situation.
big man before we know it's a problem. This is the problem we have. We are
No,
hypocrites.
that's the reality. Just like the man said, that's the reality. If the big man will bring it to the fore, it benefits everybody. So that's just the way it works in life. And let's not pretend. That's reality.
I don't just really get what Comrade Omori is fighting for. See, let me tell you one thing. If you hit the street today and start some kind of protest, by the time they will pick you up and lock you away, someone may not even know that you are missing on the road. And see, even the common man that you think you are fighting for, they don't care about you. They don't care about you. But when it happens to a big man, it affords the opportunity to now look at the systemic issue and resolve it once and for all. If there's any time, we shouldn't be talking about, oh, Wike should have done this. No. Look at
So
what it should be.
what you are preaching is a master-slave relationship between citizens and their rulers.
Comrade Omology, you must be doing your activities now at least for at least 25 years, if I may calculate, between 25 years and 30 years. What
More
have
than
you
that, sir.
achieved with that?
A lot.
Okay, what
A
have you
lot.
achieved with it?
You want me to name them for you? You want me to name them for you?
Wait. But some people choose some
Probably if
systemic
not
issues
because of people
because
like us, Babangida will still be ruling you today like Cameroon.
I beg you.
Let's not,
We all participated. We all participated during that time. I beg. No, just you stop.
to you, was that an achievement? Was that an achievement or not? Was that an achievement?
Stop assigning glory to yourself. It
Was
happened
that an
because
achievement? Was that
Abiola.
an achievement?
Hold on. It happened because Abiola, a big man, and we are among the early, happened to be the one that was impacted. Not because you, a common man, was the person. After the fought for June 12th, who became your president? Another early OBJ. You understand? Even a big man like Olubalaye could not even become the president.
We
If you
achieved
want
a
to know,
democracy. How is he managed another conversation altogether?
if you
We
want to
push
know
the
your way
military hard.
today,
How the
if you want to,
democracy is being managed is
if
another
you
ball
want
game.
to
This is
know,
another challenge
if
we
you
have to face.
if you
This is not
if you want
democracy
to
we
know,
fought for
if you
with our
if you
sweat and
want to
blood.
know, if you want to know your way today, just go and just go and contest the state house of assembly and see how even the common man will support you. Let's just face the part. It's something that is practicable, and don't let just be leading the emotion. I think emotion is the right way to go. What you are displaying this morning, and you are disrupting everyone.
Bro,
It's
I've
not
done
about
that before.
emotion.
I know what the commoners did for me. The commoners are ready, just that they don't have opportunity. They are oppressed.
Okay.
They are subjugated. They are depressed.
Okay. The common man has shown into the like of Showore what it means to be organized, and what it means to use the early to push for you. Now,
Most time it's not about what we gain. Most time it's not about our personal gain. It's about letting people know their right from their left.
Okay.
Waking people up from their slumber. It means a lot. Or else, what happened in Cameroon with the pick itself in Nigeria?
Every society, the common person, they don't move the needle by shouting, by jumping. But the common man that want to move the needle, you just go and let me give you an example. You look at your rep within your constituency. You go and lobby, and you be reasonable. If you go to your rep and you shout from now to tomorrow, your rep will just see that please, I don't want to deal with that noisemaker. But if you put up papers and you analyze logically and you present, you let the person know that this is the issue, this is what I think we should do, and you offer a solution. Yeah, you will be called. You'll be called. Let us talk. But if you keep shouting, it must not be this way, it must not be that one. Honestly, as the rep is seeing you, just said that guy, I'm not at all. I don't want to speak with him. We have to be logical in whatever we are doing. You are seeing Wike. Some of us, we are seeing the legality of the situation. You understand? So it happened to Wike. So when it happened to Kroma, so what? Something happened to the look at when the youngest to chief of naval staff then, Rear Admiral Arogundade, if I remember. Look at when it's only when they beat up a civilian. You understand? Some people like you too, they still came here. Yes, it is happening to a big man. That's why they are doing all those stuff. You don't do that. But they took that case to court and they won the case in the court. They fined the Nava, and that is part of our law today.
My brother, let me ask you one question. What we did in Port Harcourt by converting half of Port Harcourt land to his own property, private estate.
That's the problem I have with you.
Is that legality? Is that what you call
the problem? That's the problem. So because it converted all entire Port Harcourt to his estate.
The same thing is in Abuja. The same thing is trying to achieve in Abuja. Let's not be fool. Nobody can carry us into a food paradise here.
Hold on. So that is why it makes it legal. You understand? The soldiers that are supposed not to be seen on the street now to be abusing
they are all involved in impunity. I'm not defending any of them. They are all involved in it. Let's not die in their war. We are dying unnecessarily in their war.
Listen, if they are involved in impunity, you have to separate issues. You have to separate scope. So if you want to solve a problem, you don't use one excuse that this thing because it happened illegally yesterday, so we just overlook today just because we have to solve this one first of all, and you can use this one even to reach to reach the wrong one before. That is why that if a high court gave a judgment in any part of that country today, so that it will become part of our law. Tomorrow, it solve any problem that is related to that. What is happening to Wike now? If you approach the court, or you have some kind of the act of legislature, our legislature, the act of the parliament, we have that one to resolve the issue. All those things you'll be complaining that have been happening maybe 5 centuries ago can be resolved even by just this little thing. This little thing that happened in Abuja can resolve so many hundreds of issues. That is what we should be looking at. Not all this MC Oluomo or all this. Let's just give ourselves knuckle. It doesn't move a needle. Because as far as I'm concerned, if we keep arguing this way, we are just entertaining the public. We are only entertaining.
What they are doing in one word is land grabbing. They are grabbing land for themselves and they are coming.
Okay, Baba.
Can you let
Obi
Baba speak?
Comrade
You
Omori,
see,
Let Baba
please.
speak, please.
I want Baba.
Let Baba speak.
Let Baba speak, please.
I want to say on record that there is this misconception, and I think it's an illusion. When we think all men are equal, all men are not equal. Even in the famous Thomas Jefferson, this thing which he made during the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson said, all men are created equal, but not all men are born equal. There is we live in a world of hierarchy. Even in heavenly bodies, there are superior angels. The problem we have in the world today is everybody thinking we are equal. No, we are not equal. Some people are born in manger. Some people are born in
but we are
palaces.
human. But we are humans.
Yeah, we are created equal. No, because there is two different things entirely. A lieutenant, a captain is different from a recruit. The thing is, every man must know his place. If we must live together in harmony,
whether a messenger or a housemaid does not remove your dignity as a human being.
Look,
That's what we call dignity of human.
It doesn't, but it doesn't mean you should rub shoulder with your boss.
Even in heaven, angels have hierarchy. So
Exactly.
that is true, Baba.
Because the thing here is, in the world today, people have the delusion or the illusion that all men are equal. No, we were created equally. Equal, yes, we were created by God. Equal.
But my point is, Nigerian people, the citizenry, they're supposed to be in charge. The power belongs to the people. Wike is a servant. That military is a servant.
Even amongst the people, there will be leaders.
Yeah, I mean, and the politicians are supposed to serve the people.
They are our servants. They're supposed to be our servants, not
just like the military
oppressors.
guys. Just like the military guys, just like the police. These are all people that are supposed to serve the people that put them there. They're not there as a hierarchy. The people are.
We should serve the people, not themselves. The people should not fight. It should be the other way around. We should not fear them. They should fear the people.
Can I talk
they should
to? I
fear
don't
the
like
power of the
talking
people.
on somebody's this
yes,
thing.
go on. Yes, go on.
Yes. Even the people you say they are your servant, can you march and go and knock their door every hour of the day?
No.
Because you think he's your servant?
No, because
you must show some respect to the office.
Yes,
you've given to him.
Absolutely. You need to.
Don't let's be delusional.
This is why I said. This is why I said the last time when people were talking about invading Nigeria and stuff like that. When I said, I can't believe to hear people are actually in the times like that. A foreign country is threatening to invade your leader, and then you're happy and clapping for them to come and invade your leader because you don't like him or her. And that, sadly, is the time where everyone should be behind their leader, whether they like him or not.
Yeah, it is this same illusion that is driving people to think that, my human right, my human right, my human right. Yes, but your human right stops where my own starts.
But however,
there are two different things.
Yes, however,
and this is causing problem in our society today, whether in the
human
West
right
or in Africa.
Right. Everybody has his own boundary. Everybody has his own boundary. It doesn't remove the right. It's an inalienable right. Nobody can take it away. Not even the president can take away the right of the people.
However, a politician should not make the normal average person feel like they're better than them. Especially like the people that are represented, like governors, senators. These are people these are the arms of the government. To me, I am. Listen, I never. There's like I said a lot of good things and bad things about the government. I think they have done certain things good based on what I see, and certain things wrong. But that goes to most governments in the world, right? But however, the guy that in the minister that or governor that you see, I don't like him as a representative of the government, because if that was my government, I'll be like, nah, this guy is not making a honorable president, because Tinubu is a humble guy. You can see he doesn't hardly speak. When he speaks, someone that you want to listen to. To have some mouthy guy that's always drinking alcohol, behaving badly, representing him, it doesn't look good. And he's a president who represents a majority conservative constituent in the north. And
Sorry to cut you short. You saw what Wike did one time when we had a foreign diplomat. You saw the breach of protocol he committed. It's not a good image for the president. It's not a good image for the nation. It should not be in Abuja.
Why are you talking about that? It's not, that's not an issue. Simba, just give me a second. It's not an issue because you talk about
It's an issue. It's a drunkard. A drunkard cannot be a good image maker. It's a drunkard.
The thing you are accusing Arubi about doing, you are doing the same thing now, comrade.
Yeah,
you see, you talk about Wike. Hold on, please, AI. Talk about Wike in the same vein. But there is something they call executive stroke legislature or legislative harmony. That's what they are having now. It's not there because they are rubber stamp. Because we have a way of using things in a only way we understand it.
Baba,
you look at it. Wait. Baba. Let me finish. I beg you, let me finish. The cup you look as half empty, I may see it as half full. They are two different things. The people
Baba,
you see now as rubber stamp.
You mobilize the dealer to go face a man holding the gun. You mobilize the gun to go face the gun. Only a drunkard, only a bowl smoker does that. It's not a good image for the president. It's not a good image for the
comrade. That's one of the problems we are talking about. What makes you think?
That's why we all agree it's wrong.
Hold on. No, what makes you think that a soldier should feel entitled to open fire on the civilian? What makes you think is that way to be?
What I'm saying. They are wrong. But can we continue like this as a nation?
Let me tell you, all of you are saying, what if that guy open fire? And I am telling you that even the mentality from that you are saying, if that guy open fire, is where we are even getting it wrong. It's hangover. Why will you even think that?
Let me tell you how that one is possible.
Don't tell me anything.
I've installed your gasket to the way they shout.
Let me speak.
I've installed gadgets for people that carry arms, and they don't behave this way. They don't have this entitlement that, what if I open fire on you? That's the problem. We have people that are saying they are afraid of coup just because the military should, for them not to say coup, and we should now believe and we should not be shaky and should not be not to be afraid of speaking the truth.
Bro,
how did we get to this level?
What if the military man was under the influence, just the Wike was? What if the military man was traumatized?
One of the police officers who came with the governor.
Trigger happy policemen.
One of the police officers who came with the governor.
It will be a different case altogether. We are here supporting evil. We are trying to support one evil to defend the other evil.
That's my problem, is because the police officers that came with the governor could be trigger happy, and the military guys could be.
They were ready to kill. They were ready to kill.
It could be a military officers that have been traumatized because you are actually in a war, that have a different, mindset to the other, people that he says. So
I gave example the other day of what someone looked at the Lagos.
Other than that, I think the governor is, other than that, I don't fault the governor because he's doing his job, basically. Well, I don't like his character, but that doesn't make me, if he's a good governor, he's doing the work in the ground and he's doing what he's put there to do, regardless of his character, fine. But if it's someone that's actually feel like, he can, like the kind of action, what I've seen, what he done on that day in any government, he's out the door, because it's been filmed and it's gone global as well. Because it's the image of the government. You don't want that to be out. So yeah, that's my opinion. It's all about keeping.
You see, why I don't even understand you guys' argument. It's like you set someone to go and arrest a criminal at home. Maybe that criminal happened to be a military officer, and so because he's traumatized, he now open fire on the authorities that are supposed to enforce. I will say just because maybe it's under one trauma. See, let me tell you one thing. All these things are just the kind of institutional rocks that we are discussing about and that we are using one way or the other, we are lending our support to something that it's not right, that can easily create anarchy.
But for
The
the
thing is
fact that the
this.
governor, no, for the fact the governor was there, and he was the reason for the whole commotion. That is
No,
criminal. That is criminal.
let me tell you.
Okay.
There's something criminal in what we did. Let's just stop all this kind of. When did we even go to our own law school that we started
You
acting
know,
like a lawyer?
I told him earlier, this African man, he doesn't understand what we are discussing about. He's just putting his mouth.
You understand?
About what the governor has done.
When did we become lawyers that we determine what is legal and what is illegal?
God,
Has he said
okay.
anything wrong? Has he said anything different from what other people are
Let me
saying?
tell you something. Let me tell you something.
Can I come in, please?
Yeah, the man I'm speaking to, he
No,
actually understands.
Can you just suppose that
Can we
situation
hear
before I
from
will start
comparative
what
facts? Can we hear from comparable facts? It's not spoken all day.
Okay.
Man of prestige. Don't call him man of prestige.
Okay, I'll call him MOP. Still my friend, MOP.
My brother, I'm here. Who's calling me?
Can I come in now?
Yeah, come in, please.
Okay, greeting everybody. I've been listening. I was listening earlier, but I left. Then I came in like about 10 minutes ago. So let me start from the beginning. Let's not miss what here was actually going here. I will speak it from from my own point of view. Everybody has everybody's speaking from from interest point of view. So let's not sugarcoat it. The only person that I can say, even me, I may speak with some sentiment. So let's call it what it is. The only person that is independence here is the guy from Sierra Leone. So Remy, this is to you. It's one man that will make the decision whether he like him to come here and put, make utterances when it comes to Nigerian matter. You have no right to truncate that man to say what he want to say. He's an independent, free thinker. So he has the right, in my own opinion. Let one man make that decision. This is not your platform. So that's let's get that straight.
You are wrong.
So,
you are wrong.
Thank
You are
you,
wrong
sir.
by saying that. You are wrong.
Okay, let me go ahead. Yeah, that's your opinion, but I just have to say that. That's how I feel.
It's not a matter of one man or no one man. We are discussing a matter that concerns our country, and he has little or no knowledge.
It concerns him. I mean, he has the right to
He's
say.
a fellow African brother.
Yeah, but anyway, having said that, will everybody let me have my say. Let me have my say.
Yeah, go on.
The
Go
point
on,
I'm
sir.
trying to make that everybody has their own sentiment, their own interest. The only person that is a free thinker and independence in this narrative we are talking about there is the guy, Allah, whatever, So his narrative is more independence. He has no dog in this. Hold on, he has no dog in this fight.
He's speaking to your sentiment today.
Let me talk now. He has no dog in this fight. He just have to say how it is, how you see it. So he's an independent freaker.
I'm telling you that he's not as independent.
Oh my God!
He's not as independent as you think.
Remy, don't make me insult you now.
If you insult me, I will insult you. You don't have the monopoly of that now.
He's the only independent.
I'm independent
Oh my
too.
God.
I have no dog in this fight. I'm talking like a comrade.
He's the only independent neutral thinker here. Even myself, I have some sentiment. So there are people that have spoken here. Some people are coming from political angles. Some people are coming from sentimental or from interest point of view. The first person that spoke when I was there earlier was Larry. He was speaking from an interest point of view because he has some investment in Abuja. So everything Wike did, I'm not saying Wike is wrong now. So you don't put word in my mind before I make my own narrative. But I just have to start from there. Everything that he said is on interest point of view because he has land there, they took his land away before. Now he has gotten most of the land. So let's call it what it is. It's an interest point of view. And I may come with that view if I have business in Abuja. I'm getting all the whole land right now, even on that weekend. So that's where we are, like I said. So let me get from my understanding about what's actually going on. Wike has right when it comes to the control of Abuja. He has a right to do what he did, or he has a legal right. The military has no right, being a retired Navy officer, to station that guy in that place. To be that's that's a federal capital, territory, which is under the minister, under the statutory law. I'm not a lawyer, but from little that I read, Wike has authority to legalize what's happening over there. But Wike is wrong in some instances too.
And you take an example of what happened in 2022. Look at the way a man with an integrity, so will you handle this situation? Everybody has seen that video. Even at all, he has the right. He didn't want to go there and confront the guy and make some utterances that's beyond him. That is an example of a true leader. So all these people coming here to support Wike, which is a drunkard. I'm not saying Wike is not right, which is a drunkard, has made some utterances in all ramifications. And you have to come here and support him, whether for interest or some, political, because your man is there or whatever, this is wrong. You need to call a spade a spade. I mean, I can even say some of the, the utterances, let me say constitutionally from my understanding, okay, Wiki had the right, land use, of the land use action, to protect the land of that place. And he has right to govern whatever happened, as the legal minister in that area. So he has the right to do whatever he do. He has the right to inspect over there. The guy being a junior naval officer it's not about ranking or whatever. That the person that ordered him to go there, is a retired person. So he has no right to do whatever he's doing. This is the problem with Nigeria. You use our military. They're supposed to be, in the forest right now fighting the terrorists. The problem, that is very, very much eminent to Nigeria. That's where, and you are using the junior officer, just for your own benefit. That's where the military is wrong. Okay, but what concerns me most, I don't know if anybody is talking about it, is the untrusts of Wike. Some people here have said that Wike represent Tinubu. Yeah, when it comes to the law or whatever. So are you going to say Wike represent Tinubu for his utterances too? So if it is good what Wike is doing because he has the right, then it is bad what Wike is doing. Tinubu has to take both of them. If you're going to take what he's doing, he represents Tinubu. Tinubu is not going to fire him. Let's call it what it is. It's about political leverage. Because of River State, he's going to get it, to begin with, in my own opinion. He's going to win River State. And Wike Moore is going to, Wike Moore is going to justify that. That's why he's going to keep Wike there. Wike is not a good person. Let's go to what it is. I mean, look at the utterances that he's using. That's on becoming a feminist, regardless of what happened. He has no right to insult the man, whether the man is on a junior under him. Of course, he is in terms of hierarchy. Wike, is in charge of that place, but you have no right. Somebody was making a statement here, the hierarchy of leadership and other. Yes, the hierarchy of leadership. We are not born equally. That's true. But regardless, you have no right to insult people. Everybody know the utterances of Wike. I mean, the problem with Wike, he lack emotional intelligence, and nobody here will say it. He has a problem. I don't know. I mean, the conduct, the conduct is very, very wrong. And I'm gonna condone the officer too. Just because you are in uniform, right? You should have just said, be quiet and say, yes, sir, yes, sir. Look at the way the officer in Lagos State did with Showolu. It wasn't talking back to, Showolu. It was saying, yes, sir, yes, sir. I'm being given authority to be here. Yeah, you are given authority to be here, but they can't disobey. Yeah. So the person at fault was the retired Navy officer. He should be held liable, for trying to, I don't know about the perimeter in land dispute in Abuja. We know what happened in Nigeria, the way Wike had been doing or whatever, whether it's right or not. But in terms of the law, so let's be very clear, Wike is right. But the only place I have the problem with him is his utterances. Even saying something about firing, I don't know. I'm trying to get the quote exactly. I don't have the quote. Talking about using a firearm or whatever, Okay, what happened if that officer is a trigger person officer? Do you know what could have happened? Everybody could have been. It could have been. A lot of people would have died. Yeah, even the guy, even Wike. So that's the angle I'm looking at. That Wike is definitely wrong. That man need to check himself. I don't know what he has going on with him. If he has some mental problem, or just matter of impunity. I fought him in that round. That's just my own submission. I call it. I call it too wrong. But who is more right in terms of being right? Wike is right in that regard. But the military being stationed there, being used as a scapegoat or whatever is wrong too. So an example, like I said,
Okay.
Showoli was an epitome of what is right or what is not wrong. That's just my own submission.
And
Okay,
looking at
let me chime in now.
looking at public
Let me talk
opinion.
now, guys.
Sorry,
Let me talk.
sorry. Let me just one second. Looking at the public opinion, it seemed like Wike have also lost that case. Okay, yeah, sorry.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Because if you look at the majority of the people online that actually make, if they're gonna make a poll, for example,
Online.
yeah, on online polling. I'm just giving it. It's just a statistics, and I might be wrong, I might be right, but if you look at the statistic, you will realize majority of the people are actually in support of the military guy.
Online people, not
No, but
Nigerians, because
okay,
online can be anything. Can be
yes,
somebody
that's true.
in Haiti
Okay,
interfering in the affairs of an African country.
no, that's very true. That's true, but the reality is, you're
But
right.
the fact that the online people, does that make it right?
No, it doesn't, because that's exactly my point. But it doesn't make it right. But this is what generates populism. It's like things like that generate populism, and then everyone starts following certain type
But
of
do we
mantra.
realize that the lieutenant also is a victim here? Because he
Yes, of
was
course,
obeying
yes,
an illegal order, which he
yes,
cannot refuse. And that's the
yes,
But it
malice
doesn't know.
in our
yes. He is a
society.
victim.
Baba, Baba, it
He's a
doesn't
victim
know
of
that
it
it's a
also.
victim.
Yeah, he's a victim also. Absolutely, yeah, yeah. But and it's just, to be honest, it's a very tricky one,
But then
isn't
my
it?
own take is, look, when you fear, fella said it, my people fear too much. There is somebody somewhere who will always stand in the face of oppression, even at the risk of his own life. So that's why I love what Wike did, confronting illegality, impunity. I'm not looking at Wike's yesterday. That's gone. But I applaud what he did there. He didn't cower. He went there to confront those who think they own Nigeria. And that's
Right.
all we
Okay.
should all be doing. Thank you, Prince Daddy.
Yeah. Thanks, Baba. So I mean, this interaction with the military guy, brought a lot of perspective to the matter. We all see the situation in different ways. No, my position was seeing an interplay between democracy and the military rule. Some people are talking about respect for the law and impunity and this and that. So we all saw it in a different way. It gave us opportunity for different interpretation of what happened. Um, but and some people think, weak kids are drunkard. Well, that's another one. But
Obiano is dead.
huh?
Obiano is dead.
Obiano is dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
May his
Condolences. Yeah.
may his soul rest in peace, man.
Amen.
Yeah.
Mm.
So
All the money stolen, gone.
And the EFCC case dead.
Dead. Now, Wike, I mean, what is his name now? Obi can now have a free day to be talking all over the place now. Let's see what
Wow, Willie don't buy in America, yes?
Yeah.
I'm sure he's in America because he lives in
That's in America.
in Texas
And now
also.
he don't run to America, so he's don't come out government now.
But let me bring you up to speed, folks. Today,
But actually there in London,
in the National Assembly, they are trying to push a new bill that will stop the court martial of military men. That the police should handle offenses committed. I don't think that is right. I don't think they will succeed.
No, that is not right. That's
but
not right.
that's a bill
That will open the military to a lot of
exactly. I disagree with that. But they push the bill today.
yeah,
By way of
because
information.
even the court martial Baba doesn't stop a military man after being court martialed from actually
No, they just
being
remove them, disgrace them, and push them to the police.
Yeah,
That's what they
because
do.
after the court martial, you can still go to a civil court.
Yeah, that's what they do.
So if you remove the court martial, that will open the.
How is it being done? How is it being done in Western world?
Court martial.
Court martial. They remove all the accoutrements that makes the person a military person, and then push him to the police. Allow
If
the
the
police to
person is
arrest him.
operating under order, if at the time the crime was committed, they were actually, operating under their commission, it's court martial. However, it doesn't mean that if they break the law, civil law, that they cannot go to a civil court directly. But let's say in the case where they were under commission and at the point in time when the law was broken, they were, they were under order. you can't, it's a court martial first before any civil court can deal in the matter. So this Yerima, for instance, if he's going to be disciplined, he has to be first disciplined by court martial, because at the time he did whatever you think he did, he was doing so under order. You get what I mean? If it's a situation where, when he's now going about his regular business, he commits a crime, then the police can handle it directly. But at the time, if you think he committed the crime or not, what he did it while under order. So the court martial has to first discipline him first. So I don't know why the Senate are trying to intrude unnecessarily.
Yeah, and also some countries have where a military officer have the right to defend the land, and it depends on how far the land is expanded on that, and yeah, so the law is a very tricky one.
When they say defend the land, it's not individual land.
Yeah, I understand, but some countries, some countries in Africa, military have used this opportunity to take people's land in other countries. This is not just in Nigeria. A lot of African countries, military take over.
That is illegality.
Hold on, Africa, are you military?
No,
Africa.
I come from a military background. No, I'm not myself, but yeah. But a lot of African.
I saw your military boots in the profile.
No, I come from a military background. Yeah, so basically, a lot of them.
Hold on a second. Are you a coup plotter? Are you a coup plotter?
No, definitely not.
Okay, all right.
The last thing
Let me say something.
Listen, it's only animals. It's only animals that would like to live under the gun. That's what I always say. Someone is skipping.
That's what I always say.
Someone is.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I can hear you. Yeah, I think the point I'm trying to make, like I said, both Wike and the officer, both of them are right and wrong. So, in terms of what I consider to be the constitutional and statutory authority, like I said, Wike has the right to allocate the land, defend the private land. There's nothing wrong about that. Block the civil, official, interfere on land administration. That's nothing wrong. But like I said, the use of the military, in my own opinion, is misuse of the military asset. If you look at it, that's wrong. You shouldn't be using the military to do all this. That's supposed to be a place the police supposed to be doing. What is the military doing in a civil matter? They're in the forest, planning. This is the problem we have in Nigeria. You don't talk about that. We have a bigger problem than this shenanigan, that just went on in Abuja. That's not the point. We need to think about where we are coming from, where we are going from here, okay?
I mean, Prestige. We are still a work in progress. Okay, it's a work in progress, and the military, again, they've not entirely, decoupled from Nigerian rulership. They still have some power, a lot of power for that matter. So we're not there yet. We're still working through the process. We're not there yet. It's going to take some time. But military still has power in that space. They do, and they control a lot of resources and institutions.
Okay,
which is sad.
Hold on, AI. Let me post some.
But what you said is right.
Hold on.
I want to about the conduct of the officer in that regard. Officer general, not necessarily him. Like I said, they have no right in interfering in the civil authority.
Comparative fact. Let me
the
throw
minister
some
to come there. Is
into
wrong.
this discourse.
I mean, he acted, beyond his lawful mandate. That's the way I see it.
Anyway, sorry, I apologize.
Okay,
guys.
So like I've stated properly, I don't like to flog the whole thing again. I said which is right. When it comes to the legal, the statutory law,
Mr. Moderator,
but it's the only utterances that I fought. That's not a good example of
No, I've got to leave, guys. But thank you very much. Great conversation. Basically, the bottom line is keep democracy for as long as you can, avoid all costs, upsetting two, authorities like the police and the setting them against one another, especially in Africa, dangerous move. And at the same time, based my opinion, the governor got it right, but he enforced it, in a criminal way, which we obviously in a lot of countries he will be, that will be criminal matter against him. But at the same time, he obviously is the governor of the state, so he was, it's every country got their own laws, but looking at it from the outside, I don't think he's a good representative of the government. But thank you very much for, giving me your time. And also, I'm from Sierra Leone, yes, and I come to your platform now and again because I catch up with my man.
Africa, don't go yet. Don't go yet. This may concern you. I just want to put some petrol into the discourse.
Okay.
If Wike were to be a Fulani
or
an Hausa or a Fulani, a Northerner,
yes,
would the military, those retired like Buratai and all the rest, even Yerima, would he stand up to him?
Yes, I swear to my life, I would. I stand up to a lot of my people all the time. Maybe it's just
no, this general. I just throw it on the floor because we have a problem in our country. We look at things from different lenses. So I'm just bringing this lens into it, and let's hear the opinion of people.
I swear to my life, I will look beyond tribe and I'll look more into the, my nation and my people, basically.
Not you, Hal. Not you. We are talking about the individuals like former retired chief of army staff.
They have nothing. They have nothing to do with. No, they have nothing to do with. They should have nothing to do with governance. Nothing. They should be. People like when you're a retired. Why is a retired general got to do with current government issues?
But
yeah, they shouldn't. I mean, a retired general should not. That's why it's a retired. Military officers shouldn't have anything to do with governing a government. They have no business doing that. The only business they have is defending the country and defending the presidency. Okay,
but the Nigerian military don't operate that way.
Which is sad. That needs to change, and this is what happened in most African countries.
We have a divided military, whether we want to acknowledge it or not.
And I was speaking to someone the other day about.
But Baba, we need to make a distinction between retired and serving military. Okay.
Yeah, so I was speaking to one of my guy who is in
because
Nigeria.
as a retired military, I'm not a fan of Brutai. So let's make that clear. He has a right to make a statement, but because if he's in the military uniform, he has no right to make a statement. That's the way it works. He's retired. So
in this case,
he has the right to say whatever he wants to say in that regard.
In this case,
not that I agree with what he said.
Both retired and serving, they are coming out with their full chest in this matter. That's surprising
they are together.
To me.
All the military seem to be together. I noticed that. You're right.
They are coming out with their full chest in this matter.
Where the serving ones doesn't have the right to be commenting on something of this matter. My own understanding.
Yeah. So guys, thank you very much, and you have a good evening. Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks. Bye.
You still owe me that discussion on Sierra Leone. Yes, Mr. Moderator, carry on, please.
Baba, don't you notice that the retired military officers don't even seem to acknowledge the fact that they are retired?
No, in Nigeria, they don't. They don't know the distinction. They believe they are still serving. They behave that way.
Yeah, I mean, Buratai's statement, it almost reads like the statement of an existing chief of army staff.
Yeah. Even not only, it goes way back. Even the old ones. If you see people like, let me go back, Alabi Sama, they still see themselves as officers. As if they are still wearing the uniform and serving. They still behave that way. That's the Nigerian thing. All of them. You see them in their cars. Have you seen their cars? Some of them will put bulala in front of their car, in front of the driver. Some of them will put their military cap. behind.
Baba, one of my friends, one of my friends is a son of a retired army general. In fact, one of a number 2 person. The guy still has military sticker in front of his car. His father is dead, though. His father that is general, as a brigadier, is dead.
When they were ruling, Arogidiba, I have MOD sticker, green. I have Navy. I have Air Force One, the one with the light blue. In all my cars, I got everything. I got them from friends too. And with that, you have easy passage. So that's why I call it a hangover. Because during that era, I mean, it's difficult to win yourself off that kind of largesse we enjoyed then.
So, Baba, so are we not all complicit then? All of us are complicit.
We are.
Now.
That's why I said, look, if I receive a call from Lagos, I said that about an hour ago, that there's something happening. My first instinct, I will not call police. Why should I? I will not call police. I'm of the old order after all. It's a military person I will call. It's a military person I will call, and he'll go do my bidding. So it's a hangover. But after 26 years, I think we should have weaned ourselves off that and wake up from that slumber. Honestly.
Baba, please, I want you to address something because I know you understand the downstream sector very well. And I'm so disappointed in the politics of Bola Tinubu. His political maneuverings, in my opinion, towards his intentions in 2027 seem to influence greatly. And also his conflict of interest, I believe, is influencing some of the decisions that he makes. He implemented a 15% levy on imported petrol, which is in line with the PIA. And then within a week, I believe under pressure from all the different divergent interests, I believe yesterday they have suspended that under the guise that the 15% levy would cause a rise in fuel prices. Even though we have seen that the reverse is the contrary. In the last 3 months, we've seen a steady drop in fuel prices. I believe it's something around 800 naira now in some of the major cities, 800 to 850. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's no more than it's no more than 900. So Baba, can you please tell me what's going on?
The thing is, it's a very, very complex issue. It borders on money. We're talking about big money here. The private importers, they still have stock in their tanks, in most of their farms, and they've already paid on pro forma invoice of cargo they are expecting. If that law takes effect, it will cause a problem in the pricing. But they are at war with Dangote because Dangote has assured the president that they can unilaterally supply all the PMS and AGO needs of the country, and is underselling. So if the president have to now destroy the private sector to satisfy Dangote, it could work, but then the banking industry will be hit because most of these people borrowed money from the bank. So it's a delicate balance the presidency have to maintain. They didn't look at all the ramification of the implications of promulgating that law. So they reversed themselves. Though Dangote could do it because there is this issue actually of what do we consume every day? There is no scientific means of determining it internationally, but anybody can make an educated guess. Dangote has come forward to say, look, we don't use more than 30 to 32 million liters in a day. The previous record we have from NNPC is always between 55 and 65 million in the era of the subsidy, or at the height of the subsidy thievery. So if we look at it at that, yes, the refinery as it stands today, the Dangote refinery, could satisfy us. More so when the others are coming on stream. And Dangote is not the only one producing diesel. All the other small ones without reformers are producing AGO for the country. All over the place, about 6 other small refineries. So the president have to put a break on that law. I think what they didn't spell out is that there is a moratorium of 90 days that, okay, all the importers should put their housing and finance in order. Whether they like it or not, that regulation will take roots because there's expansion going on, or proposed expansion of the Dangote refinery to elevate it to 1.4
billion.
1.4 billion. And the federal government is taking a 20% stake in equity.
Oh, really? So the federal government are going to actually exercise their previous 20% stake?
Yeah, 20% stake, which is very wise.
Because they didn't pay up their balance before. So are they not going to pay up the balance and take the 20% now?
They will take the 20% on the expanded refinery of 1.4 million barrels a day. So what form are they going to pay, cash, or they are going to use crude oil? And I think they are going to use crude oil to cover it instead of paying cash, because that's the intelligent thing to do. So people like Ainzon, if they don't wake up, if the Jaw Nation don't wake up, they will be shortchanged, because there is a lot of, because whatever Tinubu is doing, which we don't realize, is based on the oil and gas industry. That's why he has the confidence of borrowing. He knows where he is going. And everywhere he's going, the 1 million economy, 1 trillion economy and everything is based on oil and gas. And though people from that area, I'm annoyed that they are not waking up and taking their pound of flesh right from beginning. Because when all these things take root and the largest start flowing in, it will be very hard for them. The Ogoni people are trying at the moment, before they start the opening up the oil well there. They are exerting their authority. They are demanding a lot of things. But I want the other people to follow Andoni, Calabari, the job proper of different coloration in the 6 states where they occupy. But they are not doing that. They are silent at the moment. But I know underneath it, a lot of other things are going on where individuals are benefiting. But the larger picture is these people, these importers, they cannot beat Dangote. Dangote is well skilled in underselling and coming back. You can see he's selling now at 820 or so per liter, which the importers cannot meet. So they have to lock up their stock. And that is dangerous for the banking economy, because how will the bank get their money back?
But Baba, why are the banks so exposed to the downstream sector? Why?
Greed.
Commercial banks. Why are commercial banks so exposed?
It's fast money. It's greed. It's greed. And they have their returns. Because nobody borrowed, because the cost of borrowing now is between 30 and 33%. And when they say 30, that's for administrative. And there is what I will call unadministrative, under the table deals that are going on. So it's about greed. So if the presidency is not maintaining a delicate balance, you get my point, the shit may hit the fan. And a lot of banks may go under, because we're talking of big money. Big money here. So that is the issue. And I think it will sort itself out.
Well, what is the CBN going to do? The CBN has to take a position.
Of course, they will correct it. That's a window of 90 days the CBN will work with the bankers committee to make the necessary adjustment and the regulations and ease these people out of the market.
Something has to be done with the CBN always appointing, former bankers, to, as the governor of the CBN. They have to go away from, people that have, their primary remit was banking to individuals who are, who are regulators from the get-go. Things wouldn't change.
Well, that's the beginning. I think the only man that was not a banker, if I can remember, neither an economist, was Siroma. And I can't really remember the function of the CBN then relatively, but I think that's the only man. Ever since there have been economists, Sanusi, the Lamido and the other Sanusi and the other, the Edo guy, I've forgotten his. A lot of them are economists and bankers. Just an admixture of both have been administering it. I don't think it's bad in itself. It all depends on the qualification and the knowledge of the person that is in charge of the CBN. We can see somebody like the last one, despite coming from Zenith Banker hierarchy, how he messed up. Greed got the better of him. And I don't want to remember. I don't even know why they've not thrown away the key after they locked him up. He's still coming to court.
Baba Emefiole is one of the reasons I don't want former banking executive to become CBN governor. Then Sanusi Lamido, as brilliant as is another reason too that I don't want former bankers to be there, even though Sanusi is an economist. You see, all Sanusi banking reform that time was just was just based on revenge, vengeance. So because not to excuse the like of Hebrew, not to excuse the like of Akimbola and
The
Koi.
Intercontinental.
Exactly. So what see, there's no bank executive they carry today when they no go find shit in their nyash. But that of Intercontinental and Oceanic, that time it was orchestrated. So because how will you ask people to start moving money out of a bank, and you expect the bank not to have issue with financial issue?
And it took everything to have that. Because if you look at the trajectory, the growth of Access Bank and even that of UBA, earlier, you will know definitely that a lot of rubbish went on. Because
Exactly.
Because Standard Trust Bank, run by Lumelu, have to eat up a bigger bank that is UBA. Now that them and they ease out a lot of things, those guys were lucky anyway, because our eyes have not opened in the period where they acquire all those banks.
Hey, Baba.
So what Sanusi did that time was not really good at all, but just because of sentiment, I immediately, because this is the problem I have with some of our co-patriots too, because immediately some of us were even condemning what Sanusi did. We saw many people came at me. Yeah, just because I lost my job, I was just laughing, because none of them, even people that were even fighting me, didn't even know that I resigned and I left Nigeria for Canada. So they thought that reform affected me, and it now came to a matter of jealous that okay, and just because all those money you were getting, you were no longer getting. I said, guys, wake up. I was not even telling them where I was even speaking from. I was in this system. What Sanusi did was enough to even grant Nigeria financial system, because you had issue with some of the executives of the bank, and the first thing you wanted to do is to find a way to get back at them.
To acquire
So exactly. To say Sanusi was caught demarketing a bank, a commercial bank, and that commercial bank, the cousin of one of the governors was worked in one of those commercial banks, and he reported the case They took the case to CBN. The CBN reprimanded Sanusi. If anybody noticed, Vanguard in February published that some powerful northern people wanted to take over Intercontinental Bank, and they mentioned some kind of banks. And the thing later happened. Later in the year, something that was predicted like almost 7 months ahead, and people could not put 1+1 together. See, before Sanusi became CBN governor, we knew he was going to become the next CBN governor. The way they were moving in from from UBA to First Bank, we knew.
Everywhere, yeah.
And Bukola Saraki orchestrated that, you know. So the thing is,
because of Savannah Bank, and he did nothing to the Saraki family. They went away with everything. With
you meant to say this name of bank that sound like a French name? What do we call that bank again?
Société Générale.
Société Générale.
Société Générale.
Yeah. Because part of those things like this, like it was he wanted Intercontinental Bank to take over, though, if they can just take over that bank. But the problem as at that time is that if Intercontinental Bank absorbs Société Générale, Intercontinental Bank will shake and may even crash immediately because of the liabilities. So I think Saraki was not happy. Then, you know, things were going like almost all the public sector deposit was coming to Intercontinental Bank. Intercontinental Bank has some large deposit of
his RCCG connection.
Yeah, so NNPC has some kind of deposit. So, you know, when you wanted to deal with bankers, started asking people to move their money out. It's logical. Maybe you are having like a public sector, maybe you have 100 billion and you have public sector of 30 billion, and you now have people to start moving their money away from that. Who doesn't know that bank will have a financial ratio problem? Of course, you are going to have, but why you orchestrated it? There's a difference between this bank was not going the right way, and different between that what you orchestrated so that you can destroy. You understand? So, and people hate Sanusi today. Where you know, people always have two different sides. You know, like his spouse that be good at home, that we have a good side outside. That so whenever anything happen, oh, this spouse is good, all those stuff. To me, bankers, you understand, Sanusi is another banker that shouldn't have even be allowed, you understand, to take over the CBN function. So that's why I believe that to date, at least from 1999, the one I can speak to, Soludo has been the best CBN governor.
The best.
Nigeria has
and
ever
he came from academia, right?
Exactly. So to me, ex-bankers becoming a CBN governor, I think is a dangerous thing, because you can't put a competitor. You understand? You put a competitor, like Emefiele was coming from Zenith Bank. It was a clear competitor. So you don't do that. And he actually behaved like how many bank executive will have behaved to a commercial. You understand?
Yeah, because he came with a boss in tow, whether administratively acknowledged or not. His boss is still overseeing him from Zenith Bank. That's Ovia.
Ovia. And I think Abacha today in his grave will be jealous of Emefiele. To be honest, will be jealous. You know.
I have a question. You guys heard that breaking news about the past governor of Anambra State that passed away? Is that true?
Yeah, someone said it. So, and the thing is, maybe we just leave that one for one man to do show around that one in the evening. Even if you are going to discuss, it can be a brief discussion, but I think that should be a major topic, because Obiano is not just an ordinary person that someone will just mention.
He took over from Obi.
Yeah, so it's not someone can just discuss briefly. At least, yeah. You know, sometimes I look beyond your morality, because when I'm dealing with people, you understand, I don't use morality to judge people. I use your legality. That when we are in a private thing and your immorality is affecting me, then maybe I can push. But in the public space, I always concentrate on that legality, you know. So it's like someone getting married to maybe 200 wives, and you are saying, ah, this is immoral. That's your own business. Is it legal for him to marry 200 wives? If it's illegal, that is some kind of treaty. But if it is the area of the legality, that's the area I want to concentrate on. So I think Obiano did very well for Anambra State, at least better than Obi, in my own humble opinion. So, did I answer your question?
Can I come in?
Yeah, go ahead, please. Go ahead. Can anybody help me tell a comparative fact to go ahead, because he doesn't hear everyone?
Yeah, comparative
Yeah,
fact.
thank you
Go
very
ahead,
much.
please.
I wanted to ask Baba. In reference to that tax, 15%. Has that been actually imposed or unimposed? Because let
No,
me speak from
not imposed. Not imposed.
Baba, can you answer that before I proceed?
Not imposed. No. They've not started. Can you hear me? They've not started. Negative. That's the answer.
Hello, Baba?
Yeah, I can hear you. I say negative. They've not started it. Can someone tell him?
Baba, do you hear me?
I hear you clearly, and I've answered. I said no.
No, something wrong with my phone. Can you answer my question again?
No is the answer. No, 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 no.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna speak from my state point of view, because some of us in Biafra, here recently, as early as this year, we have written to Hope Uzodinma, on how to assess some of our natural resources. There has been this, I don't know whether it's proven or not proven, that Imo State has about 300
Baba, me
trillion
call me.
cubic gas reserve. I don't know if that's exactly true, because Nigeria, from what I had about 210 trillion cubic gas reserve, and Imo has about 200 of that. That's a lot, but notwithstanding, I don't know if that's a fact, but I know they have a lot of, they have the highest gas deposit in Nigeria, whether it's 200 or whatever, that I don't know. Okay, that could be speculation.
Imo
But
State doesn't have
notwithstanding,
the highest deposit of
I know Hope Uzodinma has
Imo,
done something to leverage the Imo State gas deposit, but that's just on commissioning of the gas process. I think that gas process is on Ano gas plant, and position Imo State as a gas hub in the southeast. Yeah, he has done it, but to me, he hasn't done it. He hasn't done enough. So this is why we wrote to him earlier. Give him some perimeter. What to push on. Hopefully, he can leverage our information and do some of what we pointed to him. We talk about creating a gas state level gas development master plan. We told him to map out a proven gas field like the one we have in Haji, Egbema, and Uguta.
Difficult to
Clear a
hear you.
target,
Can you
how to
hear me?
extract and
Comparative
process
facts.
those domestic gas use. Maybe come up with about 5 to 10 years strategy to power the industry in that area for export, both for environmental and community guidelines. That's part of what we wrote to him. And we said he need to partner with some, aggressively with some of Nigerian upstream petroleum, regulation commission. I think it's called NUP, NEUPRC. Lobby them for faster track for the development of the gas we have. Then we asked him again. I'm just giving a summary of what we wrote to him, to build a gas-based industrial hub in Haji Eboma, area. That has to do with certain like fertilization, comprehensive, natural gas, petroleum and plastic factory, maybe some power plant, in the southeast. And we asked him again, I think the fourth one was, I'm trying to remember, we asked him to use the gas for local power generation, because of the gas, the large gas reserve we have, that could actually produce about 50 to 200 megawatt modular in that area. And another thing we push for him, we push for him to adopt the what we call the CNG, for transportation, in Imo State. That will definitely help that state, So this is power the power. I think we have like about 7 or 8, if I remember. Then we encourage him to use the modular gas processing plant. That's another thing. Then, but the main problem for him to actually, actualize some of these things that we pointed to him, he has to strengthen the security around the gas assets. If any of this has to come to fruition, he has to use that. So hopefully he's doing it, not quite, but like I said, he has taken some step, but it has nothing has happened yet to the level we wanted. But what I just said we wrote, that was earlier. I think it was end of January. When we wrote a letter to him, maybe he can start implementing this. But the reason why I was asking Baba in reference to the 15% 15% tax, that Tinubu wanted to pose, I thought that would have been very positive for the Imo State. Why do I say that? Because if there's this 15%, then how would this hit Imo State, my particular, so that's the angle I'm speaking to, maybe other people can speak how that affect Nigeria, because what affects Imo State affect Nigeria. So it's a benefit to Nigeria. I'm making a general, but I'm just using an Imo State as an example, If that import is really, if that 15 tax is really imposed, that could raise the cost of importation, making local production more effective and more competitive instead of just importing, because, we still import part of gas right now. And in another thing I would think that would have done, it will encourage investment, probably downstream gas facility, generate higher state and federal revenue. So I would have liked that to stick, but like Baba stated, that had been unimposed again. So I don't know why he waffle, just maybe because of the lobbying or the so hierarchy, he's trying to pander to them. Maybe he's right, but I hope sometimes he shouldn't be pandering. He should stick to whatever he's got telling him, whether it's right or wrong. That's the art of a good governance. That's my opinion. I just wanted to make my some statement in reference to this narrative. I come from the gas. We have some oil, but it's like about 3 or 6%. So it's nothing like they have in Delta or River or whatever. So that's my point. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, I don't know whether you can hear me, but if you do, you are very correct. The gas reserve in Imo State alone, is I think 200 trillion standard cubic feet. That's a lot. I don't like actually talking about the Southeast for reason best known to me, but because you brought it up, so I think I have a right actually to enumerate some things to you. The three states that produces oil apart from gas in the Southeast is Anambra, Imo, and Abia. And combined, the three of them barrels per day is just about 2.1% of the total Nigeria produces every day. So it's insignificant as far as I'm concerned. So it's still big money, but the thing there, the cocoa there is the gas. Good. So the problem is if Southeast wants to prosper, if they want to catch up with other geopolitical zone, they have to tone down.
Yeah, go ahead, Baba. I can hear you. Something wrong with him, but I can hear you and I can
They
see.
have
Thank
to
you.
tone down on this agitation. My honest opinion is driving away investors. Gas is the future. Gas can do a lot of things, like you said, power the energy in the 5 Southeast states. But then there is a problem of security with gas pipeline. In recent history, we know how Niger Delta held the nation to ransom, and the nation has to submit. Though rightfully correct, in my opinion, they did that. Can we duplicate the same thing or face the same danger with Southeast? Southeast is volatile at the moment, and this is driving away investors in that field. Gas is even more volatile than oil. So it is the danger, the whole Southeast can burn in 24 hours if a gas pipeline is destroyed or exposed. So Southeast has it with 2 trillion alone of standard cubic feet alone in Imo, not to talk about others. I mean, within 10 years, Southeast will have become another thing if properly utilized, the commission they get out of it from derivation. And I know with the agitation, they can even command much more than the 13% available at the moment, which the judges have not been able to raise in Niger Delta. The Southeast are capable of doing that. But if this can only happen if Southeast tone down, calm their nerves, and go for development, compete, and then that is the power upon which they can negotiate themselves inside Nigeria or outside Nigeria. So that is my honest opinion, because they are sitting on wealth and they are not talking about that. They are talking about port and no port. Port is not going to do that for them. It is the gas that is in Southeast. That is the corridor of their salvation.
Baba, did you hear the breaking news? Somebody wrote on the platform.
No, I've heard of Obiano about an hour ago. Somebody broke it live. So that is the situation, this thing. So when they start, they are ready to take off.
Comparable fact. You need to fix your phone, man, because you're just in and out.
So when the Southeast are ready, they will take off. That's how much I can just use in conclusion.
I'm progressive. I don't know. This is a new phone, okay? It's a new phone that I bought. This stupid iPhone, they said it's good. I don't know what's going on.
I'm not interested if it's a new one or an old one. You don't need to tell me that you bought a new phone.
So, Mr. Moderator, thank you.
You have a fake device. That's the way. That's the way I see it. So
last time I was speaking to
progressive. I don't care to tell you about what I bought a new phone. It's not why I made it. I'm just saying, why is he messing up? Who care about telling you about a new phone? You need to go sit down sometime and stop being so sensitive.
You cannot take joke, right?
Trump or Tinubu should be the one to look at why the thing is having problem. Talk to either Trump or Tinubu to fix the phone for you.
So, last time I was here, I was talking about the tax reform coming next year, and I talk about the capital gain tax, right? How it affected the market. You guys, no, it was Trump. And I said, no, yeah, Trump contributed a little bit, but a huge factor why the market went down in 2-3 straight days, and he lost in one of those days. He lost over 4 trillion naira, was because of that capital gain tax, whereby they're imposing 25% or 30% on profit over 125 million naira. And you guys say no, but what happened when Wale Edun and Taiwo Oyedele saw the situation on the market? They came out and to clarify things. And when they came out to clarify issues, what then happened was that market stabilized, and then on the other day it gained over 2 trillion naira. So sometimes we need to be like, we need to understand certain things, and I just don't understand why they even have that measures in that kind of in a situation whereby you've brought in a lot of reform. People are starting to build confidence in that reform, and then you're coming up with another form of tax that is not eroding confidence on investors.
But progressive capital gains tax where you live is 33%.
Let me respond to him. See, progressive. It's good as Wale Edun and Taiwo Oyedele spoke. People like stock market is just like a well legalized, a well structured gambling. So stock market is almost the same as your lotto when you play your Baba Ajebu.
No, it's not the same.
I say it's almost the same. Grammar say it's the same. So it's gambling. That's why you put money there. Some people lose, some people make money out of the stock market. So the thing is this: if you believe that Trump pronouncement did not affect Nigeria, that stock, well,
no. I said to some extent, but the majority part of the drop we saw came from that tax.
Okay. It's because let me tell you one thing. There is nothing there that the Wale Edun and Taiwo Yedele spoke that was different from what has always been on ground. But you know, sometimes communication, when you have people come around to speak, it still brings some kind of confidence instead of them keep it quiet. You know, they've all kept quiet since Trump pronunciation. The thing you look at is this: those investors you see, especially the institutional investors, they know what some ordinary common investors don't know. They don't know. They know. So the thing is this: if you are moving your money away because of the capital gain, to which market? You understand? Do you think if the type of a profit you are going to make in Nigeria is what you are going to make in the economy that is already plateaued?
Yeah, but you also don't get the kind of volatility, what do you call it? Volatility that you get in Nigeria market. You also won't get it in
That
other
is exactly what
you were
That's
saying,
why we need to come.
Aro was saying that where I live is 33%, but there's guaranteed stability in their market, so it's different. If you are putting money in that Nigerian market,
That's
the volatility is too much. Then you are
that is why we are telling you that Trump announcement was a major reason. You understand? That created that volatility that you are talking about. Even without Trump before, we know a country like Nigeria market is volatile. But just now, you keep watching what will happen when there's a election time and see how people will just be taking new position. And when people take new position, they wait for like 3 to 6 months after the new president is sworn in, and they will start coming back again. When it's going to another political dispensation, maybe they are going to change. People will start bailing out. So the question is this: whether volatility or no volatility, the thing is, investors want to maximize whatever they can maximize. And institutional investors, they have a way of breaking things down. Okay, when you say you have to reach 150 million before you can pay certain, like up to 25% or thereabout, then before you reach that page, these people, they know how to break things down to take advantage, to maximize. That is why they have financial experts on their payroll. So it's not just a common person that just, okay, let me put my money here. You start thinking, okay, my money will become 200 million. Or no, institutional investors, they don't do that. They do calculated gambling, and the calculated gambling is mostly about political situation. So they listen to the political event. You know, after about 3 weeks now, right? You understand the type of chaotic situation that the Trump announcement made. You know, things is beginning to get to another equilibrium now. People start doubting, will Trump go there or will he not go there? Those are the kind of things that I think is influencing the comeback. So they won't run away because of capital gain. I can guarantee you like that for almost 100%. Because the question is this: if I'm in a market where I can make 200 million, and maybe I pay 25%.
You need to stop. There are lots of market around the world. There are lots of places investors take their money to. There are lots of market investors can take their money to. They just have to shop around. That's all.
I know.
So the idea, look, what you're seeing in the market now is the confidence that like both foreign and local investors, FDIs have in the reforms. And if that reform start to look shaky in a way, people are going to bail out.
Okay, did Wale Edu and Oyedele said they are holding on capital gain? Did they say
no?
So?
Because the interpretation is what matter, and when the people that are going to be in charge came out to explain the situation in a different way. I've not really watched the clip, but I knew that they came out and they made the explanation about it. So I'm still going to watch the clip and see
Sorry,
and hear what they
who's
say.
speaking? Is it
The
Nigerian
progressive. The progressive.
Progressive. Oh, I came here. So you said there are a lot of markets around the world. So to you, what are the criteria for choosing a market?
Yeah, you look at you look at a lot of factors. So stability matters a lot. Okay, so if the governance structure is stable, that is one thing you look at. You look at the kind of system the market operates. That is That is another thing you look at. You look at taxes as well. You look at the laws of the land regarding how it structures around the market. A lot of these things are the things you take into consideration before you go into those markets.
So,
Right. So
majorly,
market. So market is no market. Okay. Obviously, So why do you think people will gravitate towards the U.S. market than Nigerian market?
It's not just the
maybe
US
South African?
market. They could go into the Asian market. There are lots of Asian market doing well at the moment. They could go anywhere.
Right, but why are people not going there? Obviously, no,
Yeah,
they
but
are in the market.
so what about the people that who told you they're not doing it? Those ones that are taking their money out, do you know what they're doing? You don't know what
Oh
they're
no,
doing.
you make it sound like they don't know of other markets, or they're not going to other markets.
No,
That's why I was
it's the
asking
people
the
that are saying that the tax, this capital gain tax is not a factor why the market is going down. And I listened to Naira Metrics, and I listened to a lot of economics platform, and they've complained about this capital gain tax. They said, look, it doesn't make sense. And the fact that Wale
Can
Edu,
you please expand on what the merit of their complaint is?
What?
Can you expand on what the complaint is really about? Yes, it doesn't make sense.
So this look, you have to so let me explain something to you. You look at the Nigerian market, right? So you have to understand that there were people who put money into that market who've made a lot of losses from time. So they hold, right? So what is now happening is that the market have not appreciated. A lot of people are still barely where they were when this market started. So if they come out, they're going to pay 25%, no, sorry, 30% on what you are supposed, quote unquote, profit.
But the new tax law makes it very clear that you only pay capital gains tax on gain, on the gain.
Net gain.
So
Net
what
gain,
you
not
hold on now.
not on assets.
So hold on. So when you pull, so if I put say $1 million now, right? In say 2015, when naira to dollar was how much? Then you calculate inflections into it. You calculate depreciation of the fact the market went down under Buhari government, right? And then by the time this market grow, and I'm taking maybe $2-3 million out, then you're charging me 20. I'm still not making anything. If by the time you factor the valuation and everything into
but the
it.
new tax law also actually allows you to actually spread your losses as well, and you're losing years.
Yeah, but you're in according to what I just explained to you, you put 1 million in, you're taking 3 million. It does not seem like a loss.
No.
In reality, it's a loss.
I think what you are doing is this: you are looking at this and you are actually superimposing the reality of inflation.
It's not me that is
the reality of inflation onto something that is different. Capital gains tax is capital gains tax.
It's
But
not me. I'm just telling you the reaction of the look. I'm just telling you reactions of investors. They're not stupid. People like you didn't. If you put your money in,
it's a global reality. It's nothing.
Can I say
Peculiar to
something?
Nigeria.
Can I say
Investors
something?
move based on central bank policies. We saw that with Liz Truss. Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng.
Larry wants to interject, Aro.
Aro, do you play in that market? Do you play in the Nigerian market?
Not heavily, yes, but I've taken some positions in recent months.
Okay, I play.
We have some things, yes.
I play in that market. I play every day in that market.
Larry, just say 1 second. Obiano, Hill, and Ahati, says former commissioner for information.
Let's leave politician out. Let us talk about something important first, okay?
No, I just bring that because they are saying in the commentary that Obiano is dead.
Let Obiano and the family sort himself out.
Sorry, that was Sinbad and Mr. Fake News. Sinbad is one that broke the news to us.
So, Larry, carry on, please. Let's hear what you have to say.
So we need to understand something. Every stock market, the only thing we are selling and buying in the stock market is information, right? And prior to this time, when Taiwo was working on, on this tax law, the issue of CGT actually came up. And when he said, they said 30%. And obviously, we all know, as at that time, why did we have a lot of influx into the Nigerian market? Because it's a good market. It's easy for you to take your gain and you're good. And most of the guys that you see from 2 years ago to this point in the Nigerian stock market are not really key believers of that market. They are just normal portfolio investors. Put your money in and take it out. So majorly, I've seen a lot of people say, oh, Trump and this and that. That's not really the drive. The drive of this recent thing, right? For the last 2 weeks, I think the first one was 2 point something trillion. I think 4 days ago was 4.6 trillion that left the market. Everybody's taking money out now towards January because if there's no clarity of policy, no investor wants to put money when there is no clarity of policies. And even if you play also in the US market, why is it that if you look at the trend of the market, why is it that every time when it gets to towards end of the year, right, people want to buy more? You want to buy more because you know that if you cross into the other year, then you start talking about, paying CGT to IRS. So it's a normal thing in the market. And I think the government is trying to talk to them and they're trying to see something to it and stuff like that. Because obviously nobody wants to, every business guy is a selfish guy, right? It's all about patriotism. It's all about how I could get the best out of it. You understand? So I personally, and this is exactly so when the Nairametrics guys, Udo and all of them were talking, it's true. Even before time, they've been warning Taiwo. They told them, right, you guys need to calm down. Don't be like, oh, we've done it. It doesn't work like that. Because it's easier for you it's not like the market is not like where you have authority over, right? Any slight thing, if people just think, oh, everybody starts selling, right? So it's just, and I think Taiwo has, I think he's been able to understand now. I know he's been going from radio station to TV station to, at this point, it's not even about Taiwo. It's about Edu himself. And Edu, this thing he did with investors, it was more like, yeah, they're working on it. And what I think people are now beginning to come back a little bit, like give them the benefit of that. What I think they want to do is to probably send an amendment to National Assembly.
Yeah, I think they will amend it.
Yeah, they are trying to send an amendment to National Assembly for a reduction in it. Because at 30%, fine. It's always easy. It's going to be progressive.
But Larry, do you not blame this the investors community, because there was a wide consultation? Well, how come nobody noticed it?
No, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work. You see, it doesn't work like that. During that time, a lot of people raised it. Like, you want to do 30% CGT. Investors are not really, Nigeria is not really that stable. Like American Stock Exchange now, right? It can take some shock. If there is a major thing, you know that market has the maturity to take shocks. But the Nigerian Stock Exchange does not have that maturity to take shocks. So the whole thing about Nigerian Stock Exchange started like 2-3 years ago, right? When, people are now like, okay, fine. There's a lot of things when you kind of like compare the inflation rate, with the interest rate, and you actually see that, oh, you are not just breaking even. It's a good place to put money. A lot of investors, even here in the US, right, take money out of NASDAQ, take money out of the US Stock Exchange and put money in Nigeria because it makes more sense, right, to put money there. And immediately they see that things are not going their way.
Sorry, Larry. It makes more sense. You just said it's not, of course, as stable as the U.S. market. So what makes more sense for them to take money from the U.S. market and put into Nigeria unstable market?
Yeah, because
there was huge growth in that market. Don't forget, the U.S. market have limited, like it have certain level of growth. But you can look at the Nigerian market.
It's more mature. It's more mature. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, it's more mature, but the level of growth that was coming into, do you know where within this year alone, do you know where Dangote cement goes from to where it is now? It's huge.
But the volatility is what we're talking about here, and uncertainty.
Yeah, so you can
in Nigerian market.
You can quickly make a short position with Nigeria.
Okay, good. Okay, sorry. Yes. See, if you have inside information, right? If you have good information, that is more like inside information, right? You can do that and go in and come out as quick as possible.
No. Insider information is a criminal offense, so it's not about insider information, right? Nothing like insider information, insider dealing or anything. It's just normal, right? Look at what is happening in the Nigerian market. Look at the growth. Look at the growth of the stock, right? And look at how it's really been moving. A lot of stocks in Nigerian Stock Exchange moved above 300 in terms of growth, over 300. Some of them even did 400% growth. 400% growth. So compare 400% growth with what you can see somewhere else. How many stock exchange in the world can you just, within a short period, see like 400% growth?
I understand. Okay, yeah. By the way, we know inside information. It's illegal, but nonetheless, even in the US,
Prince Daddy, you see, the thing is this. The thing is this. You see, you when you have money in your pocket, you want to put it into something. You look at the whole the whole package holistically. That's why you see. This is why Muhammad Buhari
hold on, I know, but Larry is saying something unique. Okay, which has when it comes to investment, three aspect, right? Allocation, timing, and the industry you want to choose to invest in. Those three components are critical in investing, right? So, but Larry seems to have a good idea of timing, which is really critical. So, taking the risk for a 400% gain over a short period of time takes a level of knowing. That's why I said having inside information.
No. Prince Daddy, you have to understand that Nigerian market during June. Okay, what the problem we have is that we are kind of looking at the Buhari. We'll just write Buhari side off now. That 8 years, write it off. During Jonathan government, we had very decent market. It was when Buhari came, and then they just came up with some, I don't even know, both Emefiele and all of them came up with their voodoo economics policies, and that basically some people's stuff almost got written off. They became junk. So the investors start to have confidence in the reform that this government brought in. They start to see stability in the currency. They start to see that, okay, the reserve is growing. The government can back whatever it needs to spend when it comes to dollar. In terms of the dollar, if we put the money in, there's enough capital, there's enough reserve for us to take the money out. So all of these things start to bring investors into the market, and then that was how you see the growth that we've seen so far. So it has to do with government policies as well, and it's the same with the United States.
Okay, so you and Larry are saying that Nigerian market is a reliable market.
No. Not Prince Daddy. Don't misinterpret me, right?
Larry, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes,
I want to ask you a question, please.
Okay.
My question is, Larry, this capital gain tax at the present is about 10%, and the proposed one is they are talking about progressive capital up to 30%. And according to what I read today, they are postponing it to next year. What they are trying to do
the law starts next year. It's not that they are postponing it next year. The law starts in January.
No, Remy is mixing that with what you heard in the news is
the fuel importation tax 15%.
They want to take that one to Q1 2026.
Okay, my question is this: that because I just do a little check, I discovered that Nigeria, what do you call it, CIT is progressive, and they are talking about investment.
CIT or CGT?
When I said CGT, sorry, CGT. So they are talking about investment. So if a prospective foreign investor invests in any portfolio, whether stocks, bonds, or whatever, or mutual fund in Nigeria,
let me stop you
saying that. So if I invest my capital,
no, see, you see, that's where we get things wrong. And I was
listen to my question first.
No, let me just tell you something. This reinvestment I was in one forum where Taiwo was, and I told him this.
Okay.
You see, the regulator, the government, choice of reinvestment is a choice of the investor. You do not control it, right? And in as much as you do not control, you are just, it's just like, okay, let's say normally, right? Tax avoidance. Tax avoidance is not a crime. Why tax evasion is a crime, right? Tax avoidance gives you that
My
option.
question to you is that: do you think this reinvestment will it be a kind of incentive for foreign
It's
portfolio investors
not an
to
incentive.
invest in
It has
Nigeria?
always been there. See, reinvestment has always been there. It's not like an incentive. And how does reinvestment works? It's just like you take money out of, now this is the stock exchange. You're taking money out of the stock exchange. Obviously, right? You're supposed to be charged CGT, but you're now putting that money, you are putting money back into the stock exchange. So plus or minus, you get what I mean? So plus or minus, just like the normal thing we do here now, every tax period. Like you're taking money out of, probably you want to take money out of the stock exchange, right? And you're taking that money, probably you want to use it to buy a property. So at the end of the day, your tax guy, what do? They look for a way to kind of like help you so that at the end of the day, you might not really be paying anything. So that's the thing that Taiwo is trying to say. So that's not really now. This is me talking from what I hear investors talk about. Because sometimes you ask people why you, probably somebody that was confident like 2-3 weeks ago. You understand what I'm saying? And now everybody's like, oh, can you, they are talking to their stockbrokers, they are talking to their guys, like, yeah, they want to pull money out, they want to pull it out, they want to pull it out. And sometimes, you as a guy, you have to sit down with some of them, like, oh, what exactly is the thing? Why do you want to pull it out? Because in most cases, some of those things are just normal panic buying, panic selling, right? Oh, everybody's pulling out. Let me quickly pull it out. Because they said, Nigeria is just a place where at every point, any slight thing. Okay, look at fuel, for instance. How do you do in Nigeria? Obviously, there is no fuel scarcity, but the moment you start hearing, everybody start queuing up, like, oh, let's buy fuel, let's do this, let's that. So, but I think what the government needs to do, and they've started doing it, having conversation. And the problem I have with Nigeria is this: they tend to want to be reactive than being proactive. You understand what I'm saying? Conversations that they are having now is more of being reactive. And what they do not know is the fact that they do not have control over investors. Investors are like, in Yoruba, everybody, let me see. Is that, like if you have a monkey, right? No, I'm not saying investors are monkey, please. You give them banana, you give them everything they need. Like, oh, you want to pamper them because you know that they can go to your next neighbor, right? Because now there is a little bit of drive in the Asian stock exchange now. Right? People are looking elsewhere, with some things that are currently happening in the US stock exchange. So, but for me, I think the government still needs to talk more. They still need to reassure more. They need to start taking steps, right? Sit down with them, start taking steps. If you want to do amendments, start doing those amendments and see, at least, so that at the end of the day, people are not saying they are not going to pay CGT. Nobody will say, oh, because
So Larry, so as a big player in that area, do you think that 30% progressive?
Wow, Jamie Abidanko be big player.
Okay. So I just want to ask this and clarify it for us. Do you think that 30% progressive on CGT is too high?
It's not progressive. Stop saying it's progressive.
It's a little bit high. It's a little bit high.
You don't, Larry, understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, it's a little bit high. It's a little bit high for that market. What they need in that market has not really matured to that point.
So do you think they should just? Do you think they should just leave it at 10%?
No. 10% is too small. Probably do 15%.
Yeah, do between 15 to 20%. Then that's all right.
Because even in the US, I think we do 15 in the US. So 10% is too. And now there's a lot of transparency now.
Larry, listen, we cannot say because so if US is if they are issuing a bond now, right? They're issuing their bond at around 3-4%. So you're not going to say because US issue 3-4%, you're going to issue 3. Nobody's going to subscribe to it.
No. There's a difference between that now. We are talking about CGT.
Bond in Nigeria is up to 17%.
We are not talking about interest rates.
I know. I'm just saying if US is doing 15%, we cannot say because US is doing 15% because it's totally different economy, two different markets.
I'm not saying they should do US now. You understand? I'm just saying, this is what I'm saying. That market still needs people. You know, sometimes when you are selling things, when you need people, there are why do you do a lot of discount, a lot of all these things? Bring them in, because transparency in NGX now, it's more than what you used to see before. Now, a lot of diaspora people are buying Nigerian stock because of what? Transparency. Now, I could quickly pick on Bamboo, I could pick on Chaka, you know, I could pick on some other ones. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Though they've not really got there. So the intention is, and this is what, what's this guy's name? This is what he's doing. You know, they are trying as much as possible to be able to get investment in Nigeria to the point that they've gotten fintech, normal banking fintech too. But it's still a long way. You understand what I'm saying? SEC
Yeah,
is trying.
it's a long way, so we have to.
Agama is trying as much as he could, right? But they still need to be able to sit down with people, tell them, you know, that government
Okay,
is.
sorry, Larry. I see you're a player. Quick question. So, are Nigerians more like sector investors or more like institutional investors? Like they invest in companies directly, as in, you know, they trust in companies more so than the sector.
No, that is, you know, basically what I've seen with Nigerians, right? It's Nigeria are not really interested in, you know, fine. The institutional investors are, you know, obviously most of those ones they are coming from outside. People that invest big, but an average Nigerian is just they just go to the market and see what moves, and you know, and whatever they can pick their own. It's all about money to them, and how they could quickly get more money. So they really do not care.
Yeah,
About.
but Larry,
Maybe
some
ask my,
people,
hold on. So my question is, so for
I know what you're
example,
trying to say,
NVIDIA.
Prince Daddy. You're talking about whether if people diversify their portfolio in terms of sector by sector in the economy, whether they're going to manufacturing or hospitality.
Well, let me explain briefly. So what I'm trying to say is that, like, you know, for example, we concentrate on, like, let's say, Tesla, NVIDIA, those companies directly, regardless of the industry, because we know that, you know, based on the market share / technology, innovation, whatnot. Okay, so the concentrate of this company are supposed to the sector may not be even doing great overall, but because one or two companies, you know, they are excellent leaders in that industry, people are more likely to invest in those companies than trying to look at the sector in general. That's my question.
Yeah. So all those ones you said, right? Yeah, it's easier for now. I'm not like I'm talking down.
So Larry, I understand what Prince.
Yeah,
Okay, so Prince Daddy, what you're saying is true. That is how it works in Nigeria as well. People, there are people who will buy Eco Hotel shares because Eco Hotel is doing great as an individual company, but it doesn't mean that the hospitality in general as a sector is doing great in the market. Do you understand now?
Okay.
Or is that not what your question is all about?
Yes, correct. Yeah. Cool. Nice.
Yeah. So for me, like I said earlier, right? I think the government, they are beginning to talk more. A lot of people are now beginning to a little bit, you know, understand. You know, and Taiwo is, you know, they've told Taiwo to be less defensive. Before, Taiwo was defensive. At the point, Taiwo was fighting Ugo and all those nairametrics guys, right? And those were the guys that they put a lot of money. You know, they have those guys, they have a lot of funds. Some of them manage funds. They have a lot of things. And these are the part of people that really promote, they try as much as possible. Imagine, see when Otedola was writing in his book, like places he visits, nairametrics was part of those places, because Nigeria as at today, if you really want to hear more things, I think it's just for me, I think nairametrics is just where I go to almost every day.
Yeah, I go to nairametrics as well.
Sometimes watching some of those guys with, you know, that these their drink charts that they drink, and you know,
drink on mics.
Yeah, drink on mics. So Nigeria will still get there. So I don't really see like, oh, probably it's going to be a lot of collapse. Investors will always, you know, investors now. Sometimes you see, oh, they're selling, and particularly when they start getting a little bit of more, getting here to hear more, So at least I think yesterday, I think there's a gain of like 2.something trillion.
I think it was. Yeah, I think it's stabilized. Though we've lost
Okay,
we've
guys,
lost
another
something, but
quick
it's
question.
stabilized.
Sorry. So, quick question. What is the oversight in the Nigerian Stock Exchange in terms of the auditing? And
So
yeah,
there is
oversight.
okay. So
So
there is
so Larry, go
so
ahead.
in terms of oversight, right? So the major body that does the oversight is SEC, being run by this guy Agama. That's just like how CBN does for banks, right? So SEC does the same thing for SEC in Nigeria does the same thing for NGX and every other thing. Except now, I think CBN wants to take back commercial papers and some other funds. CBN wants to take that back to CBN, but at least for now, every other thing is still within SEC. And SEC is really doing, I think there's more transparency, at least from my side. If you ask me now, Agama has been trying as much as possible to put more transparency into what is happening in NGS. Prior to this time, 3, 4, 5 years ago, you hardly even hear anything about Nigerian Stock Exchange.
At all. And one thing they still need to do, the trading hours is too short, man. Like it's just they need to increase that trading hours.
Yeah, exactly. So you hardly hear anything about Nigerian Stock Exchange, and people are now beginning to know now. Now Nigeria is easier now, right? It's easier now. Almost average.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, go ahead with the question. I think Larry, you need to continue.
Okay. So no, so for me, I think it's better now, right? Who is the person? Is he? I can't hear the person. No.
Okay, I'll go out and come back. I think I have a problem with my connection.
Oh, okay. I for me, I just think that the government they just need to continue with the exactly, and they need to continue with the reform, transparency in the economy and the market space as well. Like we don't want to go to that Mefele time again. Like our market is still very, 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 very much undervalued. You know, there's still a lot of room to grow in that market.
Yeah.
There's huge potential room of growth in that market.
Mm-hmm.
So this is why government cannot just be coming with policies that will be shaking people's mind and stuff like that. Like, they've done good so far. Let's not go back to a Mayfair time again. You know, there are a lot of people's money. A lot of people's a lot of people's money at risk there. You know, so they can't be playing with people's emotion.
No, I think what the commercial banks are doing now is also good. If you download their app, you can, as an individual, you can study by yourself and key in to buy the mutual fund or whatever you want to buy.
Yeah.
So I think that's transparency.
It's really good. It's really good. Yeah, I think the major thing.
I always check out the Stanbic IBTC because I think.
So why do everybody, today everybody talk about New York Stock Exchange? They talk about NASDAQ, right? They talk about CBOE, Chicago Exchange, and all those things. Why do you think everybody wants to play in that side? Number one, people believe that it's, aside the fact that it's more stable, they also believe that there is limits to interference in the market.
Yeah.
That's why you can always put your money, invest, and sleep. Right?
So Larry, you can take this question.
Hold on, Remy. Larry, there's a limit to interference in the market. Could you explain a bit further?
Yeah, so me, okay, now let me give you an example. Do you remember the scandal in Nigerian Stock Exchange? I think it was that not like 5-6 years ago? Dangote and the likes of them.
Yeah.
Do you
$10 and co.
Yeah, do you remember that scandal?
Not that familiar with it. Not that familiar, but go ahead.
Larry.
So now look at you know what I'm saying? Look at that time with that scandal. Will you want to put your money? Because as at that time, a lot of dirty things were happening in the Nigerian Stock Exchange. You understand? A lot of dirty things, you know, like a lot of insider trade. It got to a point that it was not really more. We don't even see it as a crime. That it was just happening, until it's like 2-3 years that there is now, let's sanitize the whole thing and everything. So that's where that exchange is coming from, to this point that we are actually in. So when I say interference, those are things that, things, politics, and a lot of things. Ordinarily, what happened at that point, if it were to be in the
Well,
US?
actually, I was actually you mentioned the New York Stock Exchange and Nasdaq. I was actually referring to the American market when you said there's less interference, which I don't believe in it. I think
No,
there's
no,
so
no,
much
no, no,
interference
no, 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 no. There is less interference. So less interference in this context.
relative to Nigerians, or
Eh,
what
What
exactly you
what
mean?
what President, it's almost like fraud, like proper
Fraud,
fraud, like
fraud.
like
If it were
broad
to be
daylight fraud.
Prince Daddy,
Hold
if
on,
it were
guys. Have you guys heard about? Have you heard about
to,
Vernon Madoff?
I
Have you
heard
heard
about
about that?
everything.
Okay.
If it were to be in the US, what happened at that point? A lot of people would go to jail. With Dangote and the likes of them, what they did at that point, a lot of them would be in
No,
jail
no.
now.
That's what I'm asking, Larry. If you know the story of Vernon Madoff, trust me, a lot of people did not go to jail.
Yeah.
That was the biggest fraud in the stock market history. Over $50
Eh,
billion. Okay, that was stolen
eh,
from common people,
Prince
mostly.
Daddy, those ones that you just said, right? Those
Yeah,
are
President, you're right in a way, though.
no, he's right.
They always find, because these people always find a way to rig the system.
Yeah,
That's the truth.
he's right. But those ones, right? An average me with that's my small money, right? At least I know that to a particular extent. If I put money, like I put money in the stock exchange, I can a little bit, right? Because I don't have a lot of money, right? I can still sleep. But imagine you put your money now, you are in the US. You invest your money in Nigeria, and all of a sudden you start hearing, oh, they started their papa, 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 papa. And before you know, everything is crashing in your face. That's the stock exchanges at that time. And that's why a lot of people put their money out. But at least in the US, at least you know that before everything start crashing in your face.
And even you see the thing in the US, it can crash, and you can just leave your stock there. You know,
Larry,
you can
sorry,
knowing
guys.
fully well that the thing comes, like in a few years' time, the market is probably going to get itself back again. But in Nigeria,
Well,
you don't know what's.
sorry
Can't
guys,
say
because
that,
I,
okay.
I pay attention to
No,
the U.S. market, for a long time. There's a pattern to the U.S. market. The U.S. markets tend to be overinflated for a while, maybe 5 up to a decade, so 8 years, usually about average
Every
8
stock
years.
exchanges, my Prince Daddy, every stock exchange is
Larry, sorry, I want to quickly bring a different. I want to quickly bring a different topic inside,
Wait,
but it's still part of. It's
why,
still
why,
trading
why,
as well.
why are you not allowing? I've not heard Ogbeni call it Ogbeni.
It was
no,
in.
he
It
has,
was
he
in.
has a
It was
problem.
in, and his system was bad, so he went out. I don't know if he's back again.
Yeah, I'm back.
I think it's
Can
back
you hear
now.
me now?
So
I also want to
yeah,
ask Nicole one question, guys.
Ogbeni, my
hold
professor,
on.
Alafia.
I should go, sir. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah,
I can.
we can hear you because we've been looking for you to come and give
To
your
come and help
legal,
us to
your
demystify.
perspective to
Which one?
this wiki and Shoja. I say
No, me, I
This
want to ask about the stay of execution court of appeal. Is is it
this
possible after
this
saying they
street
want to
fight.
deliver?
Guys, we're talking money matter now. The carry wicked matter. Let them do their own way. Let's have a proper
I'm not
conversation
talking
about
about
it.
we're progressive. We're progressive. We know we are talking money matter. We still go back to
money
money matter.
matter too. We have already done justice to that
Or
one.
the,
We can.
but there are some
Let me
matter we
ask
need to
question
talk about.
about this money matter before you people close it. Sorry, let me ask the question. So me, I don't like claiming expertise in the area that I don't really know much, and I always confess on this platform that anything economics, anything that has to do with money thing and exchange. In fact, I bought a textbook to read on how all these exchange thing work, but I couldn't even read it. Just 2-3 pages, I drop it somewhere. So it's not my thing. But I did a little bit of tax law, and that's
Yes,
why
sir.
I'm asking this question. So when they were teaching us back then, they said capital gain is actually charged on profits
Yes, yeah,
that you
that's the truth.
realize from an asset
Yeah,
that you are selling, you are disposing.
yeah.
So my question is now, so how is it impacting? How is it impacting in the short term, for instance,
Okay,
on an investor and
okay.
that invested in Nigeria? Wait, let me land though. That invested in Nigeria and also on the stock exchange. I'm wondering, I don't know how it works because I believe that if I'm coming from Japan, for instance, and I enter the country
Mm-hmm.
and I register a company, I bring my
Mm-hmm.
money, my foreign direct investments into the country. That
Mm-hmm.
money in itself is not what they charge capital gain tax on. So if
No.
I use that money to invest, purchase assets, and set up my
Mm-hmm.
company and everything, I'm making gain. I'm making profits.
Okay.
It is not that profit they are charging tax on. But
Okay.
if I disposed my assets
Yeah.
and I'm taking it out from your boundaries, that is
Mm-hmm.
where this capital gain things are. So where I want you to explain to me now is that, so if government announce or government is implementing some, I say, okay, I announce that what you have, this is exact percentage. I'm increasing the percentage of if you dispose your property, this is your asset, this is what you will be paying me. So
Okay.
how is it in a quick sense? You've been making profit all this while with the asset. So why is it that what matters to you is now if I depose, I won't
Okay.
get more?
So
Business even
Ogbeni,
like this, I just
Ogbeni,
want
Ogbeni, let's
exposure.
start like this. Let's start like this. Where your investors cap, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Don't forget about government. Now you are an investor. Where your investors cap.
yeah.
Most people that hold position
Mm,
in the stock exchange,
yeah.
hardly will you see them holding it that position in order to keep it for long, right?
Okay.
You keep stocks, you keep things in the stock exchange as you. Those are things that you put in your head as near cash.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not like a normal non-current asset that you just keep like, oh, I bought a house. If you have, take for instance now, you have like
Yeah.
10 billion, right? And you put that 10 billion in the stock exchange and probably you buy a property of 10 billion. The property you buy
Yes.
is not a near cash investment, right?
Okay. Yeah.
But the one you
Yeah.
put in the stock exchange is a near cash. Worst case scenario, you you put it out, probably in like 2 or 3 days, you get your money. You get what I mean? So most
Yes.
people that you see, you know, it's easier, right, to say, oh, I'm not worried because I want to keep it for long, right? Or probably I have a stock. I just want to keep buying and just keeping it for long. Whatever the
Yeah.
government charge doesn't really concern me. That's
Mm,
obviously that's not how an investor thinks, right? An investor is more on the gain itself. And that gain is just like, okay, fine. You bought, let's say now, you bought a stock, and
mm,
when that stock was 5 naira,
mm,
and that was you bought that stock in 2022, right? At 5
mm.
naira. And Nigerian stock exchange at the point, you could see growth as much as 400%. You understand what I'm saying? Now,
Yeah.
today, that money is 20 naira. That's the value of that money. You understand what
Mm.
I'm saying? And you
Yeah.
want to
Yeah.
sell, yeah, who is that?
We can hear you.
Okay. And you want to sell 10 naira worth of that shares, right? So basically, what is going to be charged on that 10 naira? You see that 10 naira that you want to sell, that's the value of it, right? Now, government will look at how much what was that price you bought that 10 naira worth of shares
Mm.
in 2022. So obviously, in 2022, how much did you buy it? You buy it at, I think we calculated it, probably you bought,
$5, five naira.
Mm.
yeah, let's say probably you bought it at 5 naira, right? So what that CGT will be going on will be that gain of 5 naira. You understand?
Mm.
what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
now look at that gain of 5 naira. Look at how much they are taking. You understand? So at every point, it's always easy. If I'm just that guy that, oh, let me just buy, I don't even care. I'm just keeping money in the stock exchange for my daughter's school when my daughter wants to probably go to college. You understand what I'm saying?
I
A lot of
understand.
investors do not keep stocks like that.
Is that how
You
it
know,
works?
Okay, before Benny comes in, if I understood your question, Benny, it sounded like you were merging a business operation and financing in the stock market together to determine your capital gains. Was that what you're asking?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but in business profit and loss is different from capital gains tax in the stock market.
Okay.
Correct, Larry.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
But if you file your taxes, your combined taxes, your loss in the market can be reduced by your overall business net profit.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. But now, is that how it works in all the countries? People don't.
No, that's not okay. Now let me give you an example. Like, okay, now presently, right? I sold some stocks recently.
Yeah.
Right. And my task guy, after selling those stocks, I had to call my CPK, like, how far, how we go take do this thing? You understand what I'm saying? Because I know that next year issues go there. You get what I mean?
Yes.
Because nobody's charging that they give you the whole money, right? Not until you want to file. That's when you start doing the calculation. You understand? So, and the same thing is even in Nigeria, it's everywhere, right? You sell, nobody's charging you anything. It's not like when you sell, they just remove the tax. No, it's not like that. Here in the US, you understand what I'm saying? It's not like, oh, they just remove the tax at source. It's until the next tax season and they give you your bill. This is how much you are owing, and you pay IRS. But in Nigeria, I know for me, like I said, government just need to keep talking and keep toasting them like, yeah, what do you want? Let's talk, let's gist. And even Taiwo was defensive like 2 months ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago. If people have been watching Taiwo, he said, oh, those Nairametrics guys, oh, they are lying, they are this, they are that. But those guys are just saying, it's not their money now. They're just saying based on what they hear from people that are pulling money out. You understand what I'm saying? And okay, fine. After those guys said it, 2-3 days after, right, 4 point something trillion was pulled out.
Okay,
So
I understand.
And they need to just stop the bleeding. So government coming out, okay, government came out 2-3 days ago. There's a gain of 2 point something trillion. So if they keep talking and keep talking, people will be like, okay, there is not really worth it, because most times it's just rumor. Most people, it's not like they are well informed. That's just another thing. Like, oh, they are well informed. It's just more like fuel scarcity in Nigeria now. Even though you know that fuel scarcity is not real, but there is this psychology like, oh, I better make I go collect my own too, and less education. Some people just felt like, oh, probably government just want to collect everything. Some people, if you ask some investors, like some of them will tell you, okay, fine. If I'm making 100 million, does that mean government is just going to take 30 million from that 100 million gain? You get what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and an average investor, nobody wants to drop anything on the table. Me and you know. Every tax season, what do you think of? How am I going to be sure that I'm not going to drop anything on the table? And that's how most of the investors, at least even Trump and all the guys, what do? That's why in most cases, people think, oh, these guys are greedy, they don't want to pay any tax. An average investor just wants to look at, okay, fine, what do I do? And that's why sometimes one of my mentors used to say something. There are people that you need in your life, right? You need a CPA in your life. So that if you really want to, you need a CPA, at least even if it's one pro bono CPA that you could just call like, hey, what's up? What's happening? You understand? And Nigeria, like how people, it's easy to go to jail in the US if you do 1 or 2 shwa. But Nigeria now, but people are now beginning to see more transparency. They are now beginning to see more transparency. They're now beginning to see that the way it's going in Nigeria, to get to a point that there's nowhere you can hide. Everything is being digitalized. And even, okay, another one is this what's this one called that they just launched? This net payment, this thing that Wema Bank and Paystack tried some weeks ago. People felt, oh, if I keep money in OPay, I keep money in Paystack, money points. You understand that, but now they are now beginning to centralize everything now. So there's nowhere to hide. There is nowhere. So that's why they knew when they said they are going for a $1 trillion economy, they knew, right? Because if you're able to bring everything, you don't even need to start charging people unnecessarily. you see the hill. You see the hill. So for me, like I said, government should just keep talking more, giving people confidence. No, no worry. We know they send Una away. That's what they've been doing for like 2-3 days now, and they've been doing it, and people are now beginning to like, I bet, does it really worth it? I mean, make I go keep the money there. Let me start seeing how the growth is going and everything. So I think we're getting it right. I think
Yeah.
even me, I had to hit. So I had to take back some of my words. I was really harsh on CBN governor at a point, even on this platform. You understand what I'm saying? Because I felt when the guy said he wants to go orthodox, like normal orthodox economics, I was like, God, which one you do? But I think it's working.
How I wish Kolata is here today and Emeka. Both of
So
them really, really bastardize and messed
no,
everything.
even for me, I at the point I was like,
Don't just give up like that. Come
I
on,
told
man.
some people that no, even if you look at the financial, a lot of guys are like, okay, fine, probably we were wrong. You know what I'm saying? This thing is working. Like, yeah, you've seen some stability across. So, but at least for that, I respect
So Larry, let's talk about first quarter of 2026. Probably after the budget or whatever. Do you think the naira will continue to gain strength against the dollar? I'm talking about maybe below 1,400 and 1,300 to $1.
No, I don't really see 1,300. Right. So what I think, and
You
this is
see
just
1,050.
no, I think there's still going to be a little bit of stability. So dollars, for me, what I think, it might not really be right because I don't see tomorrow. Anything can happen. If there's no shock. Now, ceteris paribus.
Next year is election year. They manage to
So
they
ceteris
manage
paribus.
to amend. So election years, if politicians are not stocking dollars again,
So that's what I'm saying. You see, that talking dollars is the thing, right? With the transparency, and that's why for me, I'm always a fan of transparency, right? Everything I'm saying is ceteris paribus, every other thing being constant, the way it is now, right? The way it's going now. So what I see is that there's going to be more stability. I really do not believe that probably it's going to appreciate to 1.3. I still see us still within 1.4 to probably 1.470. That's what I still see. So now, probably appreciating a little bit more to like probably 1.420. But now everything now depends on because there's a lot of things that is planned for Q1 2026. The tax, the tax law is there, a lot of things. So government, if I am to advise those guys in manning Nigeria, they need to keep talking. You can't stop talking. There's still a lot of fear, right? A lot of people do not really understand what's going to happen, except people that are well informed. Even an average Nigerian does not even know. Everybody's just like, oh, the tax. So the tax law and everything. So in terms of that implementation, that's my fear. So I do not know what Zach is currently doing. I know Zach has been trying as much as possible to digitalize a lot of things. So, but we'll put it to test. There's going to be some shock in probably January, February, because if they want to start all those things, there will be some failures. But if they prepare well and they talk more to people, I think, exchange rate will still be a little bit stable and probably moving more towards, 1.420. That's what I just think. So Remy, I know okay, Simba. Why I know they call you Remy now. So me, I don't know. I pray everything goes the way it's going is smooth now. You understand?
No, okay. So, anybody want to speak on this financial market? Otherwise, we go back to our politics. So.
No, Baba, you can go back to politics. So now politics.
Ogbeni, are you still there?
I do.
Ogbeni, say you get so many things we will not pay for. What would they get from you now? So
yeah, my brother.
I said this your brother Wike now. They say in a good team, maybe with the fair soldier. So
Oga Gbogbo Oka.
Wike. Now let me kill that guy, that Wike guy. Wike just don't go on Rusha.
So Wike, Wike issue, no be legal issue now. I won't talk now. No be legal issue because I don't know which law has Wike really breached, and that military officer, I'm not sure he has breached any law too. So I've been seeing some of the TV station inviting lawyers to come and be analyzing it. I think it's just like a street fight. So let me
So
tell you.
are you saying preventing the civil authority to enforce to enforce the law applicable to around that land or whatever administration of FCT? Are you saying for the military to stop them from performing the duty is not illegal? Is that what you're saying?
No. So let me start from here. The people preventing Wike from taking over that land, they are not Nigerian military. It's not Nigerian military authority. Let's clarify that first. It's not Nigerian military authority, and that's why Wike said, if you go and watch Wike's press statement, that's is he interview or what do you even call it now? The press brief he has with the press. He said it clearly. He said he's been having EU military and he has been writing them and they've been responding and they've been settling issues. Equally with police, he has been writing them, they've been settling. He said, but this one is not against the military. Once you retire from the military, you are an military officer, but you are no longer under you are not in service. So if there's any issue concerning you, you can't go to the military, particularly civil matters. Highest, if it has to do with while you were in office, that's when you go back to the military. Or if it has to do with maybe you're not collecting your salary or your security or something like that, that's when you go to the military. So, and I love the way Wike is treating it. This is not a military issue. But let me tell you what is so curious for me. What is curious for me is the ex-military chiefs coming out. And I find that curious, I'm telling you. So, and I asked myself several questions. There have been things that involve security in Nigeria. You hardly see these foolish guys coming out to talk. Rabo and others, Buratai and all these guys that practically failed us. We gave them national assignment, they all failed. They couldn't deal with insecurity in the country, and they retired, and they should go and bury their heads in shame. They are the one coming out and be telling us this is not how they should treat insecurity. And I wonder, I believe there is something about it. And that is why for me, if I would
Thank you, Prof. I've said as much in the last couple of days that there is much more deeper thing, and they are all mostly from the north, Fulanis.
Yes, coming out and be talking about Wike insulted. I said this is a street fight. Yes, if Wike insulted your boy, is that the first that will ever happen? When your military boys invaded, was it not under Irabo? Which of them that the military boys invaded Ikeja electricity headquarters? And the video came out. Did you see any of them talk? Did you see any of them talk on that lack of discipline on the part of military? No, they will not talk. When they invaded so many places, I don't even need to be mentioning all those instances. We are Nigerians and we're on social media. We know how indisciplined their boys have been. Did you see them talk? When say Rabo retired and all of them, and Pastor Eneshe's younger brother and all of them that are playing politics now. When Yewata happened, I was expecting somebody like Eneshe. Eneshe is the military. No, Pastor Eneshe. I respect Pastor Eneshe, although I don't buy his own political part. But as a spiritual head, I respect him. But the military Eneshe guy who was under Buhari and was defending NSAS when NSAS happened, this same man did not say anything on Yewata. I was expecting him to talk on Yewata. So why is it that they don't talk on things that involve their expertise in the country? And they now talk on acquisition of land. Is this where they put their priorities? That is when we should be hearing their voice.
But Ogbeni, why do you think they will not talk now? All of them are in the same shoe now.
They are all greedy thieves. That's the problem I have. That's the word I have. So when people now value their voice, I asked Nigerians. So I wrote something. I said, but I've not been able to find a platform to publish it, and I've not been able to. I've tried to seek for audience with TVC, but I've not been able to get any. And the question I ask myself is that when you have expertise, look at this country. There was something that happened recently around Cambridgeshire in UK here. Somebody stabbed some people in the train, and immediately you watch ITV, you watch BBC, you watch even CNN far away in America, Sky and Fox. You will see them bringing in experts. If they want to bring retired police officer, they bring police officer that have handled such a case before, and you see them bringing out expertise opinion. How many times do you see these guys on the TV giving us opinion and fetching from their stock of experience? Because they are nothing. They were just in the office playing politics throughout and acquire money and acquire lands in Abuja. Okay, that said, let's look at the fact of the case so far, because I know the man is not coming out. And mind you, the reason why I said it's not legal to me, is first, that boy is not the problem, is not the one we can actually, or FCT. Let me not even push Wike. Let me say FCT, Federal Capital Territory, how do you with? The issue is actually between FCT and his boss. So I agree, under the martial law, once they give you a go ahead to do something, maybe protect a property, you have to protect. And it is only a superior officer that is superior to who gives you that order that can discharge that order. I understand that. We're in a developing country, and that is our position. In a developed country like US and some other countries now, they've qualified their own order. There's nothing like obey the last order. It's now obey a lawful last order. They've qualified theirs. But, they run a society where they can have that, truly. Because I remember the last time Trump first office, I think one of the military guys there refused to take Trump's directive at a point in time. Trump gave him instructions. Said, no, I swear to defend the Constitution, not the president. So you can't give me that order. That order is unlawful. Fine. And I believe nothing happened to him. But in Nigeria, it is still the traditional military thing that they handed over to us, we still keep using. Fine. So I don't have any problem with that boy, that Yerima boy. That is what he has been trained to do. And I've seen defense and others defending him since then. Fine. If I'm also the head of the institution, I will keep defending him. I have problem particularly with those ex-chiefs that are talking. Buratai and others. Buratai, that was an emergency ambassador in Nigeria after his failure, that Buhari sent somewhere else to go and bury his head. He's coming back to be telling us. And to even show you the hypocrisy. He's calling it a national breach of security. What's that nonsense even talking about? What? There's a street fight on a
No. Do you know what that thing means to me? When they say that means that this guy, they have a plan to overthrow the president if possible.
You say it's national security matter, national security issue. Can you imagine? Private land dispute.
So national security. And I ask myself, I said, what's the critical infrastructure in that place? Is it our NIA headquarters? Or is it DSS headquarters? Or what exactly do we put in that place? Or maybe that is where we put the INEC server that we have been looking for since 2019. What do we do? Yes?
Good evening. Thank God Midwest is here. He came here earlier, and he was saying, hey, if government want to demolish any house, they have to go to court. It's court that has the right to do that. And I was telling you, it was just, I said, if you come on international platform, like, you can't just be telling things that you don't understand. If you don't know, say you don't know.
Did he cite any law to you?
No.
That's so.
It's here. That's why I'm raising. If it's not here, I will not raise it. It's on the platform now.
My brother, let me tell you, and I'll keep telling the ones that I know that listen to me. Anyway, not everybody listen to lawyers these days. They know the law even better than the lawyer. But the one that cares to listen to me, I keep telling them, look, first, don't pick professional opinion from influencers. I've had people, and so sadly so, I've had people around me that had cancer, and they are listening to influencers who are telling them Orogbo cures cancer. They won't go and get their therapy or care. They'll be using kola nut and Orogbo, and they're there with time. They died. I've seen people who has marital issue. In fact, one of my clients recently had issue with the wife. Why the wife was already making case to get about 70% of his property. This guy refused to go to a solicitor that will help him. what was he doing? He was using one quack in Nigeria, and that was advising him on UK law. And then we tell him,
I bet they will be listening to like of Pastor Shola.
you write letter to him and say, go and send this letter to them. And that lady was carefully planning her way. I can tell you, carefully planning her way. Withdraw children from school, tell him not to do something. That then also now withdraw from working, knowing carefully that when she files that paper, what they're going to look at is who is anymore. You see, instead of the my mumu guy also reduce your job. The guy kept packing shifts. I said, hey, you don't see this thing? The guy was packing shifts. You're anymore. I said, you're anymore. They will collect more from you. Go and hand less too. Declare that you are sick. If it's dementia, just declare something. And then so that they know that okay, EDI must come in when that. Now, about 3 months ago, now they've written him finally. He believed he can still settle with the lady. I said no. Once a lady open hostility like this, you're not settling. That's a snake. That is just. But what am I saying? People fetch professional experience now from influencer, from many politically tainted lawyers, and all sorts of things. So our head is so cloudy with a lot of information. Not lack of information now these days. It's a lot of false information. Like AI now generate a lot of junk. If you go to AI now and say we can hear him advise me, you will see a lot. Grok will give his own. I'm telling you.
Why are you blaming AI now, Benny? It's the model now. And the model, the only thing the model picks from different things on the internet. And
I know
when you add so don't blame.
Larry, it's not everything that you ask AI that will give you. Let me give for example. I just asked AI one day that okay, it should give me how I can manage a child that has that ingested paracetamol with toxicity.
No, you know why? You know why? Why it won't give
It
you
didn't
that?
give me. You know why?
Which country are you?
I'm in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, so most of the models, right? There are some things, that same thing, right? If you ask it in some other places, it can. So the way they've actually written most of the models, so there's a lot of it. So just like you telling AI, can you log into my bank account? It will basically tell you that it can't do that. So that's like the question you ask. No model is designed to be able
Do
to
you
answer.
know why it's
But
rejecting
hold
it?
on, Simba.
You
But
know,
you can ask AI if OPM is dead, right?
you're not serious. Prince Daddy.
See, this Daddy is a not
Prince Daddy, you are very mischievous.
let me finish. You know, Larry, he will give me and immediately will remove it. You know why? He look at it as if I'm attempting to commit suicide.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand? And that's what he's giving me.
Yes, now because if that thing now, right? If anything,
And I said no, I needed it for educational purpose, but still, he didn't give me.
No, it won't give you now. So that at the end of the day, if there's anything, you can sue the company. Now you can go to you can sue Open AI.
So it's not everything that you ask AI that AI will give you.
No, major thing that is being consumed in Nigeria, just like somebody said, is what a very dark man said, Nigeria.
Simba, do you download other AI something like DeepSeek? Maybe can give you that kind of response.
No, even DeepSeek. Everything depends on the model.
Yes,
right?
that's the easy one. Because the one is using is American own. Maybe
No, it doesn't mean now. It depends. Even if you are using DeepSeek, you're using ChatGPT, you are using everything. It now depends on the model. Are you using Sonnet model? And there are other models, series of model. I think Cloud has that different model. It can be GP5, GPT-5, and it depends on the model. And all the models are almost
Google AI too.
Yeah, so it depends on the model. So in most of the countries, right, like there are restrictions to what the models can actually do. So and that's why you see that most times, sometimes you ask some things from AI, because the data that is being fed into it are in most cases probably what people are discussing somewhere. If you ask AI something now, it can tell you people are talking about this, But when you are not asking, you are not asking you are putting
Even
another
if you
point.
want to ask AI, Larry, if you want to ask AI anything, you must have some knowledge of what you are asking it.
Because that's how
It's not as
that's where you tell you that you need the real thing. There are instances that I just ask some things and what comes out is all this, and you would
yeah,
basically
you'll be
tell me
able
that
to see
people
that
are
this is rubbish now because it can
So,
sometimes
yeah,
can
so
generate rubbish for you.
let's. I want to ask Baba, please. I want to ask you this question because Adewale is asking this question in the comment section about the new refinery, $50 billion refinery,
Ondo.
in Ondo State. So when is it going to come on board? And they are thinking about 500,000 capacity, some crude oil process. So Baba, do you know about it, sir?
Have they started
Yeah,
building?
I think there is another one nobody's even talking about. The one in Ogun State. That
Yes,
is of lesser distance. I think that one 3 years, and this one will take nothing less than about 5 years, and even 7 years in making.
Baba, why are they turning the whole of Southwest to refine?
Because it's relatively peaceful now, and they
Because
can
whether
get.
we like it or not, if there's, I can't remember whether, I think the one in Ogun State is also single train. If they are single train, they are still relevant in the next 50 years, even though the average life of a refinery is 35, but well maintained, you can use it for about 50 years. So the Southwest, like, they don't know. That's why I advise comparable fact that they better wake up in their region and tap their gas and make use of it, because this one they are talking about port is not the issue. They better wake up, because tomorrow now they will say Tinubu gave Southwest all the money. No, these are private initiatives.
Baba, don't
Look
blame
at
them.
the fiber optic. The fiber optic they just opened in
Baba,
Shagamu.
ẹ má sọ̀rọ̀ tó ṣe yẹn, ẹ má sọ yẹn ẹjọ́ nítorí Ọlọ́run ẹjọ́ ẹ má sọ yẹn ẹ fi yẹn lẹ̀ ẹ má loud ẹ̀.
No, let them know.
No, Baba, kí ló dé?
Okay.
I don't know why you normally have sympathy for them. I don't even know.
Baba, ẹ má loud bẹ̀ yẹn fi fiber
It
optic
be like
yẹn lẹ̀.
say, Baba, you have a
ìyàwó wọn wá láti bẹ̀ ni wọ́n ṣe ń bá ọ̀dẹ̀
Ọ̀gbẹ́ni, quick one. Professor, quick one, I beg. Our new senior advocate, what's your take on it? Telling Supreme Court to arrest the judgment, or is it appeal court? Some people say he went to appeal court. Some people say he went to Supreme Court to arrest the judgment of the High Court. The new senior advocate.
Ìwé yẹn ò tí tò ní the
Oh, Tani Baba.
senior advocate.
Onyindo, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu.
Investigation, is that possible? I asked that question before.
Well,
I think Kanu need to be sent to a hospital for assessment.
It depends.
No, let's hear from Prof. Abeg, because it's not every day it comes around.
It depends on what exactly is the application is making. But let me tell you my understanding of what he has been saying. There's a leg of it I've explained here abundantly before. That is his claim that Supreme Court said that they can't try him, that they should send him back to Ikeja. Sorry, I said Kenya. I've debunked that here before. I've read the Supreme Court judgment and I keep telling you it's in part 1491. Go and read it. You will see there. Nigerian Weekly Law Report, part 1491. You will see there. It's reported clearly. Sorry, 1941. It's reported clearly. Supreme Court did not say they shouldn't try him. Supreme Court said they arrested him illegally and they should compensate him. And they ordered government to compensate him, and they mentioned the money to compensate him. And they said, however, since you allegedly commit the crime here, nobody is taking you out. And the way you are arrested is not the concern of the law when it comes to criminal prosecution. Go and face your trial. And they said, go back and face your trial. Fine. Now, he has been raising another issue, that the law under which he has been charged has been repealed. And he said because of that, there is no charge before the court. And I laugh. I laugh because I know, yes, there are some lawyers that will be advising him. And it's very clear. Maxwell Okpara is one of them.
Ojimako 2. And Mandela 3.
All those guys. The only person I know that cannot offer such advice is Kano Agabi would never do that.
No. That Baba never.
Ikpeazu would never do that. Those are respected senior advocates. But I sacked them. And I suspect that because he was not listening to them, he was not taking their advice. And so they were too, how do I put it, too professional for him. And he felt, let me sack these people because if care is not taken, they will railroad me into prison. That's what I think. I may be wrong. But let me address that issue a bit. That issue of repeal. So see how ridiculous it sounds. Let everybody, I don't want to do law now. Let's just look at it with common sense. So there's a law that said if you rape, you will be tried. And if you are tried and are held responsible for rape, then you'll be sent to 20 years imprisonment. For instance, let's say the law was made 1999 and you committed that offense in 1999. And then they charge you to court. While your case is pending, you are facing your case, you are troubling the judge, you are going forth and back. In 2001, we feel like, okay, it's like we have to change this punishment. Instead of 20 years, let's increase this punishment now to 40 years. Are you saying that when they finish your trial, they should apply that 40 years to you? No, you will be insisting that, please, it's 20 years old. You know, when I committed my own offense, it was 20, not 40. So what matters first to start with is the law as at when you committed or you allegedly committed your offense. That's what matters. Second scenario, assuming as at the time 1999, let's say rape was not a crime. Let me not use rape. Adultery, for instance. Adultery, particularly in Lagos now, is no longer a crime. Meaning that I can be a married man and still go outside to go and do chiki. Now, it's not a crime now in Nigeria.
What's jiggy, prof?
Yeah.
Don't mind me. I'm just trying to pull your legs.
The normal consummation for outside marriage now. You went to go and do it. Presently, it's not a crime in Lagos. It's still a crime in other parts of Nigeria and some other southern parts, but Lagos has liberalized it. So now, let's say in 1999 now, you committed, but no crime. They now said, okay, let's start investigating you. They started investigating. As at 2000, they now made it a crime. Would you agree and say it is 2000 law that should apply to me? You will be insisting that you remember
it's
that when I
committed,
it was 1999. Oh, don't come and apply this new law to me. Okay, let's go back to Nnamdi Kanu.
Sorry, Ben, what about statute of limitation if there was none?
The statute of limitation, it doesn't apply to crime. Crime is not, if you commit an offense, even if it's 99 years they are chasing you, the day they pick you, even if it's your 1 day to the grave, the law is still applicable to you.
That's my point. If 10 years ago the crime was committed and it's not against the law, and today they pass the law and it's okay, it's a crime, can they go back retrospectively?
No. Cannot go back because at
times they don't have no retrospective law.
No. And that is the problem Nigerians had with Buhari during his time, because he made one decree back then, and that decree made it retrospective. Many people that have allegedly engaged in such conduct when it wasn't a crime, Buhari started picking them and be killing them. But that was military, all those military relics. And that is why civil, the democracy is different. So now let's narrow it on Nnamdi Kanu. Enough of my analogy now. So Nnamdi Kanu was charged under the 2011 Act. That 2011 Act has been repealed. Repealed means it's cancelled. And then there's a new one in 2022. But Nnamdi Kanu has been charged in between 2001 and 2022. So now they've been using that particular 2021 to continue charging him and trying him. What he's now saying is that the law that is applicable in the land now is 2022. Since you're not charging me under that 2022 and you continue with that 2011, therefore, you can't hold me responsible for this. And then there's no law under which you're charging me. Now, to start with, number one, you see, when legislators repeal law, there are two ways. You can amend law, you can repeal. If you are amending, it is that same law. You are just removing some provisions and adding. If you are repealing, it means I'm canceling this law completely, and then I'm having a new law to replace it. Now, this is what they do. When they are canceling a law completely and they are enacting a new law to replace it. You see, immediately they make that new law to replace it, they will put a section in that new law which we call saving clause. They call it saving clause. And that saving clause, what it usually does is this. It is that saving clause, all right, that will now tell you that all pending cases under the old law, they are still existing, and they are as if they have been charged under this new law. Every law, you will see it. So they don't
Even
just
me novice, I know that.
Yeah, they don't just repeat law. It is in order to save pending cases. And let me give you another analogy that will make you to make sense out of this. You have a governor, you have elected a governor, and that governor has been signing contracts, right, to contractors. And then the governor was removed by the court. Are you saying all those contractors should go home? Are you saying because the governor was not supposed to be governor at that time, they nullify all the contracts that they have signed? No. So there is a way, because of there will be chaos. There will be chaos. So there's a way we save it. Like the governor example I gave you now, they will save all contracts that they are signed. The new governor that enter will deem it as his own act and action. He cannot say, okay, let's try and do variation, let's try and check one or two things there and remove, but he cannot say I nullify it. If they go to court, they will win the case against him. That is just exactly like this. So now you may not want to ask me that, okay, is it that Nnamdi Kanu doesn't know this? I'm so sure Nnamdi Kanu knows this. And let me tell you why I think so. The provision of section 97 of the acts he has been talking about is clear. And that is what is carrying. I see him carrying books. that law is there.
That's why I say it's the new sun.
If they ask him to open the book and say, just go to, I don't even know why somebody cannot even point it to him and say, Mazi, please go to 97, let's check what is there. That 97, have you read it? Because the 97 of the Act is talking about is clear. The 97 said that every ongoing cases, every trial that they have put ongoing, he said they still remain and they continue in force, and they have effect as if that amendment was not made or no repeal was done. So I will continue under the old law, but it will be deemed as if I'm trying under the new law. It's simple. Every lawyer should know it, except those ones that went to universities where they use handout only and they don't read textbook. So, but every lawyer should be able to know that to start with. Now, assuming there is now problem, let's say there is no even saving clause. Let's assume there is. I've told you section 97, but assume without considering. Let's look at alternative argument. Okay, let's say there is no even saving clause. Let's say they made a mistake, because many of them are charlatans in the National Assembly, so they don't even know what they are doing. Let's say they did not even know what they were doing in 2022. Let's say they did not give a saving clause that save all cases that have been pending. There is something we call Interpretation Act in Nigeria. What does it do? Let me give you an example of what that thing does. You see, when you buy your TV, your TV comes with a manual, right? That manual helps you to navigate your TV, right? It helps you to say, these are the accessories, these are the facilities in this TV. Or when you buy a car, it comes with the manual. The manual tells you this is how you charge, this is how you press this is how you this thing. Don't charge it in the house, don't charge it only in Tesla place and things like that. Those are manual. In law too, in the legal space, we have our manual that we use to interpret law when cases like this happen.
Even the Bible, Ogbeni.
Yes.
As a manual.
Yeah. So the Interpretation Act is the lawyer's manual to interpret law, and judge's manual too. Okay. And what does it say? He has his own provision too. I look at it, section 61(1). And see, you don't even need to visit library to get all these things. So these two laws I've told you now, if you just Google, just 2 seconds research, just Google, download it, you will see it there, Nigeria Interpretation Act. Go to section 61, go and read what it says. That section saves every case. In case there is a problem and there is no saving provision in a new act and they have repealed one, and it tells us that that thing you have been doing before remain in effect even under the new one, as if there was no repeal at all. So you see, and so when I see lawyers who are politically tainted and you see many zombies following them, I just laugh and I feel like
What kind of country do we run now that people don't even one or two research? I realized that many Nigerians were educated, well educated. No, I realized that Nigerians are well schooled, but then we are not really well educated. We are well schooled. We'll go to school, get certificates, but we are not. I don't want to sound immodest. We're not deep thinkers, really. You ask Nigeria one simple question, and the first thing they want to look at is the personalities. Yeah, Justice Omotoso. Now, all of a sudden, now they just remember Justice Omotoso is from Osun State also. So they are finding a way now to connect and connect and connect. They are connecting Wike to Omotoso, connect. I say, this man has been building his career for how many years? Almost 20 years. So because of Nnamdi Kanu case alone now, you just want to crumble his career for what? What kind of toxicity is that? Why can't you guys face this case? And I'm telling you honestly, when Ikpeazu, and I said that it's not as if I godified that man. I've had a case against that man, and I've practiced together with that man before in some cases. In Delta, Okowa against Ogboru, we were together. We were representing Okowa, and he was representing Heineck, and we were on the same side. And as far as I'm concerned, that man is one of the, if not the best litigation lawyer you can get in Nigeria. Oyehanshi Ikpeazu. So when I saw him in that case, I said, Nnamdi Kanu case is taking a very good turn. If Ikpeazu, because he will not take any other case, that man. But if he can take that case, I said, that means he must have gotten some loopholes or some way to deal with that matter. The same thing I said when Peter Obi also engaged the man, but unfortunately again, Peter Obi, they put the man on the reserve seat, and then they allow Levy to lead the team. I said, okay, Dr. Levy will only try his best, but they can't win this case. The same thing. So when he sacked Ikpeazu, I said, so why? That means he must have been giving you a very blunt advice, because Ikpeazu will not fight this kind of thing now. He will tell you section 97, section 61. What do you want me to do about it? So if other lawyers ask this, what do you want me to do? Client will come and go. So how can I face other lawyers and still tell them that I'm a justice in the temple, I'm a minister in the temple of justice, and I still want to defend the law? There's an extent to which you can manipulate within the law. See, the law allows you, okay? The law is just like an instrument. And that's why I tell people when they say, lawyer, I say, no. The law is an instrument. It's just like you want to repair your car. Some will use some instrument, different instruments. You can achieve the same purpose. All right? So the extent to which you know and the extent to which you can use the law to meet your end goal is what distinguishes one lawyer from the other. And the extent to which you can read, because law is also dynamic. Every day keep changing. So the extent to which you can keep on updating yourself and you can read and you are not rustic in your knowledge, then you gain legal wisdom. Anybody can canvass good argument and better argument, and even a senior advocate of Nigeria. So now he's going to Court of Appeal. I wonder what he's going there to do. I know he has gotten a favorable judgment before in the Court of Appeal. So, and you know, these people are driven by ideologies and policies sometimes too. They may have their own, how do I put, maybe temperamental, or is it temperature now as regards Nnamdi Kanu case. But let's see to the extent to which they can bend the law for Nnamdi Kanu. But I know Supreme Court will be waiting there. And in summary, in all this put together, the only thing that would get me agitated is that if anybody now comes and said his government has wasted Nnamdi Kanu time. So we keep saying it here. He ran away for 4 years. He came back. He attacked the judge resigned. New judge is refused to go. Listed 25 witnesses. Sack his lawyer. Now he's saying I won't enter my defense. Now he's going on Supreme Court of Appeal. Tell them to stay court. And tomorrow, some set of people will still come and say it is the government that is wasting his time and they don't want to proceed. That sometimes I can't really understand in my head. I feel like, are they not in Nigeria? Is it
so? Sorry to butt in. So if the Federal High Court they go ahead and do their justice about November 20, and Court of Appeal have not heard his appeal, so what happened?
So I don't see the court going ahead, because in Nigeria the hierarchy of court is very important, okay, to every judge. It will amount to judicial rascality if the trial court goes ahead to do anything, okay, that would affect in the negative sense what is before the Court of Appeal. And that's why I ask you, I want to know what exactly is before the Court of Appeal. I don't know.
Okay, this is what is before the court. Let me wait. Is that he went and is asking Court of Appeal to stop Omotosho from delivering that judgment on the 20th, based on the grounds that he is not supposed to even be in that court at all.
Okay,
No,
so
talk of written conclusion.
If that is what is before the Court of Appeal, Omotosho may not deliver that judgment. But by the way, you know, I've said it here
But he
before.
didn't ask for stay.
Yeah, so you know, it's a
He
criminal
asked for
matter.
stay. That's what he's going for Court of Appeal for, stay of execution.
Oh, okay.
So
But I don't know. So the question I'm asking now is, I don't know whether Court of Appeal have really heard that case at all. I mean, they have to put a date. I mean, fix a date.
No. So when you go to Court of Appeal, you don't go by a letter. So it's a procedure on its own. So when you go to Court of Appeal, you file you first make your request. Okay, I'll call it request so that because they're educated fellows, yeah. You guys are not initiated, so yeah. By the way,
we are novice. I admitted that.
That's by the way, anyway. So now you make your request first at the lower court, and I think he has done that. If they refuse it, then you go to the Court of Appeal. But in going to Court of Appeal, you have to transmit your record of what transpired at the lower court. You take it there, and then you have to file your brief. Then the other party also have to defend themselves. Don't forget there is fair hearing. Government also must defend themselves. So they come and defend. And so it's a whole lot of procedure. But
so do you think in the next 5 days that thing can be done? Because
it's
that
not
is
possible. It's not
that's what I'm trying to say. So that means Omotosho will deliver that judgment.
No, Omotosho may not. So if Omotosho realize that once they have signed everything and they have entered, appeal has been entered, meaning they have sent all their documents to Court of Appeal, Omotosho we need to respect the higher court. I said, okay, fine. Let me wait for what they will say. After all, it's a criminal matter. It's not as if somebody's money is being spent or is being as if
can that process also take a longer time before Court of Appeal
can.
deliver?
Of course, now it takes time. It's not.
So he's just trying to make him stay.
That is the point I'm telling you. If you delay, you keep delaying. Then let me tell you, what he was stopping Omotosho to do is not judgment. I've said it here before. Omotosho is not giving
just
judgment.
To delay. So nobody just let him. Just put him there for life. Then no problem.
I think he believed that they will. I don't know what exactly is his strategy. Before, I thought the strategy before 2023 was that Tinubu will lose election. Peter Obi is likely get there or Atiku. Any of them, they will release him. I want to believe that was the strategy for 2023. I'm not.
No, Prof. This is my perspective. You understand? They are not. Is those three lawyers we mentioned? They are his problem. They are his problem because they are making money out of this. So they are not giving him proper legal advice, and that's why when they are afraid to come before Omotosho. Now, after that last Shiwore-led protest, because they know they've injured themselves as a priest in the temple of justice. So they now withdraw, but they still go to court. They call themselves consultants.
They said they are consultants.
What they cannot do legally in court, they are pushing Nnamdi Kanu to now do it because he will be pardoned as a novice. Then one major thing they failed to do when they returned him from Kenya and he was arraigned in court. That moment that's where he will have won by saying, I will not talk. I will not take a plea. Then I believe the court will now be in a dilemma because it's not going to take his plea. He's not going to talk to anybody. And continually repeat, I'm a political prisoner. Every day I'm a political prisoner. I think he will have stood a chance or have the sympathy of international bodies.
Just like Beko. I think Beko did something like that.
Yeah, but he was a coward. He thought he would stay too long in detention. But that's what people do.
The Beko did not take his plea. He refused.
Exactly. They are not intelligent.
Well, for me, anyway, whatever is the strategy, you know, there are so many ways to Lagos. You can take Ore, you can take Ibadan, you can take. So maybe he believes, okay, there are so many ways to get this thing, and his own way is the way he's playing. I saw him writing Trump. You see his letter to Trump. I saw him writing Trump.
Ogbeni, quick, sorry to butt in again. Don't you think the justice system in Nigeria is too slow? Look at what happened in Finland. Very quick, immediately they dispose the case off like that. Why does it always take too long time in Nigeria that way? It's to me just total waste of time and energy.
You see, it's tricky a bit. It's tricky a bit. Our criminal justice system has
it's tricky, but at the same time, it's not too long. So
you said?
I mean, it's too long. It's too long.
Yes, I know. It's still the problem in our country. There are a lot of factors responsible for that. You see, our procedural law, there's a problem with it. Procedure of file this one, let this one respond within these days, do this, do
and
this.
case management too.
Yeah, they've dealt with it in advanced countries, and I don't know why we are not yet dealing with our.
We are still using the old archaic system.
The archaic system, you understand? Lagos is the only place. Lagos is the only place where you see practice that is a bit, not to be said, don't go and quote me. It's just a bit close to what we have in advanced country.
So and Lagos, that's what former vice president actually did for Lagos. He laid the foundation.
That guy he was so excellent in that aspect. He reformed the judiciary and the judicial system.
In Lagos, he did well.
And the foundation he laid is what they're still following today. So, but one would expect Abuja to be following Lagos because capital city, commercial center, and then the administrative center of government, they should be at par.
Yeah, that's why I'm disappointed in this new Chief Justice. I thought she came with something, but so far she's not done anything. She's even worse than Olaiwola or something. I don't know. I expected a lot from that woman.
How old is she? Maybe she has some kind of.
She has some years to go. There is not too much you can really do. Nigeria is such a serious place. So you remember the way
quiet, too docile, nothing, no.
But judges don't really talk. What do you want her to be talking? Judges like you see Ariola attending function everywhere, and they're all in breach of their professional contract.
This one does not even attend nothing. We don't even hear about her.
But that's how judges. You see, that's how judges do generally. For instance, if you ask me now who is the chief judge of UK, I don't even know the person. It's the nature of the job. But the problem we have in Nigeria is it's now bogged down with a lot of bureaucracy. That's the problem I have. For instance, do you know, as a CJN, there is little you can even do if you don't have support of your chief registrar, and you cannot even sack your chief CR.
It's good I catch you today, Prof. Another issue is the question of state high court and the federal high court, where they give dissimilar rulings on the same case. Which is more superior, federal high court ruling or the state high court ruling?
So it is this. No one is superior than the other. They all have their clear jurisdiction. There are cases that can never go to federal high court. There are cases that can never go to state high court. Now, federal high court started as a federal revenue court. It was Abuja that started federal high court also, something like that, if I can still remember. But it started as federal revenue court. So they realized that there are issues that relate to federal things, like oil and gas, like electricity, like federal agency. Maybe you want to sue federal government, Attorney General of the Federation, you want to sue NNPC, you want to sue NICOM, ministry, federal ministries, and others. So you can't be suing them to the High Court of a state. So the military created that federal revenue court. They created it purposely for federal tax and anything that has to do with federal government revenue. But you know us now. So while they were drafting 1999 Constitution, they improved their jurisdiction to now start entertaining more matters. But they are mostly matters of federal nature. Unfortunately, politics entered it. It's politics, so it's politics that are destroying those courts. So politics entered it. And what is the politics? So let me give an instance now. So if you have a case now that involves a senator, let's say case of something that relates to pre-election matter that have to do with a senator, You now be thinking, okay, which court do I go to? Okay, if I go to the state high court, does state high court has a jurisdiction, or I go to federal high court? If you go to the state high court, they can come there and tell you, this is Senate, it has to do with federal. If you go to federal high court, they can say, oh, no, the constituency is in so state. Number one problem we started having. So now, instead of the court also to, stand their feet and say, look, this is a clear jurisdiction, and let them give a policy decision on it. Policy setting. Policy is now setting. Okay, if it is in Ekiti, you better take it to, because governor of Ekiti is APC, you better take it to Federal High Court Abuja. That is because we are connected with the federal, so that it won't affect you. All those sort of nonsense started happening. Dino Meyaye case, move it to Abuja. Oshun case, move it to Abuja. You remember most of those cases now, they will move it to Abuja to go ahead in Abuja and blah, 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 blah. We start having problem. Secondly, you see, Federal High Court has a special jurisdiction in terms of crime that relate to a federal crime. Like in Nnamdi Kanu now, the reason why Nnamdi Kanu is in Federal High Court is because it's terrorism. Terrorism has to do with Nigerian sovereignty. So that's a federal heart. So if it's EFCC heart, they will still go to Federal High Court. If it has to do with NDLEA heart, drug related, you go to Federal High Court. So anything that has to do with a crime established by the National Assembly, you will go to the Federal High Court. Anything that has to be crime relating to state, which is state House of Assembly,
kidnapping.
like kidnapping now, if you are trying it under the state law, then you go to State High Court. So what I'm saying in essence is that there are some areas where there are clear boundaries, and there have some which the line is very tiny, and it's a difficult one to decide. That is what politicians now, take advantage of, and they go to what they call friendly court. They will tell you, okay, I want a very convenient court or a friendly court. Okay, where is the friendly court? Take it away from his comfort zone. He knows the governor. They can influence it there. Take it to Abuja. Don't mind them.
Let me ask you, what about the case Obisu, this guy, Adeyanju, and took it to Anambra?
You would like exposing this Obi. Yes, Obi is not wrong. You see, defamation matter. Now, each case is the fact of each case that determine which court you will go to. You remember that when Baba wanted to charge Farotimi, he brought Farotimi also from Lagos to Abuja to Ekiti. Okay, so you have to know why do they bring people to that kind of court. Let me analyze Obi one for you. Obi is suing for defamation. Okay, now in defamation, you can either go to the place where the person who defamed you has made that statement, which is Abuja, really. Because although some people argue, say it's on Twitter, if it's on Twitter, but really it's Abuja. He went to a station and he said it, and he was in Abuja, he's residing in Abuja, he sent the tweets in Abuja and all those things. So one cannot say he was in Anambra. That's a very difficult one to prove. But there's now a leeway for Obi. The leeway is that you can also sue that person whenever any person has read that thing and the person believes that that thing has affected your credibility in the eyes of that person, you can go and sue. And I believe that's what Obi is banking on. Mind you, I'm not saying that the person you have defamed, if the person you have defamed read it, that has not caused any cause of action. What caused cause of action in defamation is that a third party has read it and the third party believe and the third party believe that thing has reduced your reputation in his sight. So I think what Obi will be doing, I've not seen his process anyway, what Obi will be doing now is to say that somebody, maybe one in Nigeria, one Chinedu, one of his friends, or somebody in Anambra, read
Okay.
it, and the
You
person
now put I see.
it, and the person believed that I no longer have reputation. If this man can do this thing, this man is a very useless man. Therefore, there's a defamation, there's a cause of action now in Anambra. You see, if you remember Dele Farotimi, they sue in Port Harcourt, they sue in Abuja, they also took him
in Ibadan too.
So that is it. So defamation is a bit tricky. You can, in those days, I used to advise my clients. I said, how many states do you know people? If you want to trouble this person that have written nonsense about you, we'll sue them in all the 30 states. Let him be an engaging lawyer everywhere and waste his money so that he will understand that he won't defame you the next time. So it's strategy for lawyers. So if I have somebody in Sokoto, I said they read it in Sokoto. Somebody in Katsina, they read it in Katsina. Somebody in Yobe, they read it in Yobe. Then you start fighting for your life. And that is it. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Prof. At least I got
No,
my
Albani, please
my
don't go away.
classroom today from you.
Albani, the last question. The court processes that have been happening between Federal High Court and the State High Court about PDP convention not to take place. What do you think will be the outcome? Should they go ahead with their convention or not? Will it affect them in the future? Because
I've not been following that,
Because you just said now that the judgment from Federal High Court and State High Court are nearly the same.
They are the same. One is more senior.
There is a Federal High Court judgment that said that they should not hold the convention, and there's another one from that they should include Lamido in the chairmanship position, or else they should not hold the convention. Then the State High Court from yesterday, they should go ahead with the convention, ex parte motion or something like that. So it's very dicey for this party.
So it's dicey. If you look at ex parte, I don't know what is going on in that area. But what I know is this. If you look at ex parte, for instance, ex parte lasts for only 14 days.
Yes.
The ex parte can last. Or if the court make a shorter date, sometimes the court may
I think the ex parte will last exactly on the 15th, which is tomorrow that they will start their convention. I don't know whether maybe they have renewed tomorrow.
So if the ex parte is simple now, if they are my clients, if the ex parte was made around 10 a.m., just wait till 10 a.m., then by 11, start your convention and then go on. So that ex parte has lapsed. Except they go back to court to go and get, and they won't extend ex parte for them. So they will ask to put them on notice. Ex parte means that
the ex parte motion they get is just to give them room to go ahead with the convention. That is from the State High Court. It's to go ahead. But from the Federal High Court in Abuja, there are 2 court judgments, or even 3, that prohibit PDP for not to go ahead with the convention.
Were they ex parte?
They are not ex parte. These are court judge pronouncement.
Only
the State High Court is the ex parte.
So where is the convention? Ibadan.
Only the State High Court in Ibadan made that ex parte motion.
Holding tomorrow and Sunday. Holding Saturday and Sunday. They started the delegates.
They advised them not to do it because this guy.
What is the reason that they are giving for not to allow them to do it?
They gave for first the Wike faction of PDP said that they forged the General Secretary's signature for that convention. So when they take the case to court, the court now said they should not hold the convention. That is 1. 2, Lamido also took them to Federal High Court that because they exclude him from participating in their chairmanship, or they exclude not to buy form. So he took them to the court. So the court now said they should not hold the convention too. First, they should include him, and they should sell the form to him. So
she want PDP.
Yeah, in fact, it's just a comic play, really. I don't understand.
Ogbeni, is Ogbeni there? Have you heard about the what Kanu did to the Nigerian Medical Association?
No.
Oh, so issue medical. The court asked an NMA to determine whether he's fit to face trial or not.
Yes.
He has now sued Nigerian Medical Association 550 million naira, and the 10 doctors that participated in his screening for declining feet.
I think it's just holding to any straw he can hold on.
That is why I said the guy is just chaotic. I don't even know the people that are actually advising him, or is it mentally deranged?
Because the case is too long also. So it just, I don't think too long is not good, okay?
No, he prolonged the case now.
Yeah, I know he's happen, but Nigerian
Somebody
they
left the
just
country for 4 years. What can they do? They can't try in absentia. Now people will teach out. Why are you
course.
trying in absentia? There is a freedom of fair hearing, you know. See, it's tricky. It's tricky. So if you sue them, you can't win them now. He's not. Is he an expert? Then where will he get medical doctor to come and? Where will you get medical doctor in Nigeria to come and testify against enemy?
From Abia State.
Those who are, they will be joking with their license to testify against enemy. You're a gunner now. I don't know what's worried that guy, sir. It's just like you sue enemy.
I have this belief that government is also using the late 30s. They might not jail him at the end of the day.
Okay.
You are wrong, Simba. That guy is going down. Forget it.
Maybe
Because Samuel Ekpa, who is his second in command, cannot go down. Where Nigeria actually persuaded them, they were reluctant to charge Samuel Ekpa, and they did it. Then you will leave the number one, the numero uno.
It will be
to
a
go
bad
scot-free. No.
very bad optic.
It's going down.
It will be a bad optic if they don't. Court cannot
It
say
is at that point they may start to solicit the president's pardon or clemency. He has to go down first before the presidency can listen to anything. And he is avoiding to go down. So there is stalemate.
Now, wow. Okay, can we call it a day?
Motion supported.
Let me end the show.
All right. Prof, thanks so much for your time.
Okay, good night, everybody.
Okay, good night.